A person in Marvel takes on the Avengers alone. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 126. Tony, Great Sage, save me. Natasha arrives uninvited. The passage of time is a paradox, because time itself doesn't regress, only people within time regress. If someone were to cross time dimensions and return to the past, that past point in time would become that person's future. Therefore, theoretically, it's impossible to go back in time and change history. So the question arises, what about the altered history that Rory and his friends returned to in 2008? This is the parallel universe branching theory, or what the ancient Chinese concept of branching timelines means, a completely new universe, a single point in time dividing into two future timelines, thus creating the multiverse or parallel universes. The theory is correct, but this raises another question: who was the first to trigger the multiverse? Rory doesn't know what would happen if two Wandas, awakened by chaos magic, appeared in the same universe simultaneously. For now, he can only proceed cautiously. After Wanda left, Rory and Kathy continue their carefree life. 2009 was supposed to be a peaceful year, but another event caught Rory's attention. Rory and Kathy were among the invitees to the Los Angeles High-Tech Summit. After integrating into society, Rory and Kathy always appeared differently to others. Coincidentally, at a summit, Rory met Tony Stark, the most famous playboy in the entire Federation. Tony was accompanied by Pepper Potts and Natasha, the Black Widow sent by SHIELD. Although Tony had become SHIELD's security consultant, he still couldn't escape SHIELD's surveillance. At the banquet, Rory was chatting with the mayor and council members when Tony suddenly appeared beside them. Kathy Biotechnology Company, Limited. I thought the boss was a girl. Rory used illusion magic to change his and Kathy's appearances, so Tony didn't recognize him. Rory raised his glass and smiled slightly. Stark Industries is still managed by women, isn't it? As he said this, Rory specifically glanced at Pepper Potts not far behind him. Tony was a hands-off manager, busy with scientific research all day, leaving the entire large company to Pepper Potts. The mayor of Los Angeles, sensing the banter between the two, jokingly interjected, "You two are among the most talented young people here, you should interact more." Tony, unfazed by the mayor's retort, turned to Rory and asked, "I'm curious, Kathy Biotech has no orders listed, yet you've invested in the world's most advanced equipment. How does your company make a profit?" Rory raised an eyebrow. "Are you speaking to me as Iron Man, the world's policeman? If you want to investigate, you can always show a search warrant and conduct a thorough search of me and my company." Their gazes met, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Just as the mayor was about to break the silence, Tony suggested, "Shall we talk over there?" "Sure." The two walked away side by side, leaving the mayor behind. Reaching a relatively secluded spot, Tony took out his portable holographic screen and tapped a couple of times to bring up an edited video. The video showed images of Kathy Biotech, Kathy delivering supplies to Scott, and a final clip of Kathy lifting a car with one hand to save a little boy trapped underneath. Tony put away the holographic screen. "So you guys are developing a super soldier serum, right?" Rory didn't answer immediately, but looked at Tony with a playful expression. When he first arrived in this world, Captain America, Steve Rogers, used this excuse to send him back to the 1970s, and the conflict had gradually escalated to their current hostile relationship. Tony had started the conversation from this topic, but what would happen next? Tony Stark suddenly changed the subject, saying, "Don't misunderstand, I think you know something about what happened to me." He tapped the arc reactor on his chest with his finger and continued, "I need this to survive. If you have a way, I hope you can help me. Name your price." Rory suddenly understood. So Tony wanted a miracle cure. No wonder he approached Rory. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Palladium poisoning had put Tony's life on the verge of collapse. Before he completely gave up on treatment, he would definitely try every possible method. Kathy had demonstrated her superpowers by saving someone, and she also worked for a biotechnology company, which was enough to give Tony more hope. As for Rory, he shook his head without even thinking and refused, saying, "Sorry, Tony, I'm afraid I can't help you." "Why? Is it because we have some kind of grudge? Or is it something else? Just tell me, and I can compensate you." No one wants to die, especially a wealthy man and superhero like Tony. Before experiencing the series of events that followed, and before he had learned what sacrifice meant, Tony naturally didn't want to die. Perhaps he was even more reluctant to give up the 12 supermodels that Playboy magazine produced every year. Rory shook his head and made up a reason, saying, "I don't know how to treat diseases, let alone research any super serums. I'm just an ordinary biological researcher, and the company wasn't founded to make money. How do you explain that this little girl has superhuman strength? My request isn't high, I just want to improve my physical fitness." Tony didn't want to give up and continued to persuade him. Pepper Potts, accompanied by undercover agent Natasha, approached. "Hi, I hope I didn't interrupt your conversation." Rory politely replied, "No, everything seems just right." Tony Stark, not wanting to reveal his illness to Pepper Potts, temporarily ended his conversation with Rory, then glanced at Natasha behind Pepper Potts. The woman wasn't stunning, but she was undeniably attractive, and for someone like Tony, she was incredibly alluring. It was normal to look at her a few times. Natasha, however, was focused on Rory. Rory ignored Natasha and continued chatting with Pepper Potts. The four of them were each focused on someone else, creating an odd atmosphere. After a few words, Rory excused himself and turned to leave. Pepper Potts turned and asked, "You just made a friend?" "Sort of." Rory didn't linger at the banquet, returning to the lab early with Kathy. Upon returning, Rory immediately contacted Anthony, asking him to send people to monitor Tony Stark. As a biologist, Rory immediately noticed something was wrong with Tony. Tony's palladium poisoning symptoms had been obvious before, but today he seemed to be improving. This improvement couldn't be achieved by just drinking a few glasses of vegetable juice. After finishing his call with Anthony, Kathy came upstairs with an envelope. An invitation from Stark Industries. "Tony Stark invites you to be a special guest at the Stark Industries Expo in a month." Rory glanced at it and casually tossed the invitation onto the table, picking up Kathy and asking, "Have you been funding your old man again lately?" Kathy said dejectedly, "I've realized that no matter how much I send, it doesn't change the relationship between him and my mother. That just means they're not meant to be." Kathy had met Hope at the banquet today, and she felt Hope was a better match for her unreliable father. As night fell, Rory and Kathy went to rest in the second-floor living area. They had just fallen asleep when a figure in a black bodysuit stealthily approached from outside the laboratory building. With a click, the figure turned on a small flashlight and circled the laboratory building, finding no alarm devices or surveillance cameras. Reaching the back door, the figure retrieved a lock-picking device and easily opened the lock after 2 attempts. Entering the room, the figure used a piece of paper to secure the lock, leaving themselves a backup plan. Instead of immediately taking action, the figure held the flashlight in their mouth and used the device to scan the entire building's signal strength. Only after confirming there were no surveillance or alarm signals did they confidently proceed towards the experimental area. The experimental area of Kathy Biotechnology Company, Limited was divided into 2 parts. The slightly larger area on the east side was Luo Rui's laboratory, and the slightly smaller area on the west side was Kathy's workspace. The figure had a clear purpose, heading straight for Luo Rui's laboratory after crossing the corridor. The laboratory contained various equipment and empty bottles and jars. Further inside was Luo Rui's cold storage for storing experimental materials. A warehouse using a vault door? Nobody believes there aren't secrets. Muttering this, she crouched down in front of the door, preparing to unlock it. It was a double mechanical lock, a rotary lock and a key lock, a bit troublesome, but not impossible. This door couldn't stop a skilled agent. She placed an empty paper cup near the lock, pressed her ear to it, and slowly turned the rotary lock. Click, click, the 6-digit code was quickly cracked. She then took out 2 metal pieces and inserted them into the keyhole, slowly manipulating the lock's spring pins, trying to turn it. Click, with the lock rotating, the vault door unlocked smoothly. "Hey, I'll see who you are." Smiling, she put away her tools and was about to step inside when a sudden voice came from behind her, There's still an infrared alarm device that hasn't been cracked. Going in like this will get you locked inside. Who? She turned around instantly and saw Rory standing not far away, a smile on his face, a hint of amusement in his eyes. This is my home, who else do you think I am? The atmosphere froze instantly. The outsider in the bodysuit suddenly dropped her tools, leaped in front of Rory, and clamped her two rounded thighs around him. At the same time, she used her upper body to unleash a standard combination of martial arts and combat techniques. This technique, which combines martial arts and combat skills, can overcome weight classes and easily take down opponents with superior physical abilities, making it very suitable for women. It doesn't inflict physical damage, but it can subdue the opponent. Unfortunately for her, she encountered Rory. In the face of absolute strength, all techniques are just fancy moves. Snap! Her thighs clamped down on Rory, and she tried to flip him over, but the next second, Rory didn't budge. Awkward. Escaping immediately after a missed attack is a required course for special agents. With an easy backflip, before she even landed, Rory grabbed her bodysuit and lifted her up in midair. Trying to run? The agent, held captive, tried to break free, but found it was futile. But she wasn't nervous. Looking at Rory, she raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly, saying flippantly, "You already have a girlfriend, so it's not appropriate for me to stay." Whoosh! Natasha unzipped her bodysuit, splitting it in two. Her body slid out of the bodysuit, and she ran off in her bikini. Rory, rather speechless, threw away the bodysuit and snapped his fingers. Sleep. Thump. The pale-faced, bikini-clad agent Natasha rolled her eyes and fell asleep instantly. Chapter 127 Natasha's Crazy Test and Tony's Life-Saving Medicine. The agent who had sneaked into Laurie's lab slowly awoke to find himself strapped to a chair. Looking up at Laurie, who was fiddling with a syringe a short distance away, he demanded, "What have you done to me?" Anyone would be nervous after suddenly fainting. Laurie fiddled with the syringe, drawing up some unknown liquid before approaching the agent. He smiled and said, "This is a byproduct accidentally discovered during experiments. Its only function is to disrupt the blood supply system, causing the brain to feel suffocated, but without actually killing you. What are you going to do?" "I don't want to do anything to you. I just want you to honestly tell me why you're here." Laurie had recognized the agent as Black Widow Natasha when he pried open the door, but he had pretended not to. Natasha struggled a couple of times, finding the restraints tight, and then gave up, looking calmly at Laurie. "It's Stark. He believes this company has a way to save him." "So Stark sent you?" Laurie asked, playing along. "That's right, you saw me at the banquet today." Deliberately shifting the blame to Tony Stark might have been Natasha's own idea, or perhaps SHIELD didn't want Tony to recover from his palladium poisoning. Either way, it would inevitably affect the relationship between Tony and Kathy Biotech. After speaking, Natasha began to sway her body, biting her lip and casting a seductive glance at Rory. Thud! The needle in Rory's hand plunged directly into Natasha's smooth, white thigh. "Ugh!" Natasha groaned. Rory warned, "Don't move. I haven't finished asking questions yet, and I will personally verify the truth of this with Tony Stark. If it's false, you'll never leave this lab again." Natasha's heart skipped a beat, then she abandoned her seductive act and reverted to her mature, sophisticated demeanor. Looking at Rory, she said calmly, "Okay, I lied. What about you? What did I do wrong? You came to my house to steal things. Am I wrong too?" Rory was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Natasha confidently stated, "You've been hiding here to avoid being found, haven't you? If you get too close to Tony Stark, your identity will definitely be exposed." Rory mobilized his cosmic energy to confirm that the illusion surrounding him hadn't disappeared, so how did Natasha discover it? Seeing Rory's denial, Natasha continued, "Your appearance has changed, but your inherent aura remains the same. There are also some subtle mannerisms, like your fingers that tend to bend due to long-term experiments, the unique spinal reshaping resulting from body enhancements, and..." Natasha rattled off a string of details, even those Rory himself hadn't noticed. Rory, fearing a trap, still refused to admit anything. "Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying," Rory said calmly, putting away the syringe. "You'll likely have to stay here for a while until Tony and I confirm your identity." Rory then locked Natasha in an empty, windowless laboratory. Watching Rory turn and leave, Natasha muttered to herself, Could it really not be him? Something's not right. The next morning, Kathy had just woken up when Rory told her about the unexpected visitor. Kathy asked in surprise, "Are you sure it's Black Widow Natasha?" Natasha sacrificed herself to save the world in Endgame, making her a hero in many people's eyes, including Kathy's. While her desire to become a superhero was influenced by her father, Scott Lang, her idol was Natasha. Hearing Rory say that Natasha had been captured, Kathy couldn't wait to run over and meet her in person. Time flew by, and it was time for the Stark Industries Expo. Rory and Kathy mingled in the crowd. Women danced gracefully, and with a roar of cheers, Iron Man Tony Stark descended from the sky onto the center of the stage. Fireworks lit up the night. The stage slowly rotated, and 4 mechanical arms emerged from below, gradually dismantling Tony's suit. The cheers rose higher and higher. Everyone in the audience was screaming wildly for Tony. Kathy, sipping her juice, smirked. What a show-off. On stage, Tony Stark spoke eloquently, boasting about the peace he brought to the world and how his technology had changed it. He also took the opportunity to satirize the federal government's incompetence. At that moment, a fat man approached Rory and Kathy, whispering, "Hello, Mr. Stark would like to invite you to backstage." Rory didn't want to get too involved in the Avengers' affairs. He only needed to ensure the Avengers could continue according to the script. He certainly wouldn't help Tony Stark with his palladium poisoning problem. The main reason he attended the Stark Expo was because Kathy had never met Tony in real life, and she was just there for the fun of it. Following Tony's bodyguard, Happy Hogan, backstage, Tony, who had just finished measuring his palladium poisoning, greeted them with a smile. They shook hands and he said, "Hey, how have you been lately?" "Not bad, just a little trouble," Rory replied casually. "Oh? Tell me about it, maybe I can help." Tony Stark instantly became interested. He was just wondering how to persuade Rory to help him treat his palladium poisoning, and the opportunity had presented itself. He gave Happy Hogan a look, then pulled Rory to a secluded corner. Rory said without changing his expression, "An employee of Stark Industries entered my office. I was originally going to hand her over to the police, but since you invited me to be a special guest at the expo, I thought it would be better to let you know first." Tony's face stiffened, and he stood there awkwardly. "Oh, perhaps there's some misunderstanding." Rory said, "If it's a misunderstanding, that's for the best. Anyway, there's no loss, and I'll release her later." Now Tony was even more at a loss for words. It was Rory who spoke first. "I know there's something wrong with your body, but the answer isn't with me. If you don't want to give up Iron Man, the best solution for palladium poisoning is to switch to a new element, not to strengthen your body to fight it." No, I've tried every element," Tony Stark said dejectedly. "Have you really tried everything? Perhaps you've missed something." Rory smiled and patted Tony on the shoulder, then stopped Kathy and left the expo's backstage area. Watching Rory disappear into the crowd, Tony fell into deep thought. After the expo ended, Tony left the venue and walked towards his sports car. He saw a beautiful woman waiting beside his car, exchanged a few words, and got in. Seeing that the woman didn't intend to leave, Tony asked, "Is there anything else?" "To deliver a summons." The woman smiled and handed over the summons, which Happy Hogan in the passenger seat immediately took. "I hereby order you to attend a hearing before the Senate Armed Forces Committee at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The Federation, unable to manufacture its own Iron Man suits, resorts to blatant theft, a consistent practice, devoid of any credence. Even a globally renowned figure like Tony Stark faces this treatment. What about others? Therefore, it's not surprising that Rory received such treatment, as the entire nation operates this way. Why is Tony Stark so revered? Because he accomplished what the nation couldn't, even daring to defy those higher-ranking politicians. That's his individual heroism." Rory watched this farce on television at home. On the surface, they argued vehemently, but behind the scenes, they were senators affiliated with Hydra, James Rhodes, before becoming a war machine, and Justin Hammer, who aspired to surpass Stark Industries. The farce only officially ended when Tony Stark proclaimed, "I have successfully monopolized world peace." Looking at the smug Stark, Kathy, munching on popcorn, said, "No wonder so many people like him." Rory laughed. "Don't let his current smugness fool you, he'll be in big trouble soon." If Rory remembered correctly, Whiplash Ivanenko, thousands of miles away, should be close to completing the Orc reactor by now. It wouldn't be long before Ivan Vanko came looking for trouble. The arc reactor was developed jointly by Tony's father, Howard Stark, and Ivan Vanko's father, Ant Vanko. Records show that Ant Vanko was discovered smuggling weapons by Howard Stark and subsequently expelled from the country on espionage charges. Whether this is true or not is impossible to verify. Tony's high profile and Ant Vanko's death filled with hatred led Ivan Vanko to decide to take revenge on Tony Stark. Ivan Vanko's goal wasn't to defeat Tony, but to make Tony bleed, to let the world know that Iron Man isn't invincible, and that when even God bleeds, people will no longer believe in God. Finally, this greedy world would gradually consume Tony Stark, Iron Man. Sure enough, a few days later, Lowry received news that Tony Stark had been attacked in Monaco. News reports were everywhere, detailing every aspect of the attack. Just as in history, nothing unexpected happened, which reassured Lowry. Just when Lowry thought Tony Stark's palladium poisoning would worsen, Tony Stark didn't succumb to despair. He was even able to hold press conferences and continue participating in various events. Lowry couldn't help but feel suspicious. Shouldn't he be dying? A wild party, James Rhodes stealing his Iron Man suit and turning him into War Machine, then SHIELD appearing to help him create a new type of arc reactor. What went wrong? Anthony's team hadn't detected any abnormal reactions from Tony. Just in case, Lowry decided to meet Tony in person. He wanted to know what had happened to him. So one holiday afternoon, Rory drove to Tony's villa on the beach in Malibu and rang the doorbell of this super luxurious building. Chapter 128, A stroll around SHIELD led to a breakdown by Pierce. "Hey, I didn't expect it to be you." Tony gestured for Rory to enter the living room, poured 2 glasses of whiskey, handed one to Rory, and sat down on the sofa. Rory, holding his glass, glanced at Tony and smiled. "You seem to be doing well lately. Did you find a way to cure palladium poisoning?" Tony replied helplessly, "No, just a temporary solution." Something was definitely wrong. In normal history, Nick Fury from SHIELD would only appear to help after James Rhodes stole the suit, but the problem was that Rory hadn't received any news that James Rhodes had taken the suit. Rory asked curiously, "Would you mind telling me?" "No." Tony refused. "It's a very secretive department, so it's better if you don't know." The next second, Tony closed his eyes and fell asleep, the glass in his hand falling onto the expensive carpet. Using illusion magic to block surveillance, Rory then took out a needle and drew some blood from Tony. After obtaining the blood sample, Rory got up and left the villa. Tony slowly woke up an hour later. While Rory could use his death powers to knock others unconscious, he couldn't wake them. Tony, now awake, looked around but couldn't find Rory. He called out softly, "Jarvis, what just happened?" "Sir, you suddenly fainted an hour ago, and Mr. Rory, the visitor, left the villa." Retrieved the surveillance footage. Although Tony was an egomaniac, he was also a brilliant scientist. He didn't believe he would fall into coma for no reason. Beep. The intelligent butler Jarvis projected the retrieved surveillance footage onto the television. After watching it twice, Tony immediately noticed something was wrong. Rewind 13 seconds, played frame by frame. The video showed that shortly after Tony fainted, Rory got up and left. It seemed normal at first glance, but upon closer inspection, a logical inconsistency emerged. A normal person would immediately check on Tony's condition, and even if they didn't take him to the hospital, they would at least call for help. But Rory showed no reaction whatsoever, as if it were perfectly normal. This was very suspicious. "Stop, this is it." The location of Rory changed between the previous and next frames, as if the video had been edited. "Jarvis, are you sure this is the original video?" "Sir, I'm sure it's the original video footage." Tony found the problem, but he didn't know how to solve it, only becoming more wary of Rory. "Jarvis, gather all the information related to hypnosis for me." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Rory returned to the lab with Tony's blood sample and immediately began testing. He was stunned when he received the results. He had detected the components of the immortality potion in Tony's blood. "What's going on?" Kathy, seeing Rory's surprised expression, came over and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just felt something was off with Tony before, and it turns out there was a problem." The ingredients of the immortality potion were very complex, and only Rory knew the synthesis formula. So where did the immortality potion in Tony's body come from? Rory searched through his memory and finally found a clue. It was Peggy Carter. A white mouse bit Peggy Carter, causing her to mutate. Previously, it was thought to have only extended her lifespan and maintained her youth, but recently, they witnessed Peggy Carter's superhuman physical abilities. Now it seems that SHIELD scientists have cracked certain components of the mice's and Carter's genes. He had to clean up the mess he created himself. After figuring this out, Rory turned to Kathy and said, "Kathy, I need to go back to New York. You stay here and wait for me." "What happened? Do you want me to come with you?" Kathy asked with concern. Rory shook his head, not explaining much. Before leaving, Rory first made several inhibitors targeting the immortality potion's components, then quietly went to Tony's villa in Malibu. He sneaked into the villa and injected Tony while he was asleep. The inhibitor entered Tony's body, gradually suppressing the immortality components that were alleviating his symptoms, and palladium poisoning once again swept through Tony's body. Tony suddenly felt unwell in his sleep and woke up, experiencing the familiar feeling of palladium poisoning. "What's wrong with me?" Tony immediately jumped out of bed, took out a blood analyzer he hadn't used in a long time, and tested himself. After a moment, he stared in shock at the reading, 89% palladium poisoning. How is this possible? Suddenly realizing something, he shouted, "Jarvis, pull up the surveillance footage." Jarvis immediately retrieved the surveillance footage of Tony sleeping. Switch to thermal imaging. Beep. The previously normal image suddenly showed a red figure after switching to thermal imaging. It's him. After leaving Tony's house, Rhodes rushed to the airport and took the earliest flight to Washington. By the next day, Rhodes was already at the main entrance of the SHIELD headquarters, the Tri-Wing building. Using illusion magic to disguise himself, he quickly blended in. Rhodes had only one purpose for coming here, to destroy all experimental data related to the mice's genes, and perhaps even kill Peggy Carter, so that Nick Fury could become the new director. SHIELD's database was stored separately, and Rhodes searched for a long time before finally finding the area related to biological experiments. After processing all the data, he took the elevator to the underground laboratory to destroy all the experimental raw materials. The cold storage room containing the biological genetic materials required a password to enter. Rui didn't have the patience to wait for someone to arrive or crack the password. He simply released a weapon made of cosmic energy and drew a circle in the middle of the iron door. With a bang, Rui carved a hole as tall as a person through the heavy iron door. Entering the storage room, Rui moved a glass container and used the available materials to prepare a vat of highly acidic solvent, then threw all the biological genetic samples into the solvent. Under this acidic corrosion, no exposed genetic cells could survive, not even those from mice. He quickly processed all the biological samples in the storage room, destroying everything, regardless of whether they were from mice or not. Finally, he poured the solvent into the sewer, leaving not a single thing in the storage room. When the SHIELD laboratory staff came to retrieve the samples, they were dumbfounded. Looking at the cut-open door and the completely destroyed storage room, their souls nearly burst from their skulls. Beep beep beep. The Tri-Wing intrusion alarm blared throughout the building. All security forces immediately sealed off all exits and began an orderly search of the interior. In the director's office on the top floor, Peggy Carter was reviewing documents when she heard the alarm. She immediately pressed the intercom and asked, "What's going on outside?" Reporting, "Director, the biological experimentation department has been intruded upon. All data and samples are destroyed." Her subordinates immediately reported the situation to the director. Peggy Carter's face darkened. "Notify all security and agents to find the intruder. Daring to cause trouble at SHIELD headquarters? They've got a death wish." While Peggy Carter was still wondering who had intruded on SHIELD headquarters, Rory was still underground. The alarm sounded, all passages were sealed off, and the elevators stopped running. Rory, unable to find an exit, wandered around aimlessly. Clang, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A metal door opened automatically, and a line of armed security personnel rushed into the experimental area to search. They hurriedly passed by Rory, completely unaware that the intruder was right next to them. Rory walked through the automatic doors in the opposite direction, and a vast space came into view. The familiar aircraft carrier was located within this underground space. The helicarrier with its spiral blades first appeared in the Battle of New York 12 years ago. This flying carrier was not simply a matter of adding a few blades. The blades only served a stabilizing function. What truly propelled the carrier into the air was a multi-system, interconnected energy engine. Simply put, it was an infinitely enlarged version of the power system used by Iron Man. Before the arc reactor was invented, the helicarrier existed only in theory. It was only with the birth of Iron Man that this theory became a reality. In addition, the helicarrier required many modifications, such as weight reduction, the construction of defensive systems, and the secondary spatial layout, incorporating all the advanced technologies that SHIELD could currently utilize, even more complicated than building a new aircraft carrier. Rory wandered around, and surprisingly, he encountered Alexander Pierce and his Hydra members. Since Alexander Pierce had access to the elevator, Rory hitched a ride with him back to the surface. Find a way to get Steve and Peggy Carter's serum, notify the congressman, and get the Iron Man data as soon as possible. Yes, sir, but Peggy Carter's serum. Rumlow's expression showed slight difficulty. Peggy Carter was difficult to approach, and obtaining her blood sample was almost impossible. Find an opportunity, and if all else fails, take her out. Everyone in SHIELD obeyed Peggy Carter, and Pierce had truly had enough. The Security Council had promised him that he would be the next director of SHIELD as soon as Peggy Carter retired. But damn it, Peggy Carter was too resilient. He had been waiting for 20 years, and now he was the Security Council's Secretary of State for Security, but Peggy Carter still hadn't retired. What was even more infuriating was that he had become an old man, while Peggy Carter still looked young. How could he accept this? Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Pierce left with Rumlow and the others, with Rory following behind. The alarm remained on, and the entrances and exits remained closed, so Rory wandered aimlessly around the Tri-Wing building, soon arriving at the door of the director of SHIELD's office. Rory entered the office, and Peggy Carter, who was engrossed in processing documents, twitched her nose, suddenly looking up at the air in front of her. Her eyes were filled with doubt, tinged with a hint of wariness. A rodent's sense of smell is 50 to 100 times stronger than a human's, and from the moment Rory entered, she detected a familiar scent. Rory was equally surprised. He hadn't expected Peggy Carter to be so sensitive. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 The agreement reached amidst Peggy Carter's repeated deaths. Peggy Carter, seated in her director's chair, stared straight ahead. She couldn't see anything with her naked eye, but her sense of smell told her there was someone there, and someone she knew. Suddenly, the director's office was plunged into eerie darkness, startling Peggy Carter so much that she jumped up, her eyes wide with alertness. As the dim light gradually brightened, Peggy Carter noticed a figure about 2 meters away. With the light increasing, Rory's face slowly came into view. "Rory!" Peggy Carter exclaimed. Rory smiled and said, "Director Carter, long time no see." Peggy Carter's gaze first lingered on Rory's legs, then met his eyes and asked, "What are you doing here?" Rory's story had permeated almost the entire latter half of Peggy Carter's life. From 1970 until now, Rory had become a demon in Peggy Carter's heart. She often thought of Rory, but when she actually saw him, her heart would pound with tension. Rory sighed, "I made a small mistake before, and I've come here to correct it." He walked up to Peggy Carter, a golden dagger flashing in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he severed a lock of her hair. "According to the original timeline, you should have aged and died naturally in the next few years. But because of my appearance, some unexpected things happened to you that shouldn't have happened." Peggy Carter trembled, finally realizing that Rory's purpose was to kill her. Almost without hesitation, Peggy Carter suddenly attacked, her sharp nails slicing towards Rory's throat. Snap! The nails, capable of easily piercing metal, only left a white mark on Rory's neck. Snap! Rory gripped Peggy Carter's wrist, his smile vanishing as he coldly said, "Because of me, you've survived to this day. Not only are you ungrateful, but you've also caused me a lot of trouble. What am I supposed to do?" No matter how hard Peggy Carter tried, she couldn't pull her hand away from Rory's grasp. Although she had never used the super serum, Peggy Carter's physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, even comparable to super soldiers. At this moment, she finally directly felt Rory's power. "The potion that treated Tony Stark also came from you, didn't it?" Peggy Carter's expression changed several times before she said, "Rory, You clearly have a high level of knowledge. You could even use your knowledge and abilities to benefit the whole world. Why? Why? You should ask your old flame. He forced me to be an ordinary person and sent me back to a backward era where there was nothing. Why? Why can he decide my fate? At this point, Rory suddenly realized, oh, sorry, you probably will never see him again. Peggy Carter's expression changed, and she questioned, what did you do to him? The he they were referring to was none other than Captain America Steve Rogers, who had died once and was turned into a zombie by Angus. He's dead, Rory said calmly. And he was used for a slicing experiment by a mad scientist. Don't look at me like that. That scientist isn't me, of course, because I'd rather grind him to dust. Peggy Carter hadn't accepted the newly awakened Steve yet, waiting for the return of another Steve. Now Rory was telling her that the Steve she longed for was dead? How could she accept that? She immediately kicked Rory in anger, but all her anger was in vain. In Rory's eyes, she was no different from a little white rabbit. Alright, enough reminiscing, time to get down to business. What was business? Correcting history. Of course. Just as Rory's golden energy dagger was about to slit Peggy Carter's neck, a portal suddenly lit up, and a runic whip lashed out from the other side of the portal, wrapping itself around Rory's arm. Rory, stop. Strange stepped across the portal, desperately pulling the runic whip away with one arm. Then another portal appeared, and the yellow-robed Ancient One cast a spell, instantly pulling the group into the mirror space. Rory, still gripping Peggy Carter's hand, dispelled the illusion and looked at the two sorcerers supreme, especially the one-armed one. Curious, he asked, what are you doing here? But it doesn't matter, are you two here to die? The one-armed Strange was definitely the one from the Celestial Isle world. As for why he was here, it was most likely related to the Ancient One. Strange retracted his rune whip and sighed, I might not be your match, but don't think you can easily defeat us either. I just want to talk to you. I have nothing to talk to you about, Rory refused without hesitation. With that, he swiftly severed Peggy Carter's head, ending the life of the beautiful director who had lived from the 70s to the present, waiting for Captain America Steve. But Strange and the Ancient One remained unfazed. A green primal stone appeared in Strange's hand. Rory hesitated for half a second. Time stone. Delusion. He instantly activated his technique, raising his longsword and slashing directly at Strange. With a clang, he shattered the rune disc thrown by the Ancient One, cleaving Strange in two with a single sword stroke. Before Rory could even rejoice, a wave of dizziness washed over him. When he recovered, he found Peggy Carter's head had reappeared in his hand. It was the power of the Time Stone, everything that had just happened had been reset. Disgusted, Rory lightly pinched her neck, instantly snapping Peggy Carter's cervical vertebrae, killing her again. He tossed aside Carter's corpse and asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Strange hurriedly replied, Wanda, I need Wanda. She caused the collision of Earths in two parallel universes. I must take her back to resolve this. Rory was about to speak when he suddenly remembered something and changed the subject, asking, you've also been to the Illuminati's universe? He vaguely remembered Mr. Fantastic of the Illuminati mentioning the Earth collision, and that it was the Illuminati who wanted to capture Wanda, which was why Rory suspected Strange had also been to the Illuminati's universe. Strange didn't hide anything, immediately stating, yes, I was there too, but after you left. To avoid more serious consequences, the Illuminati agreed to let me talk to you first, otherwise. Wanda had already evolved into the Scarlet Witch, and Strange was no match for her, which was why he sought out Rory first. He intended to resolve the incident through negotiation. Rory sneered, otherwise what? Do they still dare to start a dimensional war? He then added, if you want to capture Wanda, go do it yourself. I won't help you. After saying that, Rory began to unleash his death power, attempting to violently break through the mirror dimension. The next second, time reset again. Peggy Carter was back in Rory's hands. Are you fucking done yet? Rory punched Peggy Carter's head, his eyes dark as he looked at Strange. At this moment, the Ancient One, who had come along, spoke up, Rory, all of this started because of you. You should be held responsible. Why should I be responsible? I owe you. Rory never owed anyone anything, but this world owed him a great deal. While Wanda was a bit love-struck and only wanted to find her family, she and Rory had supported each other along the way, and she even helped him resolve his doubts about the power of death. Compared to Strange and the others, Wanda's personality was more to Laurie's liking. Now, just because he needed to save the Illuminati who had attacked him, he was being asked to help capture Wanda? Laurie had many flaws, but he couldn't bring himself to betray his teammates. Laura then glared at the Ancient One. "And you, weren't you going to kill me? Come on, do it." The Ancient One's expression was grim, but she showed no intention of attacking Laurie. If she could capture Laurie, she wouldn't have given Strange so much time to waste. Besides, now wasn't the best time to act. Wanda could cause a collision between Earth and Earth in another universe, and she could also cause a collision between Earth and Earth in this universe. She and Strange needed Laurie's help. Furthermore, even if they did act, capturing Laurie wouldn't be easy. The Ancient One's own power wasn't enough to subdue Laurie. To gain greater power, she would need to draw upon the power of the Dark Dimension. However, if she used dark power, the death energy within Laurie would be her absolute nemesis. If she had a way to deal with Laurie, the Ancient One would have acted the moment she appeared, instead of chatting calmly like this. "Is there anything else? If not, let me go. If you want to keep me tied up like this, Wanda might come looking for me anytime." Then, Strange sighed and continued to persuade, "Let's talk about terms. If Wanda helps resolve the Illuminati's Earth collision crisis, I can let her stay in this universe." Laurie asked suspiciously, "You mean Wanda doesn't have to die? You're agreeing to let her stay here?" Strange had been desperately trying to take him back to his original universe, but now he was easily agreeing to let Wanda stay. It all seemed suspicious. The Ancient One's expression changed, as if she wanted to say something but remained silent. Laurie couldn't understand what these sorcerers were up to, so he didn't immediately agree, instead saying perfunctorily, "I need to talk to Wanda." "Okay, I'll wait for your news." Whoosh, time reset again. Laurie turned his head blankly to look at Peggy Carter, who had died and come back to life, died and came back to life again. He finally understood Dormammu's feelings back then. The mirror space disappeared, but Laurie showed no intention of letting go of Peggy Carter, deep in thought. The Ancient One spoke up at this moment, "She won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Killing her won't do you any good. That's for the best." Laurie didn't want to waste time on Peggy Carter. With a time stone in hand, Strange wouldn't find it so easy to kill her. After Laurie left, Peggy Carter looked at Strange and the Ancient One and asked, "And who are you?" The two sorcerers supreme, of course, wouldn't answer her question. A portal lit up, and Strange and the Ancient One disappeared from the director of SYNOPSIS' office. Although Peggy Carter did not have the memory of being repeatedly tormented by Rhodes, the appearance of the mage completely changed her worldview and planted a seed in her heart. Chapter 130. The first element of becoming a superhero is to proactively take on responsibility. Kamar Taj, the sacred side of the Guardians of the Universe. The Strange family returned the Eye of Agamotto to the Ancient One. The Ancient One accepted the Eye of Agamotto and put it back around her neck, then asked the question that had been bothering her. "Strange, why did you agree to let Wanda from another universe stay?" The Ancient One was worried that this universe would also face a collision crisis with Earth. The best solution would be to expel Wanda. Since Strange agreed, there might be a reason she didn't know. Strange put down his teacup and explained, "The Book of Vishanti disappeared many years ago, but I found it. The Illuminati's condition was that I help them resolve the collision crisis. Once I obtain the Book of Vishanti, I can strengthen the protective barriers of Earth in these universes, and the collision crisis will naturally be resolved. As for keeping Wanda, it's because I sensed malice from the future. Wanda might be able to help this world. The responsibility of a guardian of the universe is like patching a system. Whatever problem arises, that's what you patch." Previously, because of the risk posed by Laurie, the Guardians of Magic wanted to deal with him. Now that they couldn't, they could only continue patching things up from other angles to fix the system vulnerabilities that had arisen with Laurie's appearance. The Book of Vishanti, part of the Trinity, is also unique. Its magic can effectively repair various vulnerabilities, and there's only one Book of Vishanti in the multiverse, so Strange must obtain it. After leaving SHIELD's Triangular Wing headquarters, Laurie immediately called Wanda, inquired about her location, and arranged a meeting. Back in Los Angeles on the West Coast, he picked up Kathy and flew directly to Sokovia. Wanda was born in 1989. When the Sokovia missile attack occurred in 1999, Wanda and Quicksilver were only 10 years old. The bomb manufactured by Stark Industries that landed at her home wasn't a dud. It was a manifestation of Wanda's not yet fully awakened witchcraft. The current timeline is 2009, Wanda and Quicksilver are exactly 20 years old. The timeline of the Celestial Isle world is 2023, so the Scarlet Witch who came with Rory is now 34 years old. Perhaps due to their practice of chaos magic and dark power, the two Wandas look almost identical, the biggest difference being their demeanor. The 20-year-old Wanda is simple and innocent, while the 34-year-old Wanda is mature and composed, with a slight air of a married woman. The convertible Audi drove into downtown Sokovia, and after stopping, Rory and Kathy got out and went into a roadside cafe together. There, Kathy found Wanda sitting in the corner first, and then the two of them went over together. Wanda stirred her coffee and asked, "Why don't you two enjoy life? How come you have time to see me?" Kathy chuckled, "Seeing how you've been doing lately. I'm fine, doing nothing all day, just watching my other self grow healthily." The younger Wanda has now been taken by Hydra for experiments. Since the advent of Iron Man and the exhumation of Steve Rogers, Hydra, hidden underground, has once again begun human enhancement experiments. The idea that superheroes attract supervillains is no joke. For example, Hydra, which sought world domination, waged a spy war before the advent of superheroes. However, with the emergence of superheroes, Hydra needed the ability to counter them if it wanted to achieve anything, thus creating supervillains. Wanda and Quicksilver, with their innate talents, became Hydra's first choice. Wanda chatted with Kathy for a while, then turned to Rory and asked, "Tell me, did you come to see me because you have something important to say?" Rory nodded, casting an illusion that enveloped the three of them, shielding them from external sounds and senses. "Strange came to see me." "Strange? He's not as good as you mean the Strange from our original world?" Wanda asked, suddenly realizing. The current Wanda had absolutely no goodwill towards the Sorcerer Supreme. Strange had thrown her into a dimensional dimension and abandoned her. If Earth's protective barrier hadn't malfunctioned, whether she could have returned was another matter entirely. The Ancient One was even worse, daring to absorb the power of the Dark Dimension for her own use, a complete hypocrite. Conversely, Wanda, who cultivated the Dark Book, also had problems. Her mind was clouded, she killed someone, and she even used the Dark Book's magic to break through dimensional barriers. They were all equally guilty. As for Rory, he never claimed to be a good person. How did he get here? What does he want from you? Is he here to see me? Rory tapped his chin slightly. He's here to see you, but not to capture you. He wants your help. Rory recounted his entire meeting with the two Sorcerers Supreme to Wanda, word for word. Wanda fell silent for a long time after listening. Rory had no opinion on this matter. Whether Wanda went or not was fine, as long as Wanda didn't die, it wouldn't affect him. Rory's only opinion was that he disliked the Sorcerers Supreme. After a long silence, Wanda suddenly sighed and said, "The crisis on Earth in the Illuminati universe was caused by me, and it should be my responsibility to resolve it." Wanda, after all, was a superhero who had served in the Avengers, and no longer affected by the Dark Book. She ultimately decided to shoulder her responsibility. Her only concern was whether this version of Wanda would follow the normal course of history. Rory calmly said, "I won't stop you if you want to go. You can leave things here to me, and I will request the Illuminati to send hostages to ensure your safety until the crisis is completely resolved." "Thank you, Rory." Kathy then asked with concern, "What if they lied to you?" Back in the Illuminati universe, those people had repeatedly threatened to kill Wanda. If they hadn't left beforehand, she might really have died there. Wanda smiled confidently, "They'll pay a heavy price if they want to deal with me." Rory smiled coldly, "I vouch for it. If they dare to play any tricks." With that, Rory lightly activated his death power, and the apples in the fruit bowl instantly withered, leaving only a dry, peeling skin. Through this period of exploration, Rory had gained a basic understanding of the use of death power. He could shield others' mental world, such as causing them to fall into coma, or communicate with other psychics. He could also materialize death power, forming an energy form to launch attacks, such as fire or something else. He could also apply death power to living beings, extracting their life force. The extracted life force wouldn't strengthen Rory himself, but would instead nourish the death power. Through several experiments, Rory didn't find that the death power within him had increased or become stronger. Perhaps it required too much life force, and the little he extracted was simply insufficient. The goddess of death is the embodiment of the end of all life in the universe. The destruction of life is calculated on a planetary scale. Rory was still far from mastering that. Wanda, upon seeing this, showed a surprised expression and asked, "You can actually wield the power of death?" Manipulation and application are two completely different concepts in terms of energy manifestation. Manipulation is using the power of others to strengthen oneself. The energy attribute itself doesn't change, such as Wanda's chaos magic and the Ancient One's dark power. Application, however, is different. Application touches upon the rules themselves. It doesn't use energy, but rather the rules that energy represents. The most representative example is the 6 Infinity Stones. Strange used the Time Stone, and Thanos used the Infinity Stones. They were using the power of rules. Rory's use of the power of death to absorb life force is also a manifestation of rules. If given the chance to return to Celestial Isle, Rory very much wanted to try and drain Mr. Immortal dry. A few days later, Strange, having received the notification, arrived in Sokovia. Upon seeing Wanda again, Strange greeted her with a melancholy tone. "Wanda, long time no see." "It has been long enough," Wanda replied bluntly, not in the mood for reminiscing. "I already know why you're here. No need for further words. As long as the Illuminati agrees to leave a hostage here, I can go back with you immediately." Strange turned to look at Rory. Rory nodded slightly. "It was my suggestion. Wanda and the Illuminati have a deep-seated feud, and I don't trust them, so a hostage must be sent to me. Of course, the hostage couldn't be just anyone, it had to be an important member of the Illuminati, like the Invisible Woman, Susan." Strange had heard about the conflicts between the two sides and understood Wanda and Rory's concerns. The death of Black Wizard was a huge blow to the Illuminati, and saving the world and revenge aren't mutually exclusive. It was understandable that they worried the Illuminati would betray them after using them. Strange immediately replied, "Okay, I'll handle the communication with the Illuminati. I'll contact you both as soon as I have any news." To obtain the Book of Vishanti, Strange had practically become the first messenger of the multiverse. After Strange left, Wanda brought Rory to the outskirts of the Hydra base. The two stood atop a hill, looking towards the distant castle. Wanda whispered, "Little Wanda is over there. Actually, Hydra treats her quite well, she's well fed and cared for, and they don't conduct any excessive human experiments." Hydra had indeed never mistreated Wanda and Quicksilver, even treating them like family and nurturing them carefully. Even when the Avengers attacked, Baron Strucker never considered sending Wanda and Quicksilver to fight. Even after the base was destroyed, his final thought was for Wanda and Quicksilver to leave, lest they be captured by the Avengers. These weren't experimental subjects, they were family. "After I leave, I hope you can take good care of her for me. If I don't come back, could you?" Wanda didn't finish her sentence, but Rory already understood what she meant. She was begging Rory to protect Vision and Wanda, and not to repeat the mistakes she had made. Because she had been caught in the rain. She didn't want little Wanda to experience that kind of suffering again. Rory said speechlessly, "Isn't it a bit too early for you to entrust your child to us? Besides, you need to have confidence in yourself. If things get bad, call for backup. Come find me here or go to Celestial Isle to find Pain. Do you think we're afraid of the Illuminati?" Wanda smiled and didn't continue the conversation. Chapter 131 An unexpected business trip leads to Pym Hank being stolen again. Strange wouldn't be back with any news for a while. Rory returned to Los Angeles from Sokovia and, upon arriving at the lab, encountered Tony Stark, Iron Man, blocking the door. "You murderer, I finally caught you." Tony's face was pale, his body swaying precariously, exuding the deathly aura of an old man, as if he were about to collapse at any moment. Rory asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" You. The weakened Tony Stark slumped to the ground, pointing at Rory. "What did you inject me with? Why is my body?" Rory sighed, then helped Tony Stark into the lab. He took a palladium poisoning detector from Tony's pocket and, after testing, discovered the value was a staggering 98%, putting him at risk of death at any moment. Rory quickly injected him with an active agent used for serum enhancement. Anyone else could die, but not Tony. If he died, Vision would be finished too. After a while, Tony Stark's condition improved significantly. Color gradually returned to his face, and his breathing became much more even. Before the awakened Tony could speak, Rory asked first, "Tony, why aren't you looking for a cure for palladium poisoning? What are you doing here? I was already better, but you're the one who made me like this." Tony pulled out the surveillance footage. Although the thermal imaging couldn't clearly show the face, Tony was certain that the person was Rory. And indeed, it was. Rory hadn't expected Tony to be so vigilant and cautious, even thinking of using thermal imaging to break the illusion. His mind was indeed clever. Originally, he was trying to correct history, but he almost killed Tony. Rory said speechlessly, "Using biological agents won't completely cure your body. I warned you before, and told you to find a new arc reactor element. You're lying to me. There's no such element in the world." Tony's mind had gotten stuck in the dead end of biotechnology treatment, completely ignoring the possibility of replacing the arc reactor element. Tony had only done one thing recently: search for Rory. Completely disappearing from public view, under pressure from Congress and the military, James Rhodes ultimately stole an Iron Man suit from Tony. Rory said helplessly, "Okay, the new element is actually hidden in the relics Howard left you. You'll have to find the answer yourself. That's all I can say." "You're really not lying to me?" Creating the new element was important for Tony Stark, but even more important was the reconciliation between Tony and his father, Howard. Without reconciliation, Tony would never become the Iron Man of the future. Tony couldn't understand Rory. He was framing him while simultaneously providing him with a treatment plan. He didn't understand the meaning behind Rory's actions. However, in reality, Rory wasn't doing this to help Tony. He could disregard history and the future. He didn't even care about the birth and destruction of the universe. But since he promised Wanda that Vision would be born successfully, he would definitely keep his word. A true man's promise is harder than adamantium. Rory put away the syringe, took off his gloves, and said, "If I had any ill intentions towards you, I wouldn't have saved you when you were about to die. Go, your time is running out." Although filled with doubts, Tony still followed Rory's advice, because he had no other choice. He then left the lab to search for Howard Stark's belongings. Kathy hadn't returned from her secret visit to her elderly father, so after washing up, Rory sat on the sofa and called Anthony to find out what had happened to the monitored targets recently. Anthony reported all the intelligence in detail. After the intrusion, SHIELD had secretly transferred all classified information to another base. Peggy Carter seemed to have undergone some changes and was currently preparing some big plan. Captain America Steve was either fighting crime or on his way to fight crime, and rarely had the opportunity to meet with Peggy Carter. Magneto seemed to have been secretly meeting with someone recently, but the specifics were still unclear. Anthony needed some time to conduct a more detailed investigation. Also, Magneto's mutant subordinates weren't as obedient as he had imagined, but fortunately, they hadn't caused any major trouble. Finally, there was the recent loss of the Iron Man suit. James Rhodes, after obtaining the War Machine, didn't hand it over to Congress as usual, but instead sent it directly to the military lab for painting and comprehensive weapon modifications. With the phone on speakerphone, Rory, peeling an apple, asked, "How's the investigation into the Eternals going?" Rory knew the addresses of several members of the Eternals 10, but had no intention of contacting them. He had thoroughly studied the Eternals' genes, but they wouldn't offer any advantage to his current strength. What he truly desired was the Eternals' Domo spaceship. Spanning 3 dimensions and traversing different timelines, Rory had never even left Earth once. He planned to get his spaceship and explore outer space after the Wanda and Vision incident was over. Crunch! Rory took a bite of his peeled apple. Anthony, on the other end of the phone, replied, "Boss, that's what I find most strange." "What is it?" "We've searched several locations, but haven't found any information about the Eternals." Rory paused. "You mean there aren't any Eternals?" "Yes, boss. The London Museum, Chicago, Tina's secluded place in Australia, we've searched almost everywhere. This world doesn't have any Eternals? And has the celestial race's Shyamalan not been resurrected?" Rory was confused and could only say, "Let's search more carefully, maybe they were hiding." A few days after returning to Los Angeles, Kathy showed Rory the Ant-Man suit she had developed. Rory didn't understand this technology, but still praised the suit's beauty. "I want to get some Pym Particles, will you come with me?" With Rory by her side, she wouldn't even need to sneak in. Having nothing else to do, Rory immediately agreed to Kathy's suggestion. "Okay, let's go now." Pym Corporation was very close to Kathy Biotech, less than a 2-minute walk away. Before they even stepped out of the company gate, a portal suddenly lit up in front of them. The one-armed hero, Strange, walked out of the portal. "Are all mages this rude? Next time, could you at least knock first?" Strange was taken aback. Guardian mages always open portals like this, practically opening the door right in front of someone to save themselves a lot of trouble. However, considering the current situation, Strange awkwardly touched his nose and said, "Ahem. I'll definitely be more careful next time." He then explained his purpose. The Illuminati has agreed. They'll probably send her over tomorrow, along with Wanda. Rory nodded. Okay. Also, warn the Illuminati, if they dare cause trouble, I'll destroy their world. You should know I have that ability. Rory's strength wasn't invincible, but his abilities were deadly, like creating a virus serum capable of wiping out all life on a planet. Strange immediately said, "Don't worry, I'll protect Wanda. I need to inform Wanda, so I won't disturb you two any longer." He then opened a portal to Sokovia and left. Rory took Kathy straight to Pym Corporation. Dr. Pym was focused on scientific research, and the company was currently being managed by his apprentice, Klaus. The two had differing philosophies, and their conflicts had recently escalated. Because of the loss of his lover, Janet, Dr. Pym planned to shelve Ant-Man technology. Klaus, however, wanted to apply this technology to military operations, aiming to become a super-military conglomerate like Stark Industries. Unfortunately, Dr. Pym's secrets were too well hidden, and Klaus had dug for a long time without finding the core technology. The two had another argument in the office today, witnessed by Rory and Kathy, who had entered using illusion magic. Sometimes I really want to help them, and this Klaus doesn't seem like a good person at all. I really don't understand why Dr. Pym would trust him. Kathy was looking at the situation from Scott's perspective. From Klaus's perspective, Dr. Pym's withholding technology that could change the world order was also a waste. Ambition isn't the problem, nor is ruthlessness. The real problem is that Klaus is a loser. Arriving at the secret room storing Pym Particles, Rory conjured a sharp weapon and broke the lock. Dr. Pym's luck was truly terrible. He lost Pym Particles time and time again, unwilling to use them yet unwilling to destroy them, ultimately benefiting others. Kathy not only took a few Pym Particles, but also copied Dr. Pym's experimental data, intending to take it back for further study. Kathy left with a grin, laden with her spoils, but hadn't gone far when she heard Dr. Pym scream behind her. "No. Who? Which damn thief stole my things?" Kathy stuck out her tongue and pulled Rory along, quickly running out of Pym Corporation. Back in their own biotech lab, Kathy immediately went to study the Ant-Man suit, while Rory prepared dinner. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Strange and Wanda appeared at the entrance of Kathy Biotech, pressing the intercom and patiently waiting for the door to open. Wanda gave Strange a strange look, and the two walked in together after the company door opened. Rory handed Wanda a pouch containing several vials of medicine, instructing her, 2 nutrient vials, to accelerate recovery when injured, 1 life growth vial, to sustain life for 10 hours when in near death, and 1 viral serum. If the Illuminati breaks their promise, smash this vial, it will wipe out all life on Earth within 10 cycles. Especially when he introduced the last vial, the viral serum, Strange and Wanda simultaneously shuddered. Since Rory had promised to help her find Vision, he would absolutely not let Wanda die before Vision was born. "Okay, let's go," Wanda said, putting away the vials. Then, together with Strange, they cast a spell to open a dimensional rift between the two universes. Rory thought the hostage sent by the Illuminati would be the Invisible Woman, Susan, but what emerged from the dimensional rift was an old man in a wheelchair. "Rory? Chapter 132 Why are you coming in a group? Do you think this is a tourist trip? Dr. Charles?" Rory stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing bald man. Professor Charles smiled and greeted Rory. "Hello, kid, we meet again." Seeing that Rory was no longer in his wheelchair, he jokingly added, "I was going to exchange experiences about wheelchairs with you, but it seems unnecessary now." Just as Rory was about to ask why the hostage was Professor Charles Xavier, several more figures emerged from the dimensional rift. Cyclops, Storm, Iceman, Shadowcat, Colossus, Wolverine, and X-23 Laura, more than 20 mutants in total. Looking at the room full of mutants, Rory said speechlessly, "What's going on? Did you come here for a group tour?" Professor Charles explained, "We don't understand magic, and we mutants can't get involved in this crisis. Eric and the Brotherhood of Mutants just happened to escape here, so I thought I'd come and see if Eric had caused you any trouble." The old man was good at conversation, always thinking of others. Unfortunately, it was Rory who initiated the hostage exchange, And now the Illuminati had indeed delivered over 20 hostages. What could he do? You can stay, but I warn you not to cause trouble. Some of the mutants behind Professor Charles scoffed at Rory's warning, but Charles took it to heart. After a brief exchange, Strange led Wanda through the dimensional rift to the Illuminati's universe. Professor Charles, meanwhile, led his students to find a suitable place to stay. They rented a villa that very day. With so many people, purchasing supplies became a hassle, requiring truckloads to be delivered to the villa, even attracting questioning from the police. Rory wouldn't take in these mutants, but he was very interested in the X gene within them. They were practically offering themselves up for experimentation. The strengths and weaknesses of mutants were obvious. Those with high destructive power were often fragile, while those with high physical strength had relatively low destructive power. Given the opportunity, Rory wanted to try creating more invincible and diverse mutants. Perhaps he could even introduce mutant genes into the Celestial Isle world to create more reserve armed forces. However, to obtain the mutants' genes, he needed a pretext first. Forcibly taking them would make him seem somewhat evil. Professor, we haven't found Magneto yet. I think it's necessary to take some special measures to find him. Charles, sitting in his wheelchair, shook his head. This isn't our own world, it's best not to act recklessly. Finding Magneto wouldn't be easy for Charles. Magneto and the Brotherhood of Mutants were in Manhattan, New York, in the east, while Charles and the X-Men were in Los Angeles on the west coast, spanning an entire union. It wasn't something he could just find casually. Storm entered the living room with a laptop, projecting the screen onto the 98-inch super-large TV. While operating the laptop, she said, "This is some information I've gathered so far. The current time is August 2009, 9 years before Thanos' invasion. The news is full of someone named Tony Stark. He developed a high-tech suit, everyone calls him Iron Man. I also found information about Project Pegasus, but not about Captain Marvel. Maria Rambeau is just an ordinary person. And Captain America isn't Peggy Carter, but someone named Steve Rogers, who was frozen in the Arctic for 70 years and only just awakened last year. There's no information about Black Bolt or the Inhumans. This world doesn't have any mutants either. Relatively speaking, this is a universe with relatively weak technology and superpowers. All the mutants gathered in the living room, some sitting, some standing, their eyes glued to the screen. Cyclops, arms crossed, asked, "And who is this guy named Rory?" Storm typed a few words on the keyboard and said, "Information about him is very limited. We only found a little bit of information in an official secret file." She then pulled up a photo of Rory and displayed it on the screen, continuing, "Rory, age suspected to be 21 to 25, Asian, first appeared on 5th Avenue in Manhattan in April 2008, all other information is unknown." Suddenly, Shadow Kid noticed something in one of Rory's photos, pointing to a corner and exclaiming, "Look, isn't that Captain Carter?" Storm immediately zoomed in on the photo, refining the pixels, and the face revealed was indeed Peggy Carter. After a brief discussion, Professor Charles spoke up, "This Rory is special. Wanda and Strange's attitude towards him gives us some clues. If it's not necessary, we should try not to provoke him." Cyclops was simply annoyed by Rory's attitude. He wouldn't deliberately cause him trouble. "Alright, our only goal now is to find Magneto, Eric and the members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Finding Magneto, Eric in a vast sea of people is like finding a needle in a haystack." Although Rory had warned them, Storm still suggested using official channels to search. After careful consideration, Professor Charles finally agreed to Storm's suggestion. The X-Men split into 3 teams. Cyclops led a team to investigate the whereabouts of Magneto and the Brotherhood of Mutants. Storm led a team to handle logistics, purchasing equipment and raw materials to build a simple telepathic amplifier. If they couldn't blow up Magneto, Professor Charles would be their last resort. The last team consisted of inexperienced and uncontrollable mutants, responsible for guarding the villa. The X-Men's investigation was simple and brutal, using various superpowers and illegitimate channels to obtain information. For example, Shadowkit could lead people through walls to enter the core area of official intelligence, or they could capture an intelligence broker and dump him in front of Professor Charles, using telepathy to forcibly obtain information. Although they had found some information about a Brotherhood of Mutants, they still hadn't been able to find Magneto, Eric. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. "Professor, this is the intelligence we just gathered. Sabertooth was discovered hunting a brown bear in the wild, and the Secret Service has intervened. If Sabretooth is captured. Professor Charles nodded, you're right. We can't let them capture Sabretooth, otherwise humanity will definitely start researching mutants. I'll go notify Cyclops and have him take some men over there. At this moment, Cyclops was capturing a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants, and during the chase, he accidentally entered a technology industrial park. Cyclops didn't know what this place was for, and there were an unusually large number of people, making it difficult to use his superpowers freely. Several X-Men weaved through the crowd, carefully searching for the mutant Toad. Toad was an early member of the Brotherhood of Mutants, possessing superhuman jumping ability and a flexible, extra-long tongue that could also spit out sticky saliva. A day ago, Toad caused an injury incident, which Cyclops discovered, and he immediately led his men to pursue him. Cyclops led his team to the perimeter of a stage lined with rows of robots, resembling an armed robot expo magical and cannon. Take your men over there. Shadowcat and I will go the other way. Try not to alert the civilians here. They split up to search in two directions. Just as they left the central stage of the expo, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Iron Man, Tony Stark, landed in front of James Rhodes, who had just become War Machine. The black-painted War Machine, with assault rifle slung over his arms and a Gatling gun on his shoulder, had an abstract feel, a fusion of futuristic machines and modern weaponry. With Iron Man's appearance, the Hammer Industries Expo reached its climax. Tony walked to Rhodes' side, waving to the audience while speaking to him through the channel. We're in trouble. Justin Hammer is working with Ivan Vanko. The Ivan Vanko who attacked you in Morocco? James Rhodes was taken aback. The next second, the Gatling gun on James Rhodes' shoulder suddenly activated, aiming at Iron Man, Tony Stark, regardless of Rhodes' control. Rhodes, did you do this? No, it wasn't me. The system has been hacked. Get out of here. Not only War Machine, but also the two rows of robots behind it experienced the same thing, all pointing their weapons at Tony. Tony glanced at the civilians below the stage, activated his thrusters, and said, let's find another place to fight. Guns spat fire, firing into the air as Iron Man moved, just enough to pierce the glass dome of the building above. Huge shards of glass fell on the crowd, easily taking the lives of the civilians below. At this critical moment, a laser beam suddenly lit up, shattering the falling glass into fragments. Phantom Cat ran to two frightened civilians, reaching out to grab them. The falling glass didn't hurt them, instead, it passed right through their bodies. Magic Liana released a psionic shield to protect the civilians, while simultaneously summoning her armor and soul sword, leaping up and easily slicing through the tempered glass. Evacuate the civilians. Get everyone out of there first. Cyclops shouted, pointing at the robots running off the stage. Magical, destroy those robots. Magical Liana, receiving the order, nodded and silently rushed towards the nearest robot. She leaped up, swinging her soul sword, about to sever the robot's head, when suddenly her ankle was pulled, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Turning her head, she saw the mutant Toad retracting its long tongue, grinning at her. Toad spotted at 11 o'clock on the stage. Come help. The sudden appearance of the mutant attracted some attention, but the immediate priority was still the suddenly out-of-control armed robots. Black Widow Natasha glanced in the direction of the mutants, took out her phone, and dialed a number. Superhuman spotted. Create new file. Time: 7:21 p.m. Location: Stark Industries. She then followed Pepper Potts to Justin Hammer's backstage area. Stark Industrial Park was in complete chaos, and Rory at the Los Angeles lab happened to see it on television. Chapter 133 Phoenix Power? Give it to me. Tony, having just created a new element for the arc reactor, was thrown into battle before he even had a chance to test its performance. Black Widow Natasha, knowing Ivan Vanko was behind it all, immediately rushed to Hammer Technologies headquarters. She didn't find Ivan Vanko, but she regained control of War Machine. Iron Man and War Machine immediately launched a counterattack against a robot army. Missiles rained down on the crowd, and Justin Hammer and his Hammer Industries were utterly wiped out. Rory, seeing the mutants on the news, wasn't worried. Having experienced 2 history correction operations, Rory realized that no matter how he tried to alter the course of history, some changes would always occur. For example, without Rory's intervention, Tony might have become a superhuman. To correct the course of history, he had to force-feed Tony the new arc reactor formula. The course of history was interconnected, Unless the problem was fundamentally solved, what had already happened could not be changed. So, Rory wasn't going to babysit this world anymore. Let them do whatever they want, as long as Vision's appearance is guaranteed, nothing else matters. If all else fails, he'll just kidnap Tony and force him to create Vision. However, the exposure of the mutants did give Rory a perfect excuse, an excuse to cause trouble for them. I'm going out for a bit. Kathy, sitting to the side with her laptop, was comparing technical data on the Ant-Man suit. Without looking up, she said, "Okay, be back early tonight." "Boss, I'll go with you." Anthony, who had just arrived from Washington that day, stood up. Rory nodded, and the two walked out of the lab building together. A short while later, Rory and Anthony appeared outside the villa Professor Charles had temporarily rented. Swish, Anthony swiftly severed the lock with his knife, pushed the door open, and barged inside. Wolverine, who was lying by the pool drinking beer and smoking a cigar, raised an eyelid. "You'd better get out before I lose my temper." Anthony walked up to Wolverine. Logan, without a word, suddenly reached out and overturned the lounge chair, throwing Logan into the pool along with it. Splash! Wolverine, with his adamantium skeleton, sank to the bottom of the pool instantly. Whoosh! The drunken Wolverine instantly sobered up underwater, revealing his claws and crawling out along the poolside. Tui! Wolverine spat out his soaking cigar, glaring at Anthony and yelling, "Damn it, you messed with the wrong person." His 45-centimeter claws increased his attack range, but when Wolverine saw Anthony extend an adamantium bone knife 3 times longer than his claws, his gathered momentum instantly dissipated by half. The hot-tempered Wolverine couldn't tolerate this any longer, roaring as he charged at Anthony. Rory stepped into the villa, leaving Anthony and Wolverine alone. PFFT, PFFT, the two superpowered individuals with adamantium skeletons stabbed each other, neither willing to give in, and soon the villa's garden was completely destroyed. Upon entering the villa, Rory ignored the group of mutants and sat down in front of Professor Charles, saying, "Professor Charles, don't you have anything to explain to me?" Professor X hesitated. "Rory, listen to me, they just want to save people. Saving people is not a reason. The appearance of mutants will cause more serious consequences. I don't believe you don't understand this." But Rory didn't want to waste words and said coldly, "Either stay here immediately and don't go anywhere, and then leave my world as soon as Wanda returns, unless you want to stay forever. In that case, I can leave you a few graves on the hillside." Iceman took the initiative to defend Professor Charles, questioning, "Your world also has superheroes, why must you target us mutants? In any case, we are your guests." "Oh, what are you saying? When I went to the Illuminati world, you didn't treat me as a guest." Rory stood up and walked to Iceman, sneering, "Also, this is my world. You'd better show some respect when you speak to me." Bang! With a flick of his finger, Rhodes sent Iceman flying 7 or 8 meters before crashing headfirst into a wall. Iceman, clutching his throbbing head, was helped to his feet by another mutant. He glared at Rhodes, saying, "No world welcomes someone like you." Rhodes laughed. "I don't need anyone's welcome. If I want to go somewhere, I'll just tear down the door like this and walk in. What can you do about it?" "I can do this." Iceman suddenly unleashed his freezing superpowers at Rhodes. Frost rushed towards him, but a cosmic energy shield easily blocked the -76°C frost. A golden longsword appeared in Rhodes' hand, and Colossus, standing nearby, instantly turned metal and rushed to shield Iceman from the fatal blow. Boom! Colossus, slashed through the air, crashed into the wall with Iceman in his arms, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. Colossus's metallic skin was dented, with a crack cut into the center by the energy sword, the most serious injury he'd suffered since gaining his superpowers. Seeing this, Warhead, Colossus's closest ally, immediately released particle energy towards Rhodes. "No!" Professor Charles shouted, but it was too late. Boom! The particle energy on Warhead exploded, but Rhodes remained unmoved. It was Warhead himself who was blasted away. Rhodes released black mist that surged towards Iceman. Just as Rhodes was about to teach the mutant a lesson, the death force was suddenly blocked by a strange force. Jean Grey, Phoenix, stood in the middle of the stairs, spreading her arms to release the Phoenix force, blocking Rhodes' death force. Rhodes smiled slightly, his fingers instantly tightening, and the death force, entangled with the Phoenix force, suddenly erupted with a powerful suction force. The absorbed Phoenix force instantly transformed into nourishment, frantically replenishing the death force within Rhodes's body. What? Jean Grey, the Phoenix, tried to retract the Phoenix force, but she couldn't. The power flowed through her body, coursing through every part of her form. Whoosh! The Phoenix force dissipated, and Jean Grey, unable to resist, drifted towards Rhodes. Snap! Rhodes grabbed Jean Grey's neck, feeling the surge of immense energy. The nourished death force leaped with joy, like a little sprite. The death force absorbed not only the Phoenix force but also Jean Grey's life force. Jean Grey, held in Rhodes's grasp, was aging at a visible rate. Seeing this, the others panicked and attacked Rhodes simultaneously. Various energies erupted at once. Boom! Rumble! The two-story villa was blasted to pieces by the combined powerful energy, half of the main structure collapsing. Anthony and Wolverine, who were fighting outside, stopped simultaneously, staring blankly at the villa reduced to dust. As the smoke cleared, only Rolf remained standing. The other mutants lay on the ground, staring at him in terror. The immense force of the explosion had injured all the mutants to some extent, but thankfully they had saved Jean Grey, who had nearly been drained of her life force by Rolf. The Phoenix force within Jean Grey was gradually stabilizing, and her lost life force was slowly recovering. However, after being drained by Rolf for so long, the Phoenix force within Jean Grey was noticeably weaker, its power far diminished, and it would likely take a long time to recover to its peak state before being drained. Rory walked up to Charles, helped him up in his wheelchair, and said softly, "I gave you a chance, and I warned you not to interfere in my world, but you didn't listen to my advice. So from now on, all of you will be imprisoned until Wanda returns safely, understand?" Charles gasped, "But Magneto, Eric. That's none of my business. If Magneto doesn't cause trouble, I'll allow him to stay in my world and retire. Let me make this clear, whether it's the X-Men or the Brotherhood of Mutants, whoever causes trouble, I'll kill them." Rory stood up and ordered Anthony, "Send people to monitor this place, and prohibit any mutants from entering or leaving." Wolverine, Logan, walked menacingly towards Rory, who calmly said, "You'd better stay where you are, or I'll drain the rest of your lifespan." Wolverine, this true adamantium alloy man, of course wouldn't back down, baring his claws and roaring as he charged at Rory. But halfway there, he suddenly collapsed and fell unconscious. It wasn't Rory who knocked him out, but Professor Charles standing nearby. "Sorry, Rory." Professor Charles saved Wolverine's life, otherwise, even with hundreds of years of lifespan, it wouldn't have been enough for Rory to absorb. While Rory dealt with the mutants, Iron Man's battle was also nearing its end. He defeated Whiplash Ivan Vanko and saved Pepper Potts from the robot's self-destruction explosion. Just as Tony and Pepper were passionately kissing on the rooftop, War Machine Rhodes inappropriately spoke up, "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your sweet moments, but I just wanted to say, my car was destroyed during the battle, so I'll need to borrow this suit temporarily." Without waiting for Tony's agreement, he propelled War Machine into the sky. When Black Widow Natasha returned to the expo, not only were Iron Man Tony and Pepper absent, but all the superhumans had also vanished. The ever-helpful Coulson, who had arrived at the last minute, found Natasha. "Natasha, mission accomplished. You can go back and report." Natasha, dressed in her combat suit, turned and asked, "Where are Tony and the superhuman who just appeared? There's been a bit of a situation in New Mexico that I need to handle. Nick Fury will take over here, he'll handle everything." The sudden appearance of the superhuman required an experienced agent to handle, and Nick Fury was perfect for the job. Firefighters, medical personnel, and other departments rushed to the expo to handle the post-battle cleanup, assessing losses, clearing debris, and treating the wounded. They were busy until the early hours of the next morning before the initial phase was over. Ivan Vanko died from his armor self-destructing, and Justin Hammer was arrested by the police. The matter was considered closed. Nick Fury, who had arrived, immediately went to Tony Stark's beachfront mansion in Malibu after learning what had happened. Tony Stark, having won the victory, was planning to enjoy the spoils with Pepper Potts. Nick Fury's arrival was certainly untimely. "Okay, I know why you came to see me. You want to persuade me to form a superhero team with a nearly 100-year-old Captain America? Actually, we can talk about this tomorrow." Talking tomorrow is no problem, but the emergence of superhumans has put SHIELD in a state of urgency. Director Carter even believes that all these superhumans come from Ronnie's lab. Therefore, SHIELD urgently wants to build a superhero team to better respond to the possibility of more supernatural events in the future. Nick Fury placed the superhero team plan in front of Tony and said, "We must arm this world. Many times you can't handle things alone, so you need a stronger team as backup." "You're right, Captain America's shield is indeed very strong. Perhaps he can help defend my back." Chapter 134, Experimental Materials Acquired, Intelligence Experts Recruited. A steel bar was used to strangle the Toad and slowly lifted it in front of Magneto. "Eric, I warned you, don't mess around. If anyone interferes with my plans, I will make them pay the price." Magneto, Eric, held immense fame and influence among mutants, until a stronger mutant appeared. He was the Brotherhood's supreme leader. "I'm sorry. Getting a group of thugs and hooligans to behave was extremely difficult. Magneto could only suppress them with overwhelming power." The steel bar, controlled by Magneto, released the Toad and then asked, "Are you sure you saw Cyclops?" "Absolutely. I did encounter Cyclops, and I almost had my head chopped off by Magic Liana. Thank goodness Silk saved me." Magneto turned to Silk, who, dressed in a sexy outfit, nodded slightly, confirming the Toad wasn't lying. "How did they get here?" Magneto muttered to himself, then turned away, lost in thought. Poof! A wisp of red mist suddenly appeared, and Scarlet Devil appeared at the Brotherhood's stronghold with Sabretooth. Sabretooth had been captured by the mysterious department, and Magneto had immediately ordered Scarlet Devil to bring him back. "I've brought him back, and I also gathered some information." Magneto turned to Scarlet Devil, who continued, "Professor Charles is here, with a lot of Xavier's students. He's most likely after you." Magneto's brows furrowed even more. He hadn't expected Charles to be so persistent, even following him from another universe. Was their bond really that deep? Scarlet Devil chuckled and added, "But you don't need to worry too much. The mutants at Xavier's seem to have suffered some kind of blow and are currently under guard. They won't pose a threat to you for now." Magneto snorted coldly and said, "Next time, just say what you have to say at once." "The X-Men suffered a blow? Who? Could it be him?" Magneto's first thought was of Wanda and Rory. Wanda's magical power was terrifyingly strong, and while Rory, confined to a wheelchair, couldn't discern his exact strength, his attack methods were even more bizarre, somewhat similar to Charles's psychic powers, yet with subtle differences. After a long silence, Magneto looked up at the Brotherhood of Mutants members and said, "All right, everyone keep a low profile for now. I found suitable allies in this world, and you'd better not expose yourselves until the cooperation is finalized." Sabretooth and the Toad that almost got caught were the best lessons. Cyclops and the others, having failed to capture the Toad, returned to their temporary residence and found that there were inexplicably more guards outside the villa. They were all ordinary people armed with guns, surrounding the villa from front to back, and several workers were climbing up and down, seemingly installing surveillance cameras. "What's going on?" "I don't know, I'll go in and take a look." Shadowcat volunteered, and taking advantage of the guards' inattention, immediately used her superpowers to slip through the wall and into the villa. As soon as she entered the yard, she found Jean Grey using her superpowers to repair the villa, and the others were also helping with whatever they could. Shadowcat ran to Professor Charles's side and asked with concern, "Professor, what happened?" Charles turned and smiled slightly. "Did you come back together?" Shadowcat nodded. Charles sighed, "Go and call them in. We'll talk later." After confirming that everything was alright, Shadowcat ran out and called Cyclops and the others back. Seeing the mess inside the villa, Cyclops and the others were shocked. Charles then briefly explained what had happened after Rory arrived. At first, Cyclops and the others were very angry, but after hearing that Rory had single-handedly crushed all the mutants, their anger turned into fear. As fellow mutants, they knew better than anyone how powerful Professor Charles and Phoenix were. Even the two of them were no match for Rory. Rory's strength had exceeded their imagination. In fact, Rory's strength was purely a facade. The power of death almost suppressed all other elemental energies, except for those of equal level. Without the power of death, while Rory would still be powerful, it would be difficult for him to deal with mutants so easily. "Professor, are we just going to do nothing and let him keep us under house arrest?" Professor Charles faced the same treatment as Rory when he entered the Illuminati universe, the difference being that Rory possessed the courage to confront the entire world, while Professor Charles lacked it. Sighing, Professor Charles said, "For now, this is all we can do. I'll find another opportunity to talk to Rory later. Cyclops blamed himself. It's all our fault for revealing our superpowers, otherwise things wouldn't have turned out like this. It's not your fault. Saving people wasn't wrong, it's just that we came at the wrong time. The surveillance system was installed, and Anthony was called in to inspect it. With the help of mutant superpowers, the villa's repairs were progressing very quickly. Wolverine glared at Anthony, who was moving back and forth. He harbored 1,000 resentments towards this person whose superpowers were almost identical to his own. Anthony ignored Wolverine and walked up to Professor Charles, saying, "The boss has ordered everyone not to leave, so it's best to avoid causing trouble. Starting tomorrow, someone will be responsible for delivering supplies and giving everyone a medical checkup. I hope everyone can cooperate." Mutants are most averse to being used as experimental subjects, and several mutants who had had bad experiences immediately showed resentment. Charles also frowned and asked, "Why a medical checkup?" Anthony coldly replied, "You don't have to cooperate. If you have any questions, ask the boss. I'm just following his orders." These mutants didn't know that Rory was a top-notch biological geneticist. If they had known, they wouldn't have cooperated under any circumstances. After leaving, Anthony returned to Kathy Biotech, intending to say goodbye to Rory and return to Washington. Kathy had Anthony stay for dinner. Before leaving, Rory instructed, "Go back and find Punisher Frank and Chip David at this address. Tell them to come see me here." "Yes, boss." Frank's daily routine consisted of eradicating gangs. Although David's case had been dropped, he had also lost his job, and family income became his biggest problem. Anthony had originally planned to fly directly back to Washington, but after receiving the new orders, he flew to New York instead. Following the address Rory gave him, he first went to Chip David's house. David was trying to find a suitable job through the newspaper to support his family. The sudden visit of strangers made David and his wife tense. Knowing the nature of federal officials, even if a criminal official is punished and the case is dropped, the person who caused it will still be dealt with, preferably to the point of ruin and homelessness. How many officials in the federal government are good people? What if they find something to use against you one day? Therefore, such rebellious civilian good people will never be spared. In the past few days, people from banks and insurance companies have been frequently visiting David's family, using various pretexts to find fault with him. David and his wife stood at the door, looking at the burly, one-armed, cold-faced Anthony, and swallowed hard before asking, "Sir, may I ask who you are?" "Don't be nervous, my boss wants to see Mr. David. If you'd like, you can call him now, but don't mention his name." David and his wife exchanged a puzzled glance and cautiously asked, "Could I ask why your boss wants to see me?" "You know each other, and my boss wants to offer me a job." "Such a good thing?" David's family expenses weren't low, and he really needed a job. After hesitating for a while, he finally dialed the phone number Anthony had handed him. "Beep beep beep, hello." The voice sounded familiar, but David didn't immediately recognize it. "Hello, this is David Lieberman. A gentleman came to my house saying you want to offer me a job, so..." "Oh. Hi David, how have you been lately?" Rory greeted him immediately upon hearing that it was David calling. David shook his head with a wry smile. "To be honest, I haven't been doing too well lately. I haven't had a chance to ask who you are yet." "Operation Orange." Rory only said those few words, and David immediately thought of the deceased Orange agent, Rollins. "You are SHH. Rory stopped David from saying his name. The moment that name was uttered, it would be immediately detected by the ever-present SHIELD. He then said, "Since you're currently unemployed, come help me. Bring your family and Frank along." After all, they had worked together before, so there was some trust. Back when they were investigating the mastermind behind cover, although they were on edge during the operation, now that it was all over, thinking back on what they had experienced, David felt quite thrilled. Although tempted, David didn't immediately agree. After glancing at his wife, he replied, "I need to discuss it with my family. Can I get back to you later?" "Of course, I'll wait for your call." After hanging up, David was about to say something to Anthony, but Anthony didn't give him a chance and turned to leave. He's pretty aloof." After Anthony walked away, David's wife, Sarah Lieberman, closed the door and asked, "Someone wants to offer you a job?" "It's an old friend. The pay will definitely be good, but the job is on the West Coast. If you accept the job, I'll definitely take you and the kids with me." The couple discussed the job, while Anthony drove to a gang hideout in Hell's Kitchen. After waiting in the car for a few minutes until the gunfire inside gradually subsided, Anthony got out and went inside. The Punisher, Frank, who had just finished fighting, was cleaning up the battlefield. He turned around and found someone still alive, and raised his hand to fire a shot. Bang! Anthony staggered, then turned and said coldly, "I hope this is the last time you lay a hand on me." Bang! 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 Chapter 135 Supernatural Events Related to the Hammer. As soon as Anthony finished speaking, several more bullet holes appeared on his body. "You idiot, this is a new suit I just bought after getting off the plane." Anthony swung his severed arm, and an alloy bone knife appeared simultaneously, flashing past Frank's hand. Clang! Frank's pistol was sliced in two, the broken end revealing the internal structure of the gun. The spring and barrel sprang out and fell to the ground after losing their support. Frank was no longer the Frank of the past, he was now an enhanced Punisher. He was only slightly surprised, then threw away the broken gun, pulled out a tactical knife, twirled it, and charged at Anthony. Clang! The tactical knife was cut in half by the alloy bone knife. Thud thud, the broken knife stabbed Anthony several times. If Rory hadn't wanted him alive, Anthony's alloy bone knife would have taken Frank's life with a single strike. Enough. The alloy bone knife swept past Frank's nose, cleaving a motorcycle parked indoors in two, the cut surface smooth and flat, demonstrating just how sharp the alloy bone knife was. In the instant Frank was stunned, Anthony punched him in the nose. PFFT. A spurt of blood gushed out, splattering on the ground, revenge for the gunshot that ruined his new clothes. "My boss wants to see you. If you dare lay a hand on me again, I won't hold back." Frank straightened his nose, his face grim. "Who's your boss? Many people have helped you, but only one has helped you become stronger. Who else could it be?" Frank blinked. "Rory?" Rory hadn't appeared since leaving David's safe house. After the Orange Agent case ended, David returned to his family, while he continued his old job of fighting crime. Unexpectedly, Rory suddenly reappeared. "Where is he?" Anthony dialed Rory's number on his phone, tossing it to Frank. Frank caught the phone steadily and held it to his ear. "Rory. It's me. Don't mention names, we'll be monitored. Where have you been all this time? Why haven't you contacted me at all?" Frank complained resentfully. Rory himself was also helpless. "It's a long story. Let's not talk about what happened before. I contacted you this time hoping you could do me a favor. The person who came to see you is called Anthony. He's the person I trust most. He'll pass on the details to you." "Okay, no problem." Hanging up the phone and handing it back to Anthony, Frank smiled and said, "Hey bro, sorry about what happened earlier." Anthony was too lazy to talk to Frank. He took him back to the car and left Hell's Kitchen. A few days later, Chip David, along with his wife and children, crossed the entire Federation to Los Angeles on the West Coast. Then, following the address, they found the laboratory building of Kathy Biotechnology Company. Beep, the door opened, and Rory and Kathy came out to greet them. "Hi David, long time no see." After a hug, David Lieberman introduced, "This is my wife, Sarah Lieberman, and this is her child." Rory nodded, and Sarah said, "Thank you for taking care of David." Rory smiled slightly, "This is my girlfriend, Kathy, a future outstanding scientist." After introductions and pleasantries, Rory led David's family into the laboratory building. Kathy took Sarah Lieberman on a tour of the lab, while Rory led David to the rest area. "The main reason I called you here is to ask you to help me establish a cyber intelligence center. You're an expert in this field, so please feel free to ask if you need anything. Cyber intelligence is an indispensable part of modern intelligence. Anthony's intelligence network has reached a bottleneck. Due to manpower issues, it will be difficult to continue developing without cyber intelligence support. Rory, in order to monitor the world, must expand the scope of his surveillance, so he thought of David. David asked in return, "What level of intelligence center do you want to establish?" Ordinary cyber intelligence centers collect and filter intelligence from existing networks. Advanced intelligence centers connect to the dark web and official systems. Top-tier centers require certain equipment to access top-secret databases. The highest level, I need intelligence from all over the world, official intelligence, and even intelligence from certain secret departments. David pondered for a long time before nodding. "Okay, but I need some time because purchasing such equipment is very troublesome and could be tracked." so I need to purchase and assemble it through special channels. After the discussion, Rory took him to visit his future workplace. The first floor had a normal company layout. The second floor housed Rory and Kathy's lab and living quarters, while David's workplace was located in the basement. David's wife would be moving out with the children. It wasn't that there wasn't enough space, but Sarah Lieberman wanted her children to grow up healthy, go to school, and make their own friends. Rory respected David's opinion, and David respected his wife's choice. The family quickly settled on their living and working arrangements. David, a network enthusiast, had his own small circle and quickly procured a top-of-the-line set of equipment through underground channels. He also purchased spare parts for additional necessities and assembled them himself. Setting up the server group and establishing a satellite network transmission was a highly skilled task for David, and he completed the intelligence platform within a month. He also established a complete secret communication network, connecting all of Anthony's intelligence units. Sitting in front of his computer, David was scanning the databases of various federal secret departments when a message caught his attention. Boss, paranormal events detected. After the Network Intelligence Center was established, Rory's first task for him was to monitor paranormal events worldwide. Rory, holding a box of washed strawberries, ate as he approached David from behind. Boss, this is some intelligence we just intercepted. The location is in New Mexico, and it seems to be a hammer? David couldn't understand how a hammer could be connected to a supernatural event. Local officials haven't intervened in the investigation, and federal agents seem to have received some orders to abandon the investigation. Instead, a mysterious department took over, and we haven't found any information about this department yet. Rory took a bite of a strawberry and said, "It's SHIELD, a global organization under the UN Security Council, headquartered in Washington. You can investigate slowly when you have time, but don't let them find out." Hearing the word hammer, Rory knew what this supernatural event was all about. It was the story of a hammer god banished to Earth, who had a romantic encounter with a beautiful female scientist, and ultimately found himself and achieved redemption. Follow up on this. I need the latest developments. Also, inform Anthony and have him keep a close eye on SHIELD. Yes, boss. David enjoyed sitting in front of his computer learning about various secrets. He immediately marked this supernatural event as something to watch closely, noted down keywords, and began searching for relevant information online. Soon, some videos filmed by locals but already taken down were found. In the New Mexico wilderness, a hammer stood upright in a deep pit. In the video, many people could be seen trying to lift the hammer, but it wouldn't budge, even when dragged by a car. My God! How heavy is that hammer? Rory chuckled, not answering David's question, and turned to leave the basement while eating strawberries. Back on the second floor, Kathy was trying on the Ant-Man suit she had made, a two-tone purple and black design, with the same helmet as Scott's. Come help me. Rory put down the strawberries and went over to help Kathy zip up the suit, asking, why wasn't it designed to be looser? Kathy rolled her eyes and said, because it wasn't this big before, it's all your fault. After putting on the Ant-Man suit, Kathy put Pym Particles into the generator, raised her hand and pushed Rory, saying, stand back a little, so you don't accidentally hurt yourself. Rory shrugged and stood back a few steps. Kathy took a deep breath, closed her helmet, raised her hand, and mentally prepared herself for a few seconds. The moment she pressed the switch, Kathy vanished from Rory's sight. Not truly vanished, of course, but shrank to an enormous size. Rory immediately released his black mist to sense things. Since absorbing Jean Grey's Phoenix Force, the death energy within Rory had greatly increased, expanding his sensory range considerably. With the release of his death energy perception, Rory immediately spotted Kathy, now shrunken, running wildly on the ground. She was stealthily approaching Rory, and with a final leap, she landed on his feet. Haha. Got you. Rory reached out and pinched the tiny Kathy close. Kathy gestured wildly, but Rory couldn't hear her at all. The next instant, Kathy returned to her original size. You annoying guy, how did you find me? Rory shrugged. Because my heart is with you, of course. It leads me to you, no matter when or where. This blatant confession melted Kathy's heart. She stood on tiptoe, cupped Rory's face, and kissed him fiercely until she was almost breathless. I will remember every word you said. Even the joy of the successful Ant-Man suit experiment couldn't compare to the power of Rory's words. In New Mexico, Coulson and his team established a temporary base centered around the hammer. Once the base was established, Coulson went to the monitoring room and called Chief Carter. "Chief, it can be classified as unknown item 084, but we can't take it back. We need the help of the scientific team." Peggy Carter immediately agreed. "Understood. I will arrange for an expert team in Hawkeye to assist you." Every appearance of unknown item 084 was accompanied by danger, and Peggy Carter didn't know what would happen this time. After hanging up the phone, Peggy Carter stared at the report Natasha had handed her, detailing everything that had happened at the expo and Natasha's personal assessment of Tony Stark. The last page described in detail the superhumans she had seen. Peggy Carter had watched the video footage afterward. The exact number of superhumans was uncertain, but it was certainly no less than 5. And the other superhuman's target was clearly the guy with the incredibly long tongue. Could they have escaped from Rory's lab? Peggy Carter still believed these superhumans were the product of Rory's experiments. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136: The Old Man in His Twilight Years and His Foolish Son. A total of 24 blood samples were sent to Rory's lab. Rory only knew that mutants possessed the X gene, but he didn't understand what it was. Each of the 24 blood samples was labeled with a mutant's name. Rory randomly picked a sample, glanced at the storm label, and then placed it into the machine for cell separation. After filtering out plasma proteins and metabolic products, he stained the selected gene serum onto chromosomes for easier observation. After a long time, he finally extracted a complete DNA fragment. Rory searched for a long time but couldn't find the legendary X gene, but he discovered a significant difference between the genetic information of mutants and ordinary humans. For humanity today, the most important function of genetic information is to ensure that offspring don't become something else. Simply put, it can be seen as parents passing on their traits to their children through gene replication. Besides transmitting genetic information also protects against mutations in biological reproduction, and there's also the so-called reproductive isolation. The reason mutants mutate is likely because some substance has caused problems with their genetic information. At lunchtime, Rory emerged from the lab. Kathy was playing video games with David's youngest son, while David's eldest daughter and Sarah Lieberman had prepared a lavish lunch. Rory washed his hands and sat down at the table. David handed him a freshly printed A4 sheet of paper. Rory glanced at it questioningly, then frowned. Kathy, who had come with David's youngest son, noticed and asked, "Why are you frowning?" "There was a small mishap, but it's not serious. I can handle it." After learning that SHIELD headquarters was in Washington, David immediately hacked into this mysterious department. Just now, having successfully entered the system, David obtained first-hand intelligence from SHIELD. Although he didn't know where the intelligence came from or its authenticity, the information on it made Rory suspicious. Were the mutants going to attack Iron Man, Tony Stark? Professor Charles and his mutants were all under Rory's control. The only ones capable of taking action would be Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto attacking Iron Man? Would they even stand a chance? Moreover, the intelligence indicated that Tony Stark had teamed up with Captain America, Steve Rogers, and gone to New Mexico. What was going on? Rory had initially thought everything was normal, but suddenly things became chaotic. Keep an eye on this. Notify me immediately of any intelligence related to New Mexico. David nodded in agreement. Before he could say anything, Kathy, who was eating nearby, suddenly asked, "Are you going to New Mexico?" "I'll go with you." Rory wanted to refuse, but Kathy had already received the serum enhancement and designed the Ant-Man suit. She was confident she could protect herself. So he nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's go together." Los Angeles and New Mexico are separated by Arizona, a journey of at least 20 hours by car, so Rory chose to fly. They arrived in New Mexico on the third day. After leaving the airport, they rented a pickup truck and drove Kathy straight to the location where Thor's hammer landed. New Mexico looked somewhat desolate, with rugged landscapes everywhere, rocks and cacti along the roadside, and roads and tumbleweeds buried by sandstorms. After driving for 3 hours, the pickup truck finally arrived at a small town near Thor's hammer. Rory filled up the truck at a gas station, while Kathy went to a convenience store to buy coffee and beer. When she returned, she looked mysterious and said, "Honey, guess who I saw? I bet it was Thor." "How did you know?" Rory shrugged. It wasn't hard to guess. A poor kid recently expelled from his home, the ill-fated Thor could be summed up in one sentence: tricked by his brother again, and finally tricked by both his brother and sister. His god-king father always taught him to be a good person, a kind monarch, and then what? His home was destroyed. He led his surviving people to become refugees and fled to Earth. He gave his best kindness to his enemies and reserved the most bitter suffering for his own people. After filling up the truck and returning to the car, Kathy, sipping her coffee, pointed and said, "They're coming out." Thor, wearing a plaid shirt, emerged from the convenience store with two women and an old man, then got into a van. Rhodes followed in his pickup truck, quickly arriving at the location of Thor's hammer. It had been converted into a temporary camp ISHIELD, with numerous guards surrounding it. A group of scientists were conducting various experiments on Thor's hammer. Captain America, Steve Rogers, was talking to Coulson, while Tony Stark was monitoring data on a computer. Rhodes used illusion magic to lead Kathy openly into the temporary camp, through a passageway, and to Thor's hammer. Kathy examined the hammer with curious eyes, even showing an urge to try it out. The high temperature and pressure generated when Thor's hammer landed on Earth caused the surrounding sand and gravel to crystallize and adhere together, making it appear as if the hammer was embedded in a rock. After finishing the data analysis, Tony led Coulson over and said, "The energy source of this hammer has an attachment range of about half a meter, which means we can continue digging downwards and then move the hammer along with the crystal below." All 084 items needed to be sealed, but no one could lift the hammer, so Director Carter called over Tony, a top scientist. Whether Tony's proposed plan was feasible was still unknown, but Coulson thought it was worth trying. As night fell, those who were researching the hammer left one after another, leaving only the invisible Rory and Kathy. Kathy eagerly stepped forward and grasped the hammer handle, grimacing and pulling for a long time without being able to budge it an inch. "Am I not pure enough?" Kathy was indignant. Rory chuckled and ruffled Kathy's hair, saying, "Of course not. Besides inner purity, Odin also requires the user to be worthy of Mjolnir. In other words, they need Odin's approval." Rory crouched down and carefully examined the inscriptions carved on Mjolnir. Mjolnir was forged by the dwarf king of Nidavellir using Uru metal, which, besides being incredibly hard, also possesses enchanting properties. Odin imbued Mjolnir with a spell. Unless someone approves of it, no one can wield the hammer or become powerful enough to surpass Odin. Those who wield Mjolnir not only gain the ability to use the hammer but also acquire the power of thunder, like Captain America Steve Rogers and Jane Foster. Thor had instructed Mjolnir to protect Jane Foster, but later, after Thor acquired Stormbreaker, the disassembled Mjolnir ended up in Jane Foster's possession. Kathy teased from the side. "You don't need to try, your heart isn't pure at all anyway." Rory smiled slightly, rose, gathered the power of death in his right hand, and gently grasped Thor's hammer. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire night. The instant the power of death touched Thor's hammer, a majestic voice boomed in Rory's ears. "Insolence!" Odin, who had been in hibernation, had actually established a mental connection with Rory. Inside the Asgardian royal court, Frigga, who was tending to Odin, suddenly noticed him move and rushed over to check. Seeing a deathly aura surrounding Odin's head, Frigga's heart trembled. "Mortal! You dare to offend the majesty of a god?" Rory smiled non-committally. He dared to fight even the 6'2" god, why would he fear Odin? Besides, the aging Odin had long lost his former prowess. He displayed his divine power before the frost giants, banished Thor upon returning to Asgard, and casually cast a spell on his hammer. That was all he did, and his lack of divine power caused him to fall into Odin's sleep. What a load of rubbish about divine majesty, he was just putting on a paper tiger act in front of Loki. "Old man, don't be so cocky. I'll drain all the lightning from Mjolnir and leave your stupid son on Earth as immortal forever." The death force had only absorbed the tiny bit of the lightning, and Odin, the king of the gods, was immediately on edge. Loki was a descendant of the frost giants, and Thor was the sole heir to Asgard, which was why Odin had gone to such lengths to train Thor, ideally to mold him into a proper king before his death. But being threatened by such a sudden person, Odin was equally furious, yet powerless to do anything about it, a truly frustrating situation. Who are you? Why are you making an enemy of Asgard? I have no intention of making an enemy of Asgard. You're the one who accused me of being presumptuous right off the bat, so I'll show you what presumption is all about. As Rory finished speaking, more death energy surged into Mjolnir. Odin panicked and quickly said, "Name your conditions." Thor couldn't be harmed. Compared to that, the face of the God King seemed less important. Rory chuckled, "If I have the chance, I'd like to visit Asgard. Would you be welcome?" Visiting was just a pretense. His real intention was to get something in return. Odin, who had been the God King for thousands of years, certainly understood. After a moment's hesitation, he said softly, "Asgard welcomes all visitors." Rory laughed heartily, withdrawing his death energy and severing his mental connection with Odin. Kathy, seeing that Rory hadn't picked up Mjolnir, mocked, Hell, I told you you couldn't lift it." Kathy was unaware that Rory had just had a friendly conversation with Odin. As the power of death and the power of thunder clashed, the surrounding magnetic field energy levels surged dramatically. Jarvis, the AI monitoring system, immediately notified Tony, who was about to rest. By the time Tony arrived, Rory had already left the temporary base with Kathy. Thor, who was about to rush in to retrieve Mjolnir, just missed Rory. Thor, all muscle and no brains, charged ahead recklessly. Although he had lost his divine powers, he still had a great physique. After a long and arduous journey, he finally reached Mjolnir and excitedly reached for his hammer. He couldn't lift it. He tried with the other hand, still couldn't lift it. Thor panicked and tried with both hands simultaneously, but the hammer remained unmoved. "No. Dad!" Thor roared to the sky, and the next second, an energy blast knocked him unconscious. Tony, wearing his Iron Man suit, floated over and quipped, "Calling Dad won't help." Several agents handcuffed the unconscious Thor and took him away. Captain America, Steve, ran over with his shield on his back and, before even taking his position, reprimanded Tony, "You shouldn't have acted so rashly. We should have figured out the situation first." "We can figure it out when he wakes up," Tony said nonchalantly. Steve, however, wouldn't let it go. "No, we're not a gang. Doing this only highlights your violent and irrational behavior. Superheroes should." "Enough. Don't lecture me. I know what I should do." On the hillside, Rory ate fried chicken and drank beer, enjoying the argument between the two. Chapter 137 The ever-ambitious Lawan finally starts causing trouble. Captain America Steve's good guy mentality had absolutely no effect on Tony. Who was Tony? He was Iron Man, a world-renowned billionaire, and the most famous playboy in the entire Federation. Would he be lectured? Steve couldn't understand the extravagance of high society, and Tony couldn't understand Steve's saintly nature. So, an argument was inevitable. The two, with their differing ideologies, parted ways. Captain America Steve arrived at the detention room, intending to interrogate this stranger with Coulson, when Jane Foster and Professor Eric Sullivan, who had accompanied Thor, burst into the temporary camp with a certificate of mental illness, intending to take Thor away. Coulson glanced at the fake certificate, pondered for a moment, and then actually let Thor go. The next day, Thor had met his brother Loki the night before. Loki had deceived Thor with the lie that Odin, the king of the gods, was dead. The foolish son of a wealthy family felt deep remorse and ultimately decided to stay on Earth to atone for his previous recklessness. So, early the next morning, he rode back to town in Jane Foster's car. Rory and Kathy didn't go back with him. Intelligence indicated the mutants were targeting Iron Man Tony, so Rory planned to stay and wait for them to come to them. However, 2 days passed without a single mutant appearing. Could it be false intelligence? Meanwhile, back in town, Sif and the Warriors 3 had crossed the Bifrost to Earth, informing Thor that Odin was still alive and Loki had usurped the throne. Thor then realized that it was all his brother Loki's doing. With a conspiracy exposed, Loki saw no need to continue pretending and directly descended to Earth in his destroyer armor, ready to kill Thor. Sif and the Warriors 3's arrival on Earth and the reappearance of the Bifrost immediately alerted SHIELD. Before they could even examine the runes left on the ground, another anomaly occurred. Dark clouds filled the sky, and a raging storm swirled around a single point, forming an inverted tornado in the air. Boom! A massive, metallic figure emerged from the dust. Could it be Stark's new product? Coulson shook his head. "I don't know, he won't tell me anything." He then ordered, "I feel this isn't so simple. Notify base and have Tony and the captain come over." He then grabbed a megaphone, got out of the car, and shouted at the destroyer armor, "Hello, your weaponry is unregistered. State your name." The response was a powerful beam of destruction. Boom, one shot could destroy a car. Coulson was genuinely startled, fired 2 shots, and then ran away with his agents. Upon receiving the message at base, Tony immediately donned his Iron Man suit and took off rapidly towards the town. Steve, who also needed to get to the scene, could only drive. By the time Steve arrived in the town, the battle was nearing its end. Mjolnir had returned to Thor's hands, and Thor performed a transformation in front of everyone. Thunderous power surged, and the God of Hammer, now recognized by Mjolnir, destroyed the destroyer armor, saving half the town. Why only half? Because the other half had already been destroyed. Captain America, Steve, found Coulson and asked, "Where's Tony?" Coulson shook his head blankly, "I haven't seen him. I thought you two came together." Rewinding to 20 minutes earlier, Tony piloted his Iron Man suit from the base, heading towards the town, expecting to arrive at the battlefield in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Just halfway there, he was suddenly frozen in place. A bewildered Tony stared blankly. "Jarvis? Sorry, sir, an unknown force is restricting the movement of the Mark 6 suit. Increase power," Tony commanded, and the Mark 6 suit's thrusters went full throttle. Instead of moving forward, it slowly landed on the ground, unable to move. Tony Stark finally realized the seriousness of the problem. "Jarvis, contact Coulson and send him my current location." Beep beep. Tony received no response from Jarvis, as if he had shut down and gone offline. "Jarvis?" Click crack. The Mark 6 suit began disassembling piece by piece, revealing Tony's head moments later. Tony turned around and saw an old man with raised hands leading a group of strangely dressed people approaching from behind the dunes. "Tony Stark. It's me, who are you?" Tony replied verbally, his body still trying to reactivate the Mark suit. "My name is Eric, you can also call me Magneto." Magneto flicked his finger, and a component of the Mark suit instantly detached from the main body. "What? You're a superhuman?" Tony was utterly shocked. Magneto calmly said, "People used to call us mutants, but we call ourselves new humans." In just 2 sentences, Tony deduced that Magneto was no pushover. "Alright, this place is very close to the SHIELD base. If you want to do something, you'd better hurry, or the SHIELD people will be here soon." Magneto smiled and said, "Someone has their eye on your technology, but they can't get their hands on it. As a partner, they hope I can contribute, but I think bringing you back might be more valuable." Tony said speechlessly, Okay, if I'm not mistaken. I've been kidnapped, right?" "Correct." Tony didn't want to come out of the Mark suit, because only hiding inside it gave him enough sense of security. However, if he didn't come out soon, the suit would be torn apart. 2 mutants stepped forward to restrain Tony, while Magneto controlled the Mark suit to be loaded into a truck. Then, the group started the vehicle and quickly drove away. From inside the pickup truck in the distance, Kathy asked curiously, "Aren't we going to rescue Tony?" Rory started the pickup and followed the convoy, saying, "We need to rescue Tony, but I'm more interested in knowing who's working with Iron Man." Rory drove alongside Magneto to the airport, only to discover that Magneto's plane was a military transport aircraft. Had Magneto defected to the military? The possibility was almost zero. Magneto's greatest wish was to establish a nation for mutants. Besides, he had been in prison for so many years, forcing him to defect to the government would be worse than death. Just before the military plane took off, Rory used illusion magic to become invisible and boarded the plane with Kathy. He wanted to see who was behind it all. Tony was bound hand and foot, and no one spoke to him the entire time. Magneto made a phone call, simply arranging a meeting place, and nothing else was discussed. Time ticked by. The military plane didn't land at the military base Rory had expected, but at a civilian airport, an airport Rory had visited before. "Sokovia?" Kathy exclaimed in surprise. By now, Rory had guessed who Magneto's collaborator was, Hydra. This is all a mess. Rory had never expected that Magneto, under Anthony's surveillance, had made contact with Hydra. Soon, he followed Magneto and his group into the Hydra base castle, where they met Baron Strucker, the leader of the Hydra army, who greeted Magneto. "Haha, welcome, my friend." Magneto didn't shake hands with Baron Strucker, but coldly said, "I've delivered your goods, so when will you fulfill your promise?" Baron Strucker smiled slightly, Don't rush, let me see the goods first. He then walked to the truck, opened the door, and immediately saw Tony Stark inside. Strangely, Tony seemed to be asleep. Of course, Tony wasn't asleep, he had simply passed out. Before the plane landed, Rory had used his death force to knock him unconscious, because what was about to happen wasn't something Tony should witness. Baron Strucker waved his hand, signaling his men to get Tony out. Two Hydra soldiers, who had just climbed into the truck, froze, then flew out backwards. The illusion vanished, and Rory and Kathy appeared before the group. After getting out of the truck, Rory turned to Magneto, and with just one glance, Magneto nearly jumped out of his skin. Who are they? Strucker turned to Magneto, puzzled. Magneto, Eric, feigned composure, saying, Mr. Rory, why are you here? Rory chuckled, I was about to ask you why you've gotten involved with Hydra. Baron Strucker, from their conversation, realized Rory and Kathy weren't friends. He slowly backed away, then waved his hand and ordered, fire. The surrounding guards immediately turned their guns on Rory and Kathy, pulling the triggers without hesitation. Bang! 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 Kathy shrank instantly and disappeared from everyone's sight, while Rory stood there letting the bullets hit him. Clang! 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 The bullets hit Rory and fell to the ground, and an eerie silence fell over the scene. Baron Strucker swallowed hard, and before he could speak, Kathy suddenly appeared behind him, grabbed him by the back of the neck, and lifted him up. No. Rory ignored Strucker and walked up to Magneto, asking, do you want to live or die? Whoosh! Silhouette, standing next to Magneto, suddenly drew her purple energy sword, the tip pressed against Rory's throat, and asked in return, do you want to live or die? Rory turned his head slightly to look at Silhouette, and the power of death instantly rushed into her brain. Silhouette's eyes widened, the purple energy sword dissipated, and she fainted. This scene immediately put the mutants on edge, making them wary of Roar, who simply watched Magneto silently. Magneto, of course, wanted to live, but his pride, honed throughout his life, wouldn't allow him to back down. 30 seconds passed in a flash, and Magneto still didn't speak. Roar raised his hand and pointed, and with a thud, Pyro, standing next to Magneto, collapsed. Another 30 seconds passed, and Roar pointed at another mutant. Concussion Girl fell unconscious, then Hedgehog, Sabretooth, and finally, only Toadman remained. Seeing the situation was dire, Toadman turned and ran. He didn't want to die here without knowing why. With a whoosh, a black energy whip shot from Roar's hand, instantly wrapping around Toadman's ankle, and the next second, he was pulled back to Roar's side. The staggering Toadman knelt before Roar, who placed a hand on Toadman's head, his eyes fixed on Magneto. Magneto moved his lips, his expression slightly conflicted, but he still didn't intend to speak. As expected of a man who works with steel, he's tough enough. The power of death slowly enveloped the Toadman's head, drawing out an invisible life force. Stimulated. The Toadman let out a heart-wrenching scream, but couldn't break free from Rory's grasp. A few seconds later, the Toadman fell silent. The life force within him had been completely drained by Rory. His black hair turned white, his skin became dry and brittle. He had just looked like he was in his 30s, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a 90-year-old man. Chapter 138 Rewriting history is not as good as controlling history, Nick Fury's lucky idea. The Toad, believing those who had fallen were dead, couldn't withstand the pressure and tried to escape. Little did he know he couldn't escape Rhodes's grasp. His life force was drained, leaving him a dried-up corpse. One mutant after another fell around Magneto, until he was the only one left, large beads of sweat dripping from the edge of his helmet. Rhodes raised his hand, a wisp of black mist hovering between his fingertips. What? Still haven't decided? He couldn't bring himself to utter the words "want to live," and finally asked tactfully, "What do you want me to do?" A smile appeared on Rhodes's face as he clenched his fist, and the black mist instantly dissipated. "Very good, I like your attitude. From today onwards, the Brotherhood of Mutants is incorporated. Go and call all the Brotherhood members here." With that, Rory turned and walked towards Baron Strucker, taking a couple of steps before suddenly turning back, saying, "Those few are just unconscious. Find them a place to settle down. Sleeping too long in this freezing weather will make them catch a cold." Hearing that his mutant subordinates were only unconscious, Magneto instantly breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had saved face. Rory then turned to Baron Strucker, one of the leaders of Hydra, who immediately conceded, "I want to live." Rory tilted his head, feigning hesitation, and said, "I'll reluctantly accept you." History had already been distorted beyond recognition, and it would only become more absurd in the future. Tony was the key to creating Vision, but now he had been kidnapped by Magneto and brought to the Hydra base. If Rory didn't intervene, Vision would surely die before it even began. Now Rory had another plan, to control Hydra-Tract as history had in store, ensuring the acquisition of the Mind Stone and Wanda's healthy growth. Only by keeping unstable factors under their own control can they feel more at ease. Having recruited Magneto and Baron Strucker, Rory immediately ordered, "Send Tony and his Mark suit back to the Federation, and bring the other mutants here." Baron Strucker immediately carried out Rory's orders, while Magneto and Eric contacted the remaining Brotherhood mutants. Rory and Kathy toured Hydra's castle. Kathy, walking beside him, asked worriedly, "Honey, is this really okay?" Rory replied nonchalantly, "I don't know, we'll just have to see how it goes." The tour revealed that Hydra's castle could be roughly divided into several parts: enhancement serum laboratories, weapons research laboratories, intelligence and data monitoring centers, armories, living quarters, and supply depots. Hydra had invested heavily in enhancement serum and weapons research, hoping to one day rule the world. Meanwhile, Tony and his Mark 6 suit were transported back to Los Angeles. Strucker's men even thoughtfully called a cart to take Tony and a bunch of Mark 6 suit parts back to the front door of his Malibu Beach villa. About half an hour later, Tony, leaning against the wall, slowly woke up. Where am I?" He looked around and found himself in his own front door. Just when he thought he was dreaming, he noticed a pile of scattered Mark 6 suit parts in front of him, and then he remembered being kidnapped. "How did I get here? Who saved me?" Tony had a million questions in his mind, but none of them were answered. "Jarvis, open the door." The villa door clicked open, and Tony, shaking his groggy head, went inside. He then pulled out a small cart and hauled the Mark 6 suit parts back to the lab. "Jarvis, help me recall what happened during this time." "Sorry sir, you were suddenly forced offline in New Mexico, and you were brought home 45 minutes ago." Tony pulled up the surveillance footage. The van that brought him back was without license plates, and the people who helped him out of the van had their faces covered, leaving no useful clues. First he was kidnapped, and then he was inexplicably brought home. Someone must have rescued him, but that person didn't want to reveal their identity. After thinking for a long time, Tony said again, "Jarvis, get me a list of all non-metallic sturdy materials. I need to design a brand new suit." "Yes, sir, data is being read." A superhuman who can control a metal, Iron Man is a joke in front of him. Tony was studying the materials for making the new suit when Coulson called. "Tony?" "Hi Coulson, I'm busy." "Get to the point." Tony was focused on typing on the computer, casually answering Coulson's call. Coulson patted his receding hairline, speechless. "Tony, shouldn't you be in New Mexico? Why are you home?" "Oh, I was kidnapped, and then my kidnappers took pity on me and sent me home." Tony had already selected various materials and composites, inputting data and starting calculations. Creating a Mark suit without any metal components was extremely difficult. The external armor was actually the simplest. The difficulty lay in the internal wiring and component units. Using microfluidic circuits could replace data transmission, and the computing units could be replaced with mineral-based components, but this came at the cost of weapons and intelligence. Without the help of artificial intelligence, the Mark suit's power would be greatly reduced. On the other end of the phone, Coulson, hearing that Tony had been kidnapped, first suspected that Tony was making excuses, then remembered that Tony had disappeared on his way to provide support. Even if Tony was unreliable, he wouldn't desert at the last minute. "You were really kidnapped?" Coulson pressed again. Tony stated firmly, "Of course, I was kidnapped by a superhuman. We haven't found out the specifics yet, but we can't rule out the possibility of a spy with an SHIELD exposing my whereabouts." Hanging up, Coulson reported Tony's situation to headquarters and then continued working on the cleanup of the Thor incident in New Mexico. At SHIELD's Tri-Wing headquarters in Washington, Nick Fury entered the information Coulson had sent into a report, then took the report to Peggy Carter. "Director Carter." Nick Fury placed the report in front of Peggy Carter, saying, "This is the operation report Coulson just submitted." Peggy Carter glanced at the report briefly, then looked up in confusion, asking, "Are you sure you're not joking with me? Thor, Odin, the king of the gods, Sif. These are all figures from Norse mythology. They should appear in storybooks, not in SHIELD's operation reports. Nick Fury sighed. I also hoped it was a joke, but after verification, it's confirmed that they are indeed those legendary gods. A god often mentioned but never actually existing? Now, appearing alive before their eyes is indeed hard to accept. Nick Fury then submitted another application. Director, I believe we need greater power. There are these mysteriously appearing superhumans, like that guy Ronnie we still haven't found. And now there's this guy claiming to be a god. We must acquire greater power to protect Earth. One Ronnie was already enough to keep SHIELD busy, now a whole bunch of superhumans and gods from the heavens have appeared. Peggy Carter felt Earth was becoming increasingly dangerous. She immediately asked, what are your thoughts? I want to restart research on the Tesseract. The Tesseract contains infinite energy. If we can master this energy, we can defeat any invading enemy. The origins of the Tesseract are mysterious. The first to conduct in-depth research on the Tesseract was Hydra during World War II. Later, it was found by Tony's father, Howard Stark. After studying it, Stark Industries made rapid progress in energy technology. Due to the limitations of the era, many technologies were impossible to implement at the time. It wasn't until Tony grew up that Stark Industries reached its peak in clean energy. The most recent experiment involving the Tesseract was Project Pegasus. Back in the 1990s, SHIELD knew of extraterrestrial life and planned to use the Tesseract to develop an engine capable of exceeding the speed of light. Naturally, it failed, and the Tesseract disappeared for a time. Nick Fury later retrieved it, at the cost of an eye. Today, Nick Fury brought up the Tesseract research again. After a moment's thought, Peggy Carter agreed to Fury's proposal after only a few seconds of silence. Okay, I authorize you to be in charge of all work related to the research project. Report your progress to me regularly. Thank you, sir. The Tesseract is not just an energy source, but also a weapon. After witnessing the power of God, Nick Fury was determined to find a cosmic weapon for Earth with the power of nuclear deterrence, and the Tesseract was perfect for that. His intentions were good, but his actions also brought more trouble to Earth. After the application was approved, Nick Fury immediately began preparing the experimental team. Since it was a secret research project, the fewer the team members, the better. Coulson also recommended Dr. Eric Saviarg, whom Nick Fury had recently met in New Mexico. With personnel finalized, location selected, and research equipment developed, the Tesseract research was immediately put on track by Nick Fury. The urgency stemmed from the arrival of the Asgardian gods, which led Nick Fury to believe that interstellar war was likely imminent. Meanwhile, Rhodes encountered a very troublesome matter, one related to Wanda. While inspecting the Hydra fortress, Rhodes met a young Wanda. Although Wanda's chaotic magic hadn't been activated by the Mind Stone, she possessed magical talent and was extremely sensitive to magic. The moment Rhodes appeared, she sensed magic emanating from him. Mistaking this for encountering someone of her own kind, Wanda approached Rhodes at dinner. Hello, may I ask you some questions? No. Rhodes was unsure whether Wanda possessed innate magical talent or if the Mind Stone had activated it. Logically, chaos magic and the Mind Stone have nothing to do with each other, but under the influence of the Mind Stone, both Wanda and Quicksilver became superpowered. Therefore, he immediately rejected Wanda's request. Whether out of hatred for Stark or genuine interest in magic, Wanda didn't give up. She approached Rory again the next day, and Rory refused again. Undeterred, Wanda persisted, asking Rory a total of 8 times over 2 days, much to Rory's annoyance. Chapter 139 Little Wanda and the Resonance of Death. Rory made it clear he didn't want to get too involved with Strucker and Hydra. When Baron Strucker wanted to research mutants, Rory immediately refused. Details didn't matter. The overall direction couldn't be changed. That was Rory's only requirement of Hydra. After the meeting, Rory kept Magneto, Eric, behind. Eric, I know what you're thinking. I'll give you 2 choices, return to your original universe, or come with me, and I'll find you a suitable new home for mutants. Returning to his original universe would mean the destruction of his mutant brothers, and he would be captured and imprisoned until death. Magneto was utterly unwilling to become Rory's henchman, but circumstances forced him to accept his fate. What do you want me to do? You don't need to do anything. Just keep an eye on your mutant underlings. When the time is right, I'll give you an explanation. When will the time be right? Within 5 years. Laura gave a precise time frame. After careful consideration, Magneto agreed to Laurie's request. Stepping out of the meeting room, Wanda, who had been waiting at the door for quite some time, immediately greeted him. "Laurie, these are some fresh fruits Pietro and I bought down the mountain. Would you like some?" Magneto glanced at little Wanda, who looked exactly like Scarlet Witch, and left without saying a word. Laurie took a few washed blueberries and popped them into his mouth, thanking her. "Thank you, Wanda. If there's nothing else, I have something to do, but I'll only need a few minutes." "It won't be long," Wanda said, looking at Laurie with a pitiful expression and pleading. Laurie found it hard to reconcile this little Wanda with a ruthless Scarlet Witch. After Wanda's persistent pleading, he finally agreed to her request. "All right, let's talk over there." Laurie led little Wanda to a terrace in the castle, from which one could overlook the entire valley and see the city of Sokovia in the distance. "Ask whatever you want now." Wanda couldn't wait. "Mr. Rory, do you know magic? Can you teach me?" At this stage, Wanda's only wish was to avenge herself on Stark. The more glamorous Tony Stark became, the more hatred and anger Wanda felt. Rory said slowly, "I don't know much about magic, so I can't teach you. But I know that magic is just a manifestation of energy. Using magic is a process of releasing energy through oneself. You can think of this as magic." Rory conjured a golden energy longsword in his right hand. "You can also think of this as magic." A wisp of black mist appeared at the tip of his left finger. Gold and black, two discordant energy colors, appeared simultaneously in Rory's hand. As the black mist appeared, little Wanda was slightly distracted and subconsciously reached out to touch it. Because the power of death was only under Rory's control, he hadn't paid much attention. But the next second, something unexpected happened. The power of death suddenly burrowed into Wanda's body through her fingers. Rory was startled at first, then quickly controlled the death energy back to his hand. But strangely, the death energy that had entered Wanda's body had lost contact. The power of death rushed into Wanda's body, immediately circulating throughout her entire body, seemingly without any effect, yet also seemingly leaving something behind. Just as the power of death was about to enter Wanda's brain, Rory immediately placed his left hand on Wanda's forehead, and golden cosmic energy surged out, instantly protecting Wanda's brain. Only Rory himself could truly understand the terror of the power of death. It seemed to possess its own consciousness. Once the power of death entered her mind, it could potentially cause even more serious consequences. Fortunately, Rory acted in time, and the power of death did not actually enter Wanda's brain. Driven by the golden cosmic energy, the power of death was gradually squeezed out of Wanda's body and returned to Rory's hand. Whoosh! Wanda suddenly exhaled. "How amazing! I can feel the presence of magic." "Ahem," Rory said, feigning ignorance. "You're very talented, but you're not suited to my system, so you'll need some patience. Strucker will help you solve this problem. Thor has regained his divine power and returned to Asgard, and Loki has fallen into the abyss. Before long, he will lead the Chitauri army to attack Earth. Once Hydra obtains the Mind Stone, Wanda and Quicksilver will soon be able to officially awaken." However, little Wanda seems obsessed with the power of death, often finding excuses to try to feel it more closely. Rory naturally wouldn't agree, so after staying at the Hydra base for a few days, he took Kathy and flew back to Los Angeles, also bringing Magneto back with him. Back at Kathy Biotech, Rory suddenly noticed many strangers around the laboratory. For example, there was the black sedan that passed by the lab every 11 days, there was the random passerby sitting on the bench across the street, reading a newspaper and glancing at everyone, and there was the couple traveling together who always used Kathy Biotech as a backdrop for their photos. Even the naive Kathy noticed something was off. These people were acting so unprofessionally. Was it intentional? Kathy, dressed in her Ant-Man suit, walked to Rory's side and looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, saying, "I'll follow them and let you know as soon as I get any news." With her Ant-Man suit and enhancement serum, most people wouldn't be able to handle her. Before Rory could say anything, Kathy shrunk and left the lab building. Tiny Kathy crossed the street, leaped with all her might from the ground onto the bench, and climbed up the back of the bench. Sure enough, she found a communication earpiece on the ear of the person reading the newspaper. Appeared by the window at 3:07 p.m. Target is normal. Lynx 5 reporting. A few seconds later, Lynx 5, having received some instructions, replied received and put away the newspaper, intending to leave. Kathy immediately climbed onto the other person's clothes to continue tracking. Lynx 5 hailed a taxi, got in, gave an address, and left the lab area. The taxi drove for about 20 minutes before stopping at a suburban residential area. Kathy got out and went into the villa. Just as she thought the other person was simply going home to rest after get off work, a voice came from another direction inside. Satellite signal matching confirmed. It is indeed using satellite network communication. Headquarters has already transported the signal receiving equipment. We'll find an opportunity to install the signal receiver near Kathy Biotechnology building tomorrow. Yes, sir. Lynx 5 immediately accepted the order. When Kathy saw the speaker, she was slightly surprised. Coulson? Although Kathy had never met Coulson in the Celestial Isle universe, she had met him once in New Mexico in this universe. She didn't expect to meet him again so soon. After giving his instructions, Coulson turned and went back to another room, where Kathy immediately followed. The outside was a normal home, but the inside was a completely different world, rows of computers and monitors, almost indistinguishable from the Network Intelligence Center built by Chip David. Coulson sat down at the computer, clicked a few times, and Natasha's image appeared on the screen. Hi Coulson, how's it going in New Mexico? Natasha greeted him. Coulson chuckled sheepishly. Not as smooth as I imagined. Alright, what brings you here this time? Coulson asked directly. Your report suspects Kathy Biotech is connected to Rory. I'd like to ask for the specific details. Natasha briefly recalled before saying, I've read some materials about Rory and remembered some details. For example? For example, his lab setup is different from typical labs, and the text on the labels is very similar, looking like Chinese. Although I understand a little Chinese, I can't read it. Natasha frowned thoughtfully and continued, that night I also conducted a reverse interrogation on him. Although I didn't get any useful information, my intuition tells me that person is very likely Rory. Even if that person isn't Rory, considering the information report from Tony Stark's side, I think Kathy Biotech is 80% likely related to Rory. Coulson asked curiously, why are you so sure? Because the location where superhumans first appeared is right there. There's no way such a coincidence could happen in the world. Everyone at SHIELD believed that mutants were the product of Rory's experiments. Because in SHIELD's database, only Lowry is currently conducting related research, with the enhanced Kingpin and Frankie being the best proof. Okay, thank you for your help. Coulson hung up the video call, took out a small notebook to jot something down, and then got up and left the network intelligence room. Kathy didn't want to alert them and immediately left to return to the lab. She told Lowry everything she had seen and heard. After a moment of thought, Lowry said, SHIELD can't be sure if this is related to me yet, so there's no need to worry too much. Lowry went to the basement and told David about SHIELD's plan to monitor the Kathy Technology Company building. David immediately took out an anti-eavesdropping device and said, don't worry, I was prepared. The next day, the SHIELD agent responsible for monitoring Kathy Biotechnology Company appeared in the vicinity again. The newspaper man had changed his clothes today. After circling around, he quietly came to the vicinity of the lab, found a relatively hidden spot, attached the signal receiving device to the wall, and then casually returned to sit on the bench across the street. At the first floor window, Magneto, passing by, merely flicked his finger, and the newly installed signal receiver instantly emitted tiny sparks. Several months passed in a flash. Nothing unusual happened during this time. Professor Charles's mutants caused no trouble, the Brotherhood of Mutants remained well-behaved, Scarlet Witch from the Illuminati world hadn't returned, and the Guardian sorcerers hadn't shown up. Chip David and Coulson engaged in a battle of cybersecurity. Coulson wanted to know what information Kathy Biotech transmitted daily, while David used various methods to defend against it, resulting in a stalemate for several months. For Rory, the only trouble was the frequent calls from Wanda Sokovia, whose talents hadn't yet awakened, under the guise of inquiring about magic and offering empty words of concern. Whenever Wanda called, Kathy's face would turn ashen. However, she had also enjoyed a rare period of peace. One day, Rory was brushing his teeth after waking up, while Kathy was preparing breakfast, when suddenly a news report popped up on the television. An earthquake struck New Jersey, leaving a sinkhole. Rescue teams are currently searching for survivors. Upon seeing this news, Rory blinked and murmured, "It started." Chapter 140 Nick Fury, I'll lead the charge, you guys go. In the distant outer space, a humanoid creature, ugly yet possessing a touch of aristocratic air, slowly approached the throne. After bowing in respect, it said, "My lord, the war has begun. Go and prepare. I need to know the whereabouts of the other Infinity Stones. But my lord, two powerful energies have appeared on Earth. I'm afraid Loki will have a hard time." Thanos, the purple-skinned demon on the throne, slowly raised his head, revealing a cruel smile. "Loki is merely a scout, but we can appropriately strengthen the Chitauri army." "Yes, my lord." Ebony Maw bowed again, slowly retreated, and then turned and left. Back on Earth, after the Tesseract was stolen, Nick Fury knew he was in deep trouble and immediately reported the entire destruction of the experimental base to Director Carter. "Madam, the only thing we can be sure of right now is that the person who stole the Tesseract is connected to Thor." Peggy Carter asked with a grim face, "How did you find that out?" Dr. Eric Xavier mentioned that the person is Loki, Thor's brother and the god of mischief. Peggy Carter didn't want to hear that. Her priority was to retrieve the Tesseract. She then took a document from her desk drawer, threw it on the table, and said, "This is the superhero team plan we mentioned before. It's been approved by the World Security Council. You're in charge of gathering them, as soon as possible." Nick Fury picked up the document, glanced at it, and nodded. "Yes, madam, I'll arrange it right away." Everyone on the document was a superhero chosen by Peggy Carter. Gathering these people together to fight against God was perhaps the only way to win the war. Leaving Peggy Carter's office, Nick Fury immediately called Coulson. "Coulson, come back immediately." Coulson, still struggling with Chip David, immediately asked upon hearing Nick Fury's recall, "Sir, what about my situation?" "There's something more important for you. I'll send you the data later." Coulson's expression tightened. What could be more important than investigating Rory's whereabouts? Had the sky fallen? Moments later, Coulson received the data from Nick Fury and was horrified after reading it. The Tesseract had opened a special portal, and another god had descended upon Earth, Thor's brother, no less. According to Nick Fury's analysis, Loki, the god of mischief, was likely to bring about war, and an interstellar war at that. After reading it, Coulson immediately dropped everything and boarded a private jet to return to New York to find Tony Stark. After contacting Coulson, Nick Fury immediately summoned Black Widow Natasha. "Go find that big green guy. Bring him back no matter what." Natasha's face darkened when she saw Bruce Banner's photo in the file. "What if he eats me?" she asked. "I don't care. I have to see him." Without giving Natasha a chance to object, Nick Fury walked past her and left the Tri-Wing building. He drove straight to downtown and found Captain America venting his frustrations on a punching bag at an underground boxing gym. Thump. Thump. Steve punched the punching bag again and again, releasing all the pent-up anger he had felt since waking up. Especially after thinking about Peggy Carter's indifferent attitude towards him, he punched the bag so hard it pierced through, but even that didn't release the anger he was holding back. Just as he was about to hang up another punching bag, a voice came from the direction of the door. "Can sleep?" Steve glanced at Nick Fury approaching and replied casually, "I slept for 70 years. I think that's long enough. Before I fell asleep, the world was at war, and after I woke up, I was in another battle. It's like nothing changed. People always make mistakes, including now." Nick Fury handed Steve a document. The first page was the Tesseract, which Steve recognized very well. "This is Hydra's secret weapon." Steve had fought to the death with Hydra's Red Skull for this, ultimately crash-landing his plane in the Arctic. Now, this thing was causing trouble again, and Steve was very unhappy. He tossed the document aside, picked up a sandbag, and said, "You guys should have left it in the sea." Nick Fury knew Steve was just grumbling, so he didn't take it to heart. "The world still needs you. I left a detailed document about the mission at your house." By the time Nick Fury finished speaking, Steve had already left the gym with his sandbag. Nick Fury successfully invited Steve Rogers to join the team, while Coulson went to find Tony Stark. Natasha's journey was a bit longer, and she didn't find Bruce Banner until the third day. Besides them, Maria Hill, following Peggy Carter's orders, went to New York and found Frank the Punisher, who was having an affair with Anthony. When Frank received the invitation from SHIELD, he was completely stunned. Anthony was also stunned. He had never heard of a guy named Frank in the original Avengers. After Maria Hill left, Anthony said, "I think you should call the boss first." Frank shrugged, I thought so too. Then Frank took out his phone and dialed a secret line, contacting Rory on the West Coast. Hey buddy, I have some good news for you. Rory was currently in the intelligence center on the basement level, sorting through intelligence with David. They had recently acquired a lot of intelligence from SYNOPSIS, and David couldn't handle it all by himself, so Rory happened to have some free time. Upon receiving Frank's call, Rory casually asked, are you getting married, or are you single but have kids? Frank chuckled, of course not. I received an invitation from SYNOPSIS. They want me to save the world. Don't you think that's cool? Rory paused for a couple of seconds, stunned. The original Avengers were inviting Frank, an anti-hero, to join? Then he thought it wasn't impossible. Peggy Carter might have just invited him to save the world together, not to join the Avengers. Frank's ideals clashed with the Avengers, and might even provoke resentment from other Avengers, unless a major event like this occurred, in which case they might reluctantly cooperate. Rory said into the phone, that's definitely good news. You can infiltrate and pass on some valuable intelligence. With Frank around, Rory wouldn't need to monitor the situation on site, saving him a lot of trouble. After the call, Rory went downstairs and found Magneto drinking tea and reading the newspaper. Want to go for a walk? Magneto replied without looking up, I'm old enough. If we're going too far, it's best not to take me along. Rory laughed heartily, if you don't come with me, you'll miss a really good show. Kathy had already finished packing and came down from the second floor, her Ant-Man suit always on her person for any eventuality. After flying from Los Angeles to New York and meeting up with Anthony, they checked into the manor, which was always managed by Butler Lon. Upon getting out of the car, Butler Lon came out to greet them, opening the car door for Kathy. Welcome home, sir and madam. Thank you for your hard work, Lon. Have you been home more often lately? It's my duty. Lon then looked at Magneto and Anthony, continuing, I'll prepare rooms for you two. The group then settled into the manor. After only 3 days, Rory received a message from Frank. The original Avengers had assembled, and just like in history, everyone except Hawkeye and Thor had boarded the helicarrier, except this time, the Punisher Frank was also present. The moment this guy saw Natasha, his eyes lit up, like a starving homeless person who hadn't eaten in a year. Captain America, the embodiment of justice, stepped out of the Quinjet and approached Frank, saying softly, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. Frank pouted and retorted, I don't need you to teach me how to do things, Captain. Hearing Frank's reply, Steve knew this team was definitely not easy to manage. A slightly reserved Bruce Banner then approached and greeted Captain America, Steve, and Frank. Frank chuckled and put his arm around Dr. Banner's shoulder, hey buddy, I know you, you're the one who can turn into that green behemoth, right? Dr. Banner became even more uncomfortable. Natasha walked over and reminded the group to head to the bridge, then a loud buzzing sound came from the side, and the curious group went to investigate. Is this a submarine? Are they trying to trap me underwater? Banner shook his head with a wry smile as the massive turbines rose. The situation is even worse now. 4 enormous turbines rose from both sides of the aircraft carrier, their speed gradually increasing. Under the powerful thrust, the massive aircraft carrier began to lift off, slowly leaving the water's surface. Nick Fury gave the order, and the sky carrier, a culmination of all modern technology, officially took off. Natasha took Dr. Banner to use the spectrometers in various laboratories to calibrate gamma rays to track the cosmic cube. Captain America, Steve, was still searching for Peggy Carter, while Frank secretly recorded everything on the sky carrier using a telescopic camera and shared a real-time location with Anthony and David at the intelligence center. SHIELD was using all the surveillance cameras in the world to search for Loki's whereabouts, but Loki had no intention of hiding and appeared openly on the streets of Stuttgart, Germany. Sir, 79% match. Captain America and Nick Fury walked to the computer simultaneously. Where is it? 28 Kooning Avenue, there's an arts charity gala going on there. Nick Fury turned to Captain America. Captain, it's all yours. He said this to emphasize Captain America's importance in this operation. Perhaps Captain America's abilities were average, but his identity was special. First, the relationship between Steve Rogers and Director Carter was special. Second, Captain America was portrayed as the embodiment of American spirit and justice, making him the perfect leader for quickly assembling a team. Steve Rogers turned to Frank, who was strolling around, and called out, "Let's go." Frank rolled his eyes, speechless. He hated Steve's bossy attitude. Chapter 141. The scepter is in hand. Natasha piloted the Quinjet, carrying Steve and Frank, into Germany. Loki was giving his acceptance speech when an old man interrupted, ruining his mood. Just as Loki was about to teach the old man a lesson, Steve arrived in time to save him. Bang! A spinning shield struck Loki. Before Steve could even assess the difference in their strength, he rushed forward and engaged Loki in close combat. He was quickly knocked down twice by Loki after only a few exchanges. Natasha, on the plane, turned and asked, "Frank, aren't you going to go down and help?" Frank, standing behind the pilot, one hand on the seat, the other holding his phone and recording, chuckled when Natasha called for help. "Don't rush," he said, "we should trust the captain's abilities." "The captain's abilities? He's just here to get some experience, the others are the real laborers." Beep. The Quinjet's program suddenly changed, and loud music filled the cockpit. Agent Romanoff, "Miss me?" Iron Man Tony Stark, carrying a speaker, entered the battlefield, making a turn in the air and heading straight for Loki. Boom. Twin energy cannons blasted Loki away. Upon landing, Tony called out, "Make your move." Loki smiled wickedly, showing no intention of continuing the fight. Instead, he removed his reindeer suit and raised his hands. Loki was captured, and the Quinjet carried everyone back to the helicarrier. The atmosphere on the return journey was somewhat strange. Captain Steve had a problem with Frank and seemed to be considering how to communicate with him. Frank, however, didn't take Steve seriously, patting Tony's Iron Man suit and praising, "Buddy, you're cool." Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. Loki looked up and stared outside, just in time to be seen by Frank, who asked, "What's wrong? You seem afraid of lightning?" "I don't like that guy who makes thunder." Just as he finished speaking, a loud thud came from outside the fighter jet, as if something had landed on it. Tony, skilled and daring, donned his helmet and opened the tail hatch to check the situation. However, as soon as the tail hatch opened, Thor, clad in his battle suit and wielding Mjolnir, walked in first. Tony raised his arm to warn Thor, but was immediately knocked over by Mjolnir. Thor grabbed Loki and jumped out of the plane without a word. Iron Man Tony, getting up, complained, "They come and go as they please, and they even kidnapped our prisoners." Captain America, who had met Thor briefly in New Mexico, tried to stop Tony, but the arrogant Tony, of course, wouldn't listen and immediately activated his armor, chasing after Thor in the direction he had gone. Tony and Steve left the Quinjet one after the other. Frank, standing behind Natasha, laughed, "Turn around quickly, let's go see what's going on." By the time the Quinjet returned, the Avengers Big Three had officially completed their meeting. Rory brought Magneto to New York, strolling the streets while Magneto told stories of the Illuminati universe. From Magneto's account, Rory learns that the universe did not experience the apocalypse or days of future past events, and Mystique did not become the hero who saved the world. The Sentinels, after being developed, became employees of the Illuminati, and the Inhumans living on the moon came to Earth and joined forces with Professor Charles's X-Men, which is why Magneto's mutant brethren failed. "So why do you think the Brotherhood of Mutants can defeat the Illuminati?" Magneto sighed. "I didn't expect to win. It was the letter you wrote me that said this was the last chance, so I wanted to try." Rhodes asked curiously, "You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to believe me?" "Of course not." Magneto chuckled coldly. "Actually, Mystique and Scarlet Witch had already infiltrated the Illuminati. She told me some things about you and Scarlet Witch, including Black Marvel's death and Human Torch's capture. I thought you and Scarlet Witch had the ability to fight the Illuminati." Rhodes and Scarlet Witch did indeed have the ability to fight the Illuminati, but they never intended to stay. They just wanted to use Magneto and other villains to stall the Illuminati. To be precise, Rhodes had indeed tricked Magneto. Fortunately, Magneto was smart enough to follow Rhodes across the dimensional rift. Rhodes hadn't expected Magneto to have such a backup plan, actually placing Mystique and Scarlet Witch in the Illuminati as a spy. "Then why didn't you bring Mystique and Raven with you?" asked Rory curiously. In the Celestial Isle universe, Rory hadn't found the reason why the Skrulls could freely transform into other people. Perhaps he could find it in Mystique. Rory remembered a saying circulating online, "Having Mystique is like having the whole world." Magneto glanced at Rory but didn't answer the question, because he only used Mystique as a spy. Beep. Rory's phone beeped. He took it out and glanced at it, The message was from David through an encrypted channel. "Come with me to that building to retrieve something we desperately need." Rory and Magneto looked towards Stark Tower simultaneously. Frank had already relayed the message to David from the helicarrier. The newly assembled Avengers had first engaged in a civil war, blaming and slandering each other. Banner and Thor had almost destroyed the helicarrier. The helicarrier was then attacked by Hawkeye, controlled by Loki, suffering heavy losses. Frankie spent most of the time shirking his duties, drawing criticism from the other superheroes. This led to a fight between Frankie and Steve, which ended in a draw. In reality, Loki was behind it all. He deliberately gave the Mind Scepter to the Avengers, using its power to disrupt their thinking, sow discord, and then defeat them one by one. He succeeded. The Avengers were on the verge of collapse. However, his biggest mistake was using the scepter to harm Coulson. Coulson's sacrifice, ironically, rekindled the Avengers' resolve. Steve's consideration for the greater good, Tony's trust, Thor and Bruce Banner's decision to stop running away, and the return of Hawkeye Barton, all contributed to the success. Frankie had virtually no part in this, but Steve still took him along when he led the team. After the Avengers departed, Hill approached Nick Fury with a phone. "Sir, it's Chief Carter on the phone." Nick Fury, who was fiddling with Coulson's collection of cards, picked up the phone and said, "Director Fury, I don't want you to mess things up again." Nick Fury had first botched the Tesseract research, and then nearly ruined this superhero collaboration. In Peggy Carter's mind, Nick Fury didn't have many chances left. Nick Fury immediately said seriously, "Please rest assured, Director, the Avengers have already set off, and I believe we'll have results soon." Tony and Steve split up and headed to Stark Tower in New York. On the tower, Rhodes and Magneto were standing on the roof watching Professor Sully adjust the Tesseract machine. Magneto pointed at the machine and asked, "What's this for?" "The Tesseract is the most primordial force at the birth of the universe, representing the rules. Sully created this machine to open a special portal and send Loki's army to Earth." "An army? Aliens?" The Illuminati universe hadn't witnessed a Battle of New York. Before Thanos' invasion, Earth and that universe had only fought the Kree Empire once, and won decisively. Magneto had been captured and imprisoned at that time, so he hadn't participated in the battle. Therefore, the only aliens he'd seen were the Inhumans who lived on the moon. Rhodes' purpose in coming here wasn't to witness the Battle of New York, he was simply to retrieve the Mind Stone. Once he had the stone, he would close the portal. The mental journeys of those superheroes were irrelevant to him. While Rhodes and Magneto were chatting, waiting for Loki to arrive, Loki, who had escaped from the helicarrier, finally arrived at Stark Tower. The special portal machine was already activated, and Loki was preparing to welcome his army. But as he entered the building, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Rhodes and Magneto's location. Rory used illusion magic to conceal their figures, but he forgot that Loki was also a master of illusion magic. "Who are you two?" Loki slowly approached, wielding a scepter. Magneto asked, "He can see us?" Rory thought for a moment, then realized, "I forgot Loki is a sorcerer too." As Rory and Magneto spoke, Loki angrily shouted, "Enough! How dare you two mortals ignore me?" Rory dispelled the illusion and said to the approaching Loki, "Actually, no. I just wanted to take that thing without showing myself, but unfortunately, you discovered me." Loki felt his intelligence insulted and raised his Mind Stone, firing it at Rory. Whoosh, PFFT, the energy emitted by the Mind Stone reached Rory, seemingly hitting a hidden barrier, and instantly dissipated. Loki wasn't using the power of the Mind Stone's rules, he was merely releasing simple cosmic energy through it, so it wasn't surprising that Rory blocked it. It's quite normal that Rory forgot Loki was a sorcerer. For example, right now, Loki, seeing his magical attacks ineffective, immediately charged at Rory with his scepter for close combat. Whoosh! Magneto gently raised his right hand, and the Mind Staff instantly flew from Loki's hand to Magneto's face. "Give it back." Loki tried to snatch the scepter back, but Rory grabbed his outstretched wrist. With a slight pull, Loki was rendered immobile by the pain. Having obtained the Mind Staff, Rory intended to give Loki a good talking to before leaving. However, Tony Stark, in his tattered Mark suit, flew back to Stark Tower. He fired an energy blast at the Tesseract, leaving the Tesseract unharmed but knocking Professor Sully unconscious. Seeing this, Tony decided to go inside to remove his damaged suit before returning to study the Tesseract. Upon seeing Tony enter, Rory immediately used illusion magic to conceal him, Magneto, and Loki. The machine and the Tesseract are both there, but where's Loki? Tony, having failed to find Loki, donned his new suit and returned outside. Just as he was about to disassemble the Tesseract machine, a pale blue beam of light suddenly shot out and shot towards the clouds. A massive spatial portal formed above Manhattan, New York, and a densely packed Chitauri army surged through it, heading towards Earth. Tony hesitated for only a moment before charging forward without hesitation. Chapter 142 Battle of New York Plus. Bang! Bang! Boom! Tony, alone, faced the overwhelming alien army. Even staggered by the energy gunfire, he still managed to destroy as many Chitauri warriors as possible. Unfortunately, he was alone. Countless Chitauri warriors in their spaceships swept past Tony and crashed to the ground. The energy guns fired indiscriminately, destroying cars and buildings alike. In less than a minute, a cloud of dust billowed across the city. Loki grinned wickedly at Rory, saying, "See? This world will be conquered by me. Now submit to me." Rory ignored Loki, frowning as he looked up at the sky. No, the Chitauri army has become more numerous and stronger. The Chitauri army emerging from the spatial portal was far more powerful than Rory had imagined. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen Leviathans swarmed down, destroying countless buildings. Chitauri warriors appeared on the streets of Manhattan like locusts. This was no longer a city that a few superheroes could control, it was a true planetary invasion. The Chitauri army they saw now was at least several times larger than what Rory remembered. Damn, the butterfly effect can even affect outer space? Tony was shot down from the sky by a barrage of energy blasts. Steve and the others rushed to Manhattan, and even Frank became serious upon seeing the devastated city. Let's go. Rescuing civilians and fighting back against the Chitauri soldiers, even with the addition of the neighborhood police, was futile. The Chitauri army was simply too overwhelming. Give me the mind staff. Magneto tossed the staff over, and Rory reached out to catch it. The instant he touched the staff, Rory felt as if he had been struck by a massive energy blast, blasted away and crashing into a wall. What happened? Rory wasn't injured, but the energy collision made him feel terrible. Loki, standing next to Rory, was directly knocked unconscious by the immense energy and collapsed onto the floor, fast asleep. The mind staff, lying on the ground, was surrounded by energy, seemingly repelling Rory's approach. An energy conflict? Or a conflict between the forces of law? Rory slowly released a deathly energy, which was immediately repelled by the power of the mind staff as soon as it approached. After a moment of contemplation, Rory said softly, "Magneto, you try." Magneto raised his hand, trying to pull the mind staff towards him, but this time the staff didn't fall into Magneto's hand as before. Instead, it vibrated incessantly. Even Magneto's superpowers had failed. Damn it. Rory's purpose in coming here was for the staff. If he couldn't take it, wouldn't his trip have been in vain? Glancing at the overwhelming Chitauri army outside, Rory sighed, "I'll think of a way, you go help." Magneto nodded calmly. Although he didn't get along with ordinary humans, he was still willing to stand up and protect Earth when it was invaded by aliens. Magneto walked to the window, raised his hands, and the plaque hanging on the edge of Stark Tower flew upwards in reverse, swatting away the Chitauri warriors who had just passed through the spatial portal. With a flick of his right hand, an iron rod pierced several Chitauri warriors together. With a swing of his left, a car flew into the air, blocking several Chitauri airships chasing Iron Man. With Magneto's addition, Iron Man's pressure immediately lessened. Hey everyone, did anyone see that? Someone was helping him, but others hadn't, especially when the car took off out of thin air. Tony immediately thought of the superhuman who had kidnapped him. A few minutes later, Thor and Hulk arrived on the battlefield, but they still couldn't stop the densely packed Chitauri army. The defensive positions set up by the police and National Guard were a joke. Roar! Hulk leaped around the city, destroying the enemy as much as possible. Thor unleashed his lightning power to block more Chitauri troops from crossing the spatial rift, but his energy was limited, and he was exhausted after a few uses. The army. We need the army. The heavily armed force composed of tanks and armored vehicles had just entered the city's edge when they engaged in skirmishes with the Chitauri army, unable to effectively reinforce the city's core. The war had barely begun when it entered its bloodiest, most intense phase. An exhausted Captain America, Steve Rogers, was blasted away by an energy blast. Gasping for breath, He struggled to his feet, preparing for the next attack, when suddenly a shell struck the Chitauri airship above him. A deafening boom followed as a rocket launcher overturned the airship, and then a dense barrage of gunfire erupted from the streets. Bang! 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 Rat-a-tat-tat. Hip-hop hats, thick gold chains, and gold AKs, or shirtless men in leather vests, covered in bizarre tattoos, wielding 2 submachine guns, and sleazy thugs, peeking from behind burly men with small handguns, stealthily launching sneak attacks. Just when hope was about to vanish, a large group of gangsters, armed with smuggled weapons, stormed the streets, shouting and cursing. Drunk or high, the gang members, unsteady on their feet, clashed with the Chitauri warriors. Gunfire erupted from all directions as the group hidden in the city's underworld stepped forward. Wilson Fisk, in a white suit, snapped the head off a Chitauri warrior, waving his hand and shouting, "Attack! Push forward! Defend our city! Kill them all!" Countless gang members charged in the opposite direction of the fleeing civilians. A nearly wrecked pickup truck emerged from an alley, carrying a Gatling gun, launching a death charge and unleashing a deluge of ammunition. The scene left both civilians and superheroes stunned. Counterattack! Counterattack! Captain America, Steve Rogers, his fighting spirit ignited, roared as he rushed out of cover, shielding a gang member with his shield before taking the machine gun from a wounded member and continuing to fire. The pickup truck was blown over, and Frank jumped from the rooftop, ripped the Gatling gun from his hand, and continued to mow down the Chitauri army. Magneto floated out of Stark Tower, surrounded by countless metal fragments that unleashed an area of effect attack on the Chitauri army. His damage output alone exceeded that of all the Avengers combined. "Can anyone hear me? Close the portal." "Roger." Natasha and Tony replied simultaneously. Tony arrived at the Tesseract first, recognizing Magneto, the man who had kidnapped him, at a glance. However, this wasn't the time for that. Something more important awaited him. He approached the Tesseract's operating machine, scanning it for a long time without finding a way to close the portal. Dr. Sully, now free from the Mind Stone's control, pointed at the machine and said, "The Mind Stone, only the Mind Stone can close the portal." Tony turned and asked, "You mean the Mind Stone and the Tesseract share the same energy source, so they won't be repelled?" "That's right. Finding the Mind Stone is enough to close the portal." The solution was found, but the problem was they hadn't found Loki. Tony immediately shouted through the intercom, "Guys, we're in big trouble. We need Loki's scepter to close the portal. Get Loki here right now." "Hey, you mean this?" Natasha, arriving late, ran over holding the scepter. Tony's face was full of question marks as he asked, "Where did you find it?" Natasha pointed back, "It's on your floor." Rory had used illusion magic to make himself and the unconscious Loki invisible, leaving only the scepter behind, so Natasha saw it immediately. "Okay, come over here and close this damn portal." Following Xavier's instructions, Natasha placed the scepter against the edge of the machine and slowly pushed the Tesseract closer to the core. Rory looked up at the sky. The UN Security Council should be launching a nuclear missile by now, so why wasn't there any news? Even after the portal closed, there was no news of a nuclear missile, nor the iconic scene of Tony carrying a nuclear missile and rushing into the portal. Whoosh! Buzz! The portal was completely closed, but because the Chitauri mothership hadn't been destroyed, the Chitauri warriors remaining on Earth didn't die. The war continued. The city was still ravaged, and people were still being slaughtered by the Chitauri. Rhodes had originally intended to leave after obtaining the Mind Scepter, leaving the chance to save the world to the Avengers, but now it seemed the Avengers couldn't save the world. Deciding to act, Rhodes went to the edge of Stark Tower's terrace, spread his arms, and unleashed his full power of death. Black mist appeared from his hands, gathering above his head, instantly forming a massive black cloud. Go! The black cloud suddenly exploded, transforming into countless threads that rushed towards the Chitauri warriors. After entering their bodies, the death power frantically drained their life force, then searched for the next target. The more life force drained, the more death power was converted, the more death power, the faster the absorption. As the power of death roamed the city skies, it absorbed the lives of the dead. Countless souls and life force were assimilated by the power of death, then coalesced into even more black mist. The immense life force of the behemoth Leviathan, in particular, became the best nourishment for the power of death. The wisps of black mist that roamed the city astonished everyone. Only after all the Chitauri warriors failed did people realize that the war seemed to be over. Yay! We won! We won! We won! Hooroo! The cheers hadn't lasted long, and even before the excitement of the war had subsided, everyone noticed another problem. The black mist that had gathered above the city, enveloping the entire island of Manhattan, hadn't dissipated. The black mist gathered in the air, slowly rotating in one direction, gradually forming an inverted vortex. The center of the vortex was connected to the roof of Stark Tower, or more precisely, to Rhodes, who was standing on the roof of Stark Tower. Drawn by the black mist, Rhodes slowly floated from the roof of Stark Tower into the sky. Centered on Luo Rui, the black mist poured into Luo Rui's body like sands through an hourglass, completely disregarding whether Luo Rui's body could withstand it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143: Changes brought about by the transcendent power of death. Under the immense impact of death energy, Rory could barely control his body, gritting his teeth and struggling to maintain his grip on the power. The illusion dissipated automatically, and everyone saw Rory standing at the center of the black mist. It's him. Stark, using the magnification function of the Mark suit's mask, was the first to recognize Rory's face. Then, Natasha, Captain America, Nick Fury on the helicarrier, and Peggy Carter in the Washington Triangular Wing all recognized Rory. The black mist swirled and poured into Rory's body, as if it would burst him at any moment. The death energy was simply too much for Rory's small body to contain. Fortunately, Rory's body had been strengthened multiple times and could barely withstand it, but what would happen next was unknown even to him. Poof! Rory's body burst like a balloon. The black mist that had poured in from above escaped through other places, but the black mist that left Rory's body refused to leave, continuing to swirl around him. The pale black mist gathered together, forming an extreme blackness, so black that even sunlight could not penetrate it. The black mist pouring into his head didn't stop, it continued to seep into his body, swirling around him until he felt like he was about to burst. A crack seemed to shatter something, and the black mist, which had previously been unable to enter his body, surged into his brain like a burst dam. A piercing scream, capable of disturbing the soul, exploded in everyone's ears. Superhumans and ordinary people alike covered their ears and knelt on the ground. The voice wasn't from Luo Rui, but he heard the person speaking to him. "Help me! Help me! Who is it? Help me! Luo Rui, help me!" The next second, the sound was abruptly cut off. Luo Rui frantically searched for the source of the sound, but a feeling told him that the voice shouldn't exist in this world. Abandoning his search for the sound, Rory turned around and suddenly found himself floating in the air, his lower body not covered by legs but by drifting black mist. "I can fly? I really can fly. No, where are my legs?" Rory couldn't feel his legs. Taking a step forward, the black mist propelled him forward, a very strange sensation. Rory tried to retract the black mist. After the mist disappeared, his legs returned, but he could no longer fly and was rapidly plummeting towards the ground. Holy crap! Losing his balance, Rory quickly released the black mist again, regaining his balance and flying towards the roof of Stark Tower. Tony and Natasha stared wide-eyed at Rory approaching, momentarily speechless. Rory raised his hand to cast an illusion, then frowned slightly, realizing the illusion seemed to have malfunctioned. Magneto. Magneto raised his hand, and the Mind Staff, its energy deactivated, instantly flew from Natasha's hand to Magneto's. "Let's go." "Hey, wait." Black Widow wanted the scepter back, but Rory ignored her and flew away with Magneto. Loki, stunned by the energy clash, woke up to find a group of Avengers posing for photos. Curious, he asked, "Is the war over?" An interstellar war had come to an end, but Rory's appearance left a deep impression on everyone. The eerie black mist, the soul-piercing screams, even those who had experienced it 10 years ago couldn't forget that feeling. Back in the suburbs, Rory immediately called Kathy. "You and Magneto go to Sokovia and give the Mind Scepter to Baron Strucker of Hydra." "What about you?" Kathy, having seen everything on television, asked with concern. Rory reassured Kathy, "I'm fine. I just need to go to the West Coast to deal with a mutant problem. I'll join you later. Then, be careful." Kathy also wanted to be with Rory, but she understood his meaning. He wanted her to come along to keep an eye on Magneto and the Mind Scepter. After saying goodbye, Rui's lower body transformed into black mist and shot into the sky, leaving a long black trail as he disappeared into the horizon. Rui finally experienced the joy of flight. However, this inexplicable change left him feeling uncertain. The inability to use cosmic energy must mean something was wrong with his body. And then there was the unsettling cry for help from the woman. Therefore, Rui desperately wanted to return to the lab for a thorough checkup. Perhaps due to absorbing too much death energy, Rui felt inexhaustible strength. At full speed, he was only slightly slower than a fifth-generation fighter jet. After flying for a short time, Rui mastered the flying techniques and could even perform various high-difficulty maneuvers, truly enjoying the wind and freedom. The straight-line distance from New York to Los Angeles is nearly 4,000 kilometers, and Rui crossed the east and west coasts in just 2 hours. Boom! Rui landed in front of Kathy Biotechnology Company. The black mist dissipated beneath his feet, and the grass touched by it withered instantly. Rui didn't care about anything else. The first thing he did upon returning to the lab was to lock himself inside. Blood and bone marrow were drawn, and echocardiography, X-ray imaging, and a full-body X-ray were performed. After a long while, Rui sat in a chair, staring at his X-ray, lost in thought. Anyone who's had an X-ray knows that a clear image captures every detail of the body, leaving nothing hidden. But Rui's was different. It was completely black, like a black screen. If it weren't for the light, he would have thought a machine was broken. The X-ray imaging and echocardiography also showed problems, as if the machine had malfunctioned. The strange thing was that his blood and bone marrow tests were normal, which was very abnormal. This is weird. What's wrong? I can't exactly split my head open, can I? If he could, he really wanted to crack open his brain to see what was inside. After a busy day and night, it was around noon when he came out of the lab. David, who was eating pasta, had no idea Rui was back and instinctively asked, "Want some?" Rui shook his head and turned to walk towards the bathroom. David wanted to say something, but seeing that Rory had already gone into the bathroom, he swallowed his words. After Rory finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, David said, "Boss, there are a lot of people outside." Indeed, a lot of people had gathered outside the lab, all of them SHIELD agents, almost surrounding it. Rory waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'll go take a look." Wearing a bathrobe and drying his hair with a towel, he walked out of the lab. He waved to the guy across the street reading a newspaper. "You, come here." The agent reading the newspaper hesitated, looked around, and then pointed blankly at himself. "Me? Yes, you, come here right now." The agent hesitated for a moment, then meekly walked up to Rory. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Tell Peggy Carter to evacuate everyone. And don't bother me again. I don't always let her off the hook, understand?" The agent swallowed hard and nodded blankly. No one could ignore Rory's words, because Rory had wiped out the entire Chitauri army in one fell swoop over New York. If it had been ordinary humans, it would have been a terrible disaster. Rory returned to the lab a few minutes later, and all the agents outside had vanished. He went back to his bedroom, changed into clean clothes, and told David, "I'm leaving for a while. You stay and look after the lab. You can call Sarah and the kids to keep you company." "Boss, how long are you going to be gone?" David, having just finished his pasta, wiped his mouth and quickly asked. Rory shook his head, "I don't know either. Call me if anything happens." He grabbed his experimental kit, 2 changes of clothes for himself and Kathy, and left the lab. His lower body transformed into black mist, rising from the ground and disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. "Wandifa?" David stared blankly at the sky, but there was no sign of Rory. At SHIELD headquarters, a group of people sat around a conference table, repeatedly watching the video of the Battle of New York. Peggy Carter gestured for everyone to speak freely. Natasha spoke first. "The guy with him stole Loki's scepter from me. I think he's here for the scepter. I know the guy with him, a superhuman who can control a metal, and he even kidnapped me before," Tony said, looking slightly annoyed. "A superhuman who can control metal? Iron Man's nemesis?" Steve glanced at Peggy Carter before speaking. "We've retrieved the Tesseract, so we've barely completed the mission. And the point isn't the scepter, but that he can instantly kill so many Chitauri warriors. If it were a human, he could turn New York into a ghost town in an instant." He's far too dangerous, I think. Don't think that way, Tony interrupted. What can you do to him? Knock him unconscious with your shield, or drop a nuclear bomb on his head? Because of the unexpected events in the Battle of New York, the newly formed Avengers weren't as united as expected. Tony still disliked Steve, this outdated old man, and Steve similarly despised Tony's arrogance and conceit. Hawkeye Barton interrupted their banter, saying, he has the more powerful Tesseract but refuses it, insisting on having Loki's scepter. This shows that the scepter is more important to him, if Natasha understood Hawkeye's meaning and continued, the scepter and the Tesseract share the same energy source, essentially, they're the same thing. If they were the same, why did Loki steal the Tesseract? Why not just use the scepter? This was Captain America, Steve asked. He was a scientific idiot, so it was normal for him to ask some silly questions. Only Bruce Banner was willing to explain, they're different. Although both emit gamma rays, their functions are significantly different. Everyone turned to look at Banner, who continued, the Tesseract can open spatial portals, while that scepter can disrupt people's minds, like Clint. Sorry, I didn't mean to reopen old wounds. Hawkeye Barton awkwardly raised his hand, no, I'm fine. Natasha asked suspiciously, does he intend to use mind control to rule the world? Chapter 144 The Five Great Gods. On a passenger plane bound for Europe, a little boy in a window seat was playing with Iron Man toys. Suddenly, he stopped, his big, bright eyes staring out the window. Mommy, there's a monster. Okay, when my little darling grows up, he'll be like Iron Man and destroy all the monsters. The boy's mother clearly didn't believe him, calmly sitting in her seat reading a book. The little boy turned to look at the monster outside the window again, and the monster actually made a gesture with its finger to its eyebrow. Whoosh! The little boy was so startled that he quickly pulled the window shade shut. Not far away, Rory followed the passenger plane across the ocean. Upon seeing land, he randomly landed at a cell tower, took out his phone, opened navigation, determined his direction, and flew towards Sokovia. He accelerated to maximum speed, breaking Mach 2, and quickly arrived over Sokovia. A black trail of smoke followed behind him, and a loud boom startled a large flock of wild birds in the forest. With a soft poof, the black mist dissipated, and Rory landed steadily on the rooftop terrace of Hydra's castle. An intruder had entered, and the alarms within the Hydra base immediately went off. Several guards, guns at their sides, rushed to investigate. Upon seeing Rory, they immediately lowered their weapons and saluted. Good morning, sir. Go on with your work. Rory waved his hand and walked towards the castle's interior. The guards reported the situation to the control room, and the alarms were immediately extinguished. When Rory entered, Magneto, Kathy, and Baron Strucker of Hydra were all waiting there. Rory took Kathy's hand and smiled reassuringly. I'm perfectly fine, why are you so nervous? After calming Kathy down, he turned to Baron Strucker and instructed, prepare a separate laboratory for me, I'll need it later. Having obtained the Mind Scepter, Rory planned to personally supervise Baron Strucker's work to activate Wanda and Quicksilver's superpowers as soon as possible. He also wanted to stay and continue researching what was wrong with his own body. Lori, how are you? Little Wanda suddenly ran in, and Kathy instinctively frowned. Little Wanda, completely ignoring Kathy hugging Lori, went to Lori's other side and asked with concern, Lori, I saw you on TV, are you alright? I'm fine, well, I'm a little tired, I'll go rest for a while, remember to call me for dinner. The Battle of New York made Earth the focus of the universe. 2 Infinity Stones appeared simultaneously during the battle, plus the Time Stone in the hands of the Ancient One, meaning 3 of the 6 Infinity Stones appeared on Earth at the same time, causing many powerful figures to simultaneously focus their attention on this lowly planet. The sudden appearance of the massive death energy also instantly suppressed the restlessness of many who coveted the Infinity Stones. Odin, almost exhausted, sat wearily on his throne, his thoughts wistful. Is this the person? The power of death shouldn't be like this. In the multiverse, every universe has a Grim Reaper, but there is only one goddess of death. If death is considered a company, the goddess of death is the CEO, and the Grim Reapers of each universe are regional managers. Although Odin didn't know who the Grim Reaper of this universe was, it certainly wasn't Lori from Earth. Odin's life was nearing its end. He had neither the time nor the energy to investigate matters related to death. The weaker Odin became, the stronger his daughter grew, and sooner or later she would break free of her shackles. There was also the Ragnarok prophecy of Asgard, all foreshadowing the impending decline of Asgard. On Earth, the Ancient One was also observing Laurie's changes, and intuitively, she was more shocked than anyone else. When Laurie first returned to this universe, the power of death within him wasn't much, but in less than a year it had grown to this extent. The Ancient One worried that Laurie might indiscriminately kill innocents in pursuit of greater power. If Laurie became lost in the power, would he slaughter all life on Earth? If Laurie went completely mad, perhaps no one could stop him. Standing atop the snow-capped mountain, the Ancient One pondered for a moment before beginning to cast a spell. The eye of Agamotto on her chest slowly opened, revealing a shimmering emerald light. Protecting Earth is the Sorcerer Supreme's duty, and she plans to travel to the future in this timeline to see if she can find a way to limit Laurie's power. Meanwhile, Laurie arrives at the Hydra base and immediately urges Baron Strucker to experiment with the Mind Stone. As for the changes in himself, he can only study them slowly. Unfortunately, he is not a sorcerer and cannot fully control this power. Moreover, Wanda has said that as long as he returns to the main universe with this death force, it will automatically leave his body to find a new owner. If he cannot use cosmic energy, and the death force also leaves him, wouldn't Laurie's strength be reduced to its original state? Laurie locks himself in his laboratory to conduct various experiments. First, it is certain that his physical attributes have not changed. His super strength and super endurance remain his physical advantages. Second, cosmic energy cannot disappear without a reason. Data from bone marrow analysis shows that the celestial genes still exist in Laurie's body. Perhaps it is the death force that prevents him from absorbing cosmic energy. Without the support of cosmic energy, weapon illusions and illusions are unusable, causing Laurie to lose many offensive methods. Rory raised his hand, a wisp of black mist swirling around his fingertips. He could use death energy at will. Currently, besides flying and stunning others with death power, his only offensive method was firing energy blasts, but the damage was very limited, even less effective than punches. Should I switch careers and study magic? But I'm a biologist. More and more black mist gathered in his hand, then compressed under Rory's control. At its maximum compression, he suddenly flung the energy blast at the wall. Thud. The wall remained intact, the black mist dissipating and returning to Rory's body as energy. Too weak, not even as powerful as a pistol. This offensive method was learned from the Scarlet Witch, but the power was worlds apart. Perhaps Rory hadn't found the correct way to use it. There were no physical problems, the only potential issue was Rory's brain, but he couldn't remove his own brain. Emerging from the laboratory, he found Hydra scientists researching the Mind Scepter. Rory wandered around the Hydra laboratory before going outside the castle to breathe some fresh air. Bored, Kathy sat by the city wall, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Laurie sat down beside her and softly asked, "Missing home?" "A little. They probably missed me too," Kathy replied, her voice slightly melancholic. In the Celestial Isle universe, Kathy had lived alone for 5 years after Thanos' destruction. Her family had finally returned, but their reunion was short-lived, as Wanda had brought them to this universe. Although Laurie was with her, family and loved ones couldn't replace each other, and ultimately, the longing in her heart couldn't be extinguished. Laurie put his arm around Kathy. "Wanda should be back soon. We'll have her send you back then. What about you?" Kathy missed her family and didn't want to be separated from Laurie either. Laurie smiled slightly. "I'll go back once I find a way to deal with the Celestials, or you can come visit me if you miss me." Long-distance relationships were already difficult enough, cross-universe relationships were even harder. Kathy didn't want to continue this heavy topic and instead asked, "By the way, how's your health?" Laurie himself didn't know what was wrong with his health, so Kathy certainly couldn't. She had only seen what happened to Laurie during the Battle of New York on TV and was simply expressing concern. Laurie said with a headache, "I don't know what went wrong either. Perhaps only a true sorcerer can answer that. Maybe the Ancient One knows." The Ancient One was also a sorcerer, and the Sorcerer Supreme who had lived for hundreds of years. Perhaps she knew something. But would she help Laurie? The Ancient One had attacked Laurie before and even helped Strange send Laurie to the Celestial Isle universe. After Laurie returned, she even absorbed a massive amount of dark power to fight against Laurie and Wanda. Given their history of mutual hostility, it was impossible for her to help Laurie. "Why don't you give it a try?" After thinking for a moment, Laurie felt it was necessary to try, so he nodded and said, "I'll go find the Ancient One. If you're bored here, You can go back to Los Angeles. As long as you don't go to the lab, SHIELD shouldn't be watching you. Kathy smiled. Don't worry about me. I'll go back myself if I'm bored. Kathy had the Ant-Man suit and had used the enhancement serum Rory had created. Most people wouldn't be a match for her. Rory stood up from the city wall and took 2 steps back. Kathy asked, "Want to finish eating before you go?" Hearing about eating, Rory quickly shook his head. He was always bothered by Wanda during meals. It was better to leave now. "No, let's go now. Call any time." With that, black mist began to surge from his body, and Rory, trailing a trail of black flames, soared into the sky. Kamar Taj possessed a magical concealment barrier. Rory circled the Himalayas twice but couldn't find Kamar Taj. It was the Ancient One who found him and led him inside. "I thought I was the last person you wanted to see. Why did you come looking for me this time?" The Ancient One, dressed in a yellow robe, walked beside Rory with her hands behind her back. "I came for this." Rory raised his hand, releasing a cloud of black mist. The Ancient One stared at the black mist, narrowing her eyes, and said, "I guessed you came for her. Actually, I'm quite curious myself." "Her?" Rory was puzzled. The Ancient One said softly, "There are countless gods in the multiverse, but only a few true gods transcend all living beings." Rory knew the Ancient One was referring to the 5 primordial gods. These 5 gods represent the fundamental laws of the multiverse: eternity, death, infinity, annihilation, and Galactus. Eternity and infinity are twins, also guardians of the multiverse. Annihilation is the most abstract existence, wielding the power of the concept of non-existence. Moreover, annihilation is a multidimensional god. While normal beings live in 3-dimensional space, annihilation can enter 10 dimensions. In other words, annihilation doesn't actually exist in the same dimension as the other 4 gods. Galactus is known as the balancer of cosmic energy. When the balance of cosmic energy is broken, he destroys some planets and life forms, returning the energy to the universe to maintain its basic balance. This Galactus isn't Star-Lord's living, breathing father. Ego is at most a massive, alternative intelligent life form. The last one is death, closely related to Rory, and the most active of the 5 primordial gods. Luo Rui dispelled the black mist and asked, "Why isn't there a goddess of death in this universe?" "Because she was captured by the gods of eternity and infinity, and we don't know where she's imprisoned." Chapter 145 Accidentally Entering the Peach Garden. When Rory absorbed a massive amount of death energy after the Battle of New York, he did indeed hear a woman's cry for help. Could it be the goddess of death? The goddess of death is one of the 5 cosmic entities. What made her think Rory could save her? After a long silence, Rory asked, "How did you know?" The Ancient One smiled mysteriously. "It wasn't a secret in ancient times. Eternity and infinity protect the multiverse. The goddess of death, for her amusement, harvested countless lives, once affecting the normal development of the universe. Isn't it normal for her to be captured? If the goddess of death was captured, then what about the death energy within me?" What Rory most wanted to understand was where this power came from and what effects it would have on him. The Ancient One led Rory through the Kamar Taj training grounds and into an ancient Chinese building. With a gentle wave of her hand, she performed a magic trick right in front of Rory, and in the blink of an eye, a tea table appeared in the center of the hall, with a pot of fragrant tea on it. The Ancient One sat down to one side, and Rory followed suit, sitting opposite her. She picked up the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea, pushing one towards Rory. Then, the Ancient One spoke, "The goddess of death is the goddess of death, and the power of death is the power of death. Without death, all life would be immortal, and the universe would soon be unable to bear the burden and be destroyed." Hearing this, Rory seemed to understand somewhat. In other words, the goddess of death exists because of the power of death. Even without the goddess of death, the power of death still exists in the universe, but without this power, the goddess of death would not exist. The goddess of death only represents this power, not the power itself. Therefore, her imprisonment by eternity and infinity does not affect the normal operation of death energy in the universe. Then how do I use this power? Rory pressed. The Ancient One shook her head, "I don't know. I'm just relaying information recorded in ancient texts to you. Actually, I'm even more unfamiliar with the power of death than you are." At least Rory could use the power of death. The Ancient One hadn't even had the chance to touch it. After finishing his cup of tea, Rory asked his last question. "Why are you willing to tell me all this?" The relationship between Rory and the Ancient One had never been so friendly. The Ancient One's hostility towards Rory seemed innate, as if she wanted to get rid of him immediately. In the Ancient One's eyes, Rory was like a virus that suddenly appeared in a computer, and the Sorcerer Supreme was the antivirus software for that computer. Deleting Rory was her job. But now it was different. Rory had merged with the power of death, essentially becoming one with the rules of the universe. He was no longer a virus, but rather a rogue software disguised in legal garb. Like a bird-themed wallpaper, its nature was no different from a virus, but it was legal. The Ancient One didn't explain, only saying softly, "I'm not helping you, and your future hasn't changed. No matter what identity you have, it doesn't change the fact that you're the destroyer of worlds. But not all futures are destined for destruction." Then what is it? The Ancient One, holding her teacup, looked up calmly at Rory and said, "It won't work if I say it. Here we go again." The Ancient One and Strange. Those two sorcerers supremes who can travel through time, are just the same. Talking about protecting the future is just a way of wanting the world to go according to their own ideas. Rory didn't get the answer he wanted. The Ancient One only talked about the power of death, not how to use it. While saying he didn't understand the power of death, Rory felt the Ancient One didn't want to teach him, given their strained relationship. The long-simmering conflict remained unresolved. The only reason they could sit down and chat peacefully now was because dealing with the multiverse was more important. "Stay for dinner before you leave. I need to go cultivate, so I won't keep you company." Seemingly polite, but actually, she was dismissing him. Disciple Mordo stepped forward, bowed slightly, and raised his hand, saying, "Mr. Rory, I'll take you to dinner." Rory, of course, wouldn't lose face in front of the Ancient One, and waved his hand, saying, "The dinner at Camartage isn't to my taste. Please see me out." Baron Mordo silently escorted Rory to the outside of Camartage's protective array, watching as a plume of black smoke rose from Rory's feet and disappeared into the horizon. After descending from the Himalayas, Rory planned to find a place to rest for the night. There wasn't anything urgent for him to handle, and flying around was tiring. It would be more comfortable to fly back. After flying for quite some time, he crossed a bamboo forest and discovered a village ahead. To avoid frightening the local civilians, Rory approached and slowly landed in the bamboo forest, intending to walk there. However, as he walked, Rory realized something was wrong. What seemed like a 10-minute walk from the sky had become a 20-minute ordeal for him, as if he were endlessly circling within the bamboo forest. A ghost wall? Rory slowly floated into the air, discovering that the village's distance from him hadn't changed at all. Since this place was unusual, Rory simply flew directly towards the village. However, no matter how fast he flew, the village always maintained the same distance from him. The village wouldn't move, so the problem lay in this bamboo forest. How interesting. Rory landed back in the bamboo forest, observing for a long time but still finding no usable clues. However, according to his analysis, this place was probably affected by some kind of energy, or perhaps some kind of illusion? This kind of thing might work on others, but for Rory, no matter how sinister it was, he could break it with his own strength. Suddenly, a large patch of black mist appeared beneath Rory's feet, slowly spreading outwards. The dense bamboo withered instantly upon contact with the black mist, turning yellowish-gray, and then fell down one after another. In just a moment, all the bamboo within 30 meters of Rory was cleared away, and he destroyed more bamboo as he walked forward. With the field destroyed, it naturally lost its original effect. This time, after walking for about 10 minutes, Rory appeared not far from the village. Upon suddenly encountering a stranger, almost all the villagers, busy in the fields, stared at Rory with shocked eyes. Rory, too, looked around in surprise. A phoenix emitting flames, a white fox with 9 tails, and a dragon-headed, deer-antlered, horse-bodied creature that resembled the legendary Cullen. Have I transmigrated again? This was the thought that suddenly popped into Rory's mind. Just then, a group of villagers dressed in ancient Chinese clothing ran over, carrying long sticks, and blocked Rory's path. One of them, an old man with a white beard, stepped forward and shouted, "Outsiders are not welcome here. Go back to where you came from." Rory finally remembered and asked, "Is this Taro village?" Upon hearing Rory call out the village's name, the old man with the white beard immediately glared and said, "As expected, you have ill intentions. Set up the formation." But before he could make a move, a large cloud of black mist suddenly swept towards the crowd, and the villagers who were about to set up the formation instantly fainted, leaving only Luorui and the old man with the white beard. The old man with the white beard was not afraid of Luorui, he even brandished his dragon soul staff and struck Luorui hard. Thump! Luorui raised his arm to block the dragon soul staff, the force of which felt like a mere tickle. A second strike followed, but Luorui caught it instantly. Crack! The dragon soul staff snapped in two, broken in two by Luorui's force. The white-bearded old man stared at Luorui in shock. "You're no match for me," Luorui said, helping the old man up from the ground. "They're just asleep. I'm just a passing traveler, there's no need to be nervous." The old man clearly didn't believe him. Although he didn't attack again, he still asked warily, "You said you were just passing through, so how did you get through the bamboo forest?" Luorui shrugged. "You saw it yourself, I actually have some skills. Not just a little, but many." The old man was about to say something when his eyes swept over Luorui's hand, and his expression instantly changed. 10 rings. Luorui glanced at the 10 rings on his wrist and asked with a smile, "Do you know the owner of this bracelet?" The old man didn't answer but instead asked, "How did you get this?" "I stole it." The old man opened his mouth, then shook his head and said, "Come with me, let's go inside and talk." First, he arranged for people to take the unconscious villagers back to their homes, then led Luorui into a wooden house in the village. After brewing tea, the old man slowly began to tell the story related to the 10 rings. It was basically the same as Luorui remembered. A few years ago, Shang-Chi found Taro Village and took away Yingli, the guardian of Taro Village, and never returned. "Do you know where Su Wenwu is?" Everyone here called the white-bearded old man Guangbo. Guangbo shook his head and sighed. "I also sent people to look for him. Since Yingli chose to be with Su Wenwu, let them be." Luorui wasn't just chatting with Guangbo, he really wanted to know Su Wenwu's whereabouts so he could snatch the 10 rings from him. After chatting for a while, it was time for dinner. In the eyes of the Chinese, nothing is more important than eating, so Guangbo immediately pulled Luorui to eat. Unable to refuse his hospitality, Luorui followed Guangbo and enjoyed a truly authentic Chinese meal, spicy food from Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan. That night, Luorui sat on the steps of the wooden house, his gaze sweeping across the lake to the massive, faintly red stone gate on the opposite shore. Guangbo walked over and sat down beside Luorui, both looking at the red stone gate on the other side of the lake. He said, "That's the gate of darkness, imprisoning the evil soul devourer. Our Taro village has guarded the seal of the gate of darkness for generations. If the seal is broken, this world will suffer a great catastrophe." Luorui was silent for a moment before suddenly speaking, "I'll help you deal with that soul devourer. How about you tell me Su Wenwu's address?" Guangbo refused without hesitation. "It's not that I don't trust you, but there's no need to take such a risk." The seal hadn't been touched for 4,000 years, Guangbo didn't want to risk it because of Luorui's words. What if Luorui couldn't handle it? They would be doomed. Luorui chuckled and said nothing more. Devouring souls? Could that possibly compare to the power of death? Guangbo patted his behind and got up to go back to rest. Luorui was also about to go back when suddenly a voice rang in his ear. "Luorui, save me." It was Kathy's voice. Luorui turned to look at the dark gate. He knew it was the soul-devouring beast playing tricks, but unfortunately, this tactic was ineffective against Luorui because his brain was filled with the power of death. To interfere with Luorui's thoughts, one would have to be even more powerful than the power of death. Chapter 146 Returning the Favor, Li Shun helps out. Waking up early the next morning, Luorui stepped out of his wooden house and found many villagers gathered together practicing martial arts. Upon closer observation, it wasn't hard to see that most of these people could use ki, but perhaps due to physical limitations, the energy of this ki was very weak. It was enough to deal with ordinary people, but slightly insufficient against those who could also use energy. "Are you interested in Kung Fu?" A woman's voice sounded behind Luorui. Turning around, the woman proactively introduced herself. "My name is Ying Nan, I'm Ying Li's older sister." "Hello, Luorui." After the introductions, Ying Nan asked again, "You've been standing here watching for a while, are you very interested in Kung Fu?" Luorui nodded. "I've observed that everyone here can use ki, but it's very weak. Cultivating ki is not easy, many people never even begin to grasp it in their entire lives, but the only requirement for using the Dragon Soul Staff is that you must cultivate ki. Not everyone in Taro Village can use a weapon like the Dragon Soul Staff, which possesses inherent attributes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just those few people who attacked Luo Rui yesterday, but the entire village. China in Marvel isn't without a presence, nor is it without superheroes. Many people even acquire their abilities from China. For example, Kunlun, the birthplace of Kung Fu, was where the 5 elders of the Hand and Iron Fist Danny Randall learned their skills. The guardians of Taro Village are equally powerful. Ying Li could even defeat Su Wenwu, who possessed 10 rings. One of the 3 sanctuaries of the guardian sorcerers is located in Hong Kong, and the Chinese-American Old Wang later succeeded Strange as the Sorcerer Supreme. Moreover, the government has the SHIELD, and the Chinese military has the Imperial Dynasty Organization, making them no less powerful than SHIELD and the Avengers in every aspect. Don't be fooled by Su Wenwu's destructive behavior around the world. If he dares to cause trouble back home, someone will still deal with him. The villagers of Taro Village had finished their morning exercises, and Luo Rui asked Yingnan beside him, "You are the guardian of Taro Village, you must be the strongest here." Yingnan smiled and said, "You want to spar with me?" After saying that, she took a few steps back, assumed a fighting stance, and looked at Luo Rui. Luo Rui tentatively asked, "Is it alright?" Yingnan cultivated Qi and Tai Chi, specializing in defense but not offense. Only when Luo Rui exerted a fraction of his strength could Yingnan barely manage to parry. Moreover, this was using the Tai Chi principle of borrowing force to counter force. If it were ordinary martial arts, Yingnan might not necessarily be able to defeat Luo Rui. After a dozen or so moves, Luo Rui roughly assessed Yingnan's strength. His overall combat power was rank C or C+, enough to deal with ordinary enhanced individuals, but against superpowered individuals of B rank or higher, Yingnan would have almost no chance of winning. A few minutes later, Yingnan withdrew from the battle, looking at the relaxed Luo Rui and asking, "This shouldn't be your full strength, right?" Luo Rui nodded, "I don't know martial arts, my body is just different from ordinary people." He phrased it very tactfully, which could also be seen as saving face for Yingnan. If it were Luo Rui using the cosmic energy conjured weapon he used to use, Yingnan would be dead within 3 moves. But now, using the power of death, Yingnan wouldn't even be able to withstand 1 move. The two were simply not on the same level. Hearing Luo Rui say this, Yingnan felt no discomfort. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Want to learn Kung Fu? I'll teach you." "Okay." Yingnan could see Luo Rui's physical strength, but his attacks relied entirely on brute force without any technique. This made Yingnan think Luo Rui was a good martial arts prospect. Perhaps unwilling to let talent go to waste, or for some other reason, Yingnan decided to teach Luo Rui a couple of moves. Fists and feet can kill, but it's difficult for ordinary people to do so. Kung Fu was created to increase lethality and later evolved into various unpredictable attack methods. Previously, Luo Rui didn't need Kung Fu. Weapons conjured from cosmic energy could bring him immense destructive power. Now that cosmic energy was unusable, any attack using the power of death would either kill or injure. Kung Fu could enrich his offensive methods. After sending a message to Cathay, Luo Rui settled down in Taro Village. He spent his days learning Kung Fu from Yingnan and occasionally trying to probe Guangbo, but he couldn't get Su Wenwu's address from him after several attempts. Time flew by, and 5 months had passed since the Battle of New York. Luo Rui's progress in Kung Fu could be described as rapid. Yingnan had reached the point where he could teach him nothing more. During this time, Luo Rui also tried cultivating Qi. Since his divine genes allowed him to communicate with cosmic energy, absorbing Qi was not difficult for him. The problem was that all energy, once it entered Luo Rui's body, would automatically transform into death energy, making his training futile. With less than a month left until the end of the 13th year, Luo Rui felt it was time to return. He went from the house to the lakeside and found Uncle Guang hanging clothes to dry. Uncle Guang knew it was Luo Rui without turning around and took the initiative to speak. "I don't know what your purpose is in coming here, but I can sense that you have no ill intentions towards us, which is why I let you stay." Life in Taro Village during this period had calmed Luo Rui's restless heart considerably. If it weren't for the many people waiting for him and the many things he needed to do, he would have been willing to stay and enjoy the peace here. In return for his kindness, Luo Rui decided to help Taro Village solve that big problem, even if Uncle Guang didn't tell him Su Wenwu's whereabouts. Luo Rui patted Guangbo on the shoulder from behind and laughed. Remember to come find me if you ever get a chance to go out. The people of Taro Village have guarded the seal for generations. Besides, I'm so old, what chance do I have? Guangbo shook his head and continued hanging the clothes in his hands. Suddenly, Luo Rui's lower body transformed into black mist, and he darted away from Guangbo, heading straight for the dark gate on the other side of the lake. Hey, Guangbo was stunned for a moment and quickly tried to stop him, but before he could speak, Luo Rui had already flown far away. Seeing that Luo Rui was heading towards the dark gate, Guangbo threw down the clothes in his hands and shouted, "Sound the alarm!" At this moment, Luo Rui had already arrived at the dark gate, which was sealed by scales emitting a red glow. Through his understanding over this period, Luo Rui knew that a guardian dragon of Taro Village slept beneath this lake, and perhaps these sealing scales were the manifestation of the guardian dragon from long ago. "Rory, save me. Get me out." The soul-devouring beast sealed inside mimicked Kathy's voice, tempting Lorelei. Lorelei gently placed his hand on the seal, and black mist appeared, slowly enveloping the entire seal. Absorb. The black mist instantly permeated the seal, absorbing all its power as death energy. In just 2 breaths, the seal, which had been emitting a faint red light, lost its luster, becoming an ordinary earthen wall. Boom! Deprived of energy support, the soul-devouring beast, imprisoned for thousands of years, finally broke free of its cage and saw the light of day again. Roar! A jet-black monster with wings rushed out of the dark gate, circled twice in the sky, then hovered in place, glanced at Lorelei, and then turned to charge towards Taro Village. On the other side of the lake, the villagers of Taro Village stood on the shore, staring blankly at the soul-devouring beast that had suddenly broken free of its seal, unsure of what to do. Just as Guangbo was about to order a desperate fight, Luo Rui suddenly leaped into the air and flew swiftly to the top of the soul-devouring beast's head. "You beast, today is your death day." Roar! The soul-devouring beast was enraged. It had intended to save Luo Rui for last, but unexpectedly, Luo Rui dared to deliver himself to its doorstep. So it turned around, preparing to absorb Luo Rui's soul first. A tremendous suction force emerged from the soul-devouring beast's mouth, but instead of sucking up Luo Rui's soul, it absorbed a large plume of black smoke. As the black smoke entered the soul-devouring beast's body, it finally realized something was wrong. "Absorb me? Take it." The power of death suddenly intensified, and the soul-devouring beast's immense life force was instead devoured. The fact that the soul-devouring beast had survived thousands of years of imprisonment was enough to demonstrate its tenacious vitality. But before the rules of death, let alone thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years of life would be drained dry. Roar! The soul-devouring beast's roar weakened slightly. It wasn't a roar of anger or plea for mercy, but rather a summoning of the small soul devourers within the dark gate. Like a swarm of bats, a large group of small soul devourers burst out of the dark gate, heading straight for the villagers of Taro Village. The soul devourer wanted to use the souls of the villagers to strengthen itself, but unfortunately, Rory had no intention of giving him that chance. Rory released black mist with one hand, aiming it at the soul devourer, while raising the other hand above his head to gather another cloud of black mist, which flew towards the group of small soul plunderers that had just flown out. Plop plop plop. The small soul plunderers that had just reached the heads of the villagers of Taro Village fell from the sky like a flock of birds that had suddenly died, struggling for a moment before turning into a cloud of ashes. The soul devourer, having lost all its support, could only struggle desperately, plunging headfirst into the lake with Rory on its back. The once calm lake surface instantly surged with huge waves. Underwater, Rory's 5 fingers dug tightly into the flesh of the soul devourer, fixing it to its body. The power of death continuously eroded the soul devourer's life force. Compared to its ferocity when it first appeared, the soul devourer was now only filled with terror. The soul-devouring beast, sunk to the bottom of the lake, flapped its wings, trying to leap out of the water. But as its life force continued to drain away, its movements became weaker and weaker until it finally stopped completely. An underwater eddy flowed over the soul-devouring beast's corpse, its lifeless body crumbled at the slightest touch, like the ashes of burned paper. Seeing that the soul-devouring beast was beyond dead, Luo Rui, floating on the lake bottom, was about to return when suddenly 2 large, bright green eyes lit up before him. A huge dragon head appeared in front of Luo Rui, its long body swaying back and forth behind it. "Guardian Dragon, Before Luo Rui could understand, the guardian dragon used its head to carry him and rush towards the surface of the lake. Splash! Water splashed several meters high, like a rain shower. Under the sunlight, the spray formed a rainbow across the lake. The guardian dragon carried Luo Rui back to the shore. Once Luo Rui was on land, the guardian dragon gently nodded its head at him, seemingly in a friendly greeting, before plunging back into the lake. The seal that had plagued Taro village for many years was so easily broken by Luo Rui. Guangbo immediately announced a banquet to thank Luo Rui for his help to Taro village. P.S. Thank you to reader 20250211000117543 for the 961 reward, and thank you to readers 2012 20241001124228449 2,023,020,116,590 and 20,250,328,377 for their rewards. Chapter 147 The Devoted Man and the Scapegoat. The villagers of Taro village, who had guarded the Gate of Darkness for generations, finally shed their shackles. Many, including Guangbo, drank too much that night. Guangbo chattered on and on with Luo Rui, inadvertently revealing Su Wenwu's address. As the night wore on, the drunken villagers lay on the grass, sleeping soundly under the open sky. The women, elderly, and children, still awake, cleaned up the mess or helped their families home. No one noticed Luo Rui getting up and leaving, already far from the village. Turning around, he could see the bustling life of Taro village, a lake, green hills, and a small village, a peaceful paradise. Luo Rui's unintentional disturbance was accidental, so there was no need for farewell. Leaving quietly was the best choice. His legs transformed into black mist, carrying him slowly into the air. He floated in the sky, taking one last look at the brightly lit Taro village, then turned and flew away swiftly, disappearing into the dark night sky in the blink of an eye. After finishing his braised pork trotter rice, Luo Rui went to the counter to pay, taking out a piece of paper with an address written on it. He asked the cashier, "Excuse me, how do I get here?" The cashier glanced at it casually and said, "Longding Mountain, it's just east of the city, the first mountain you see." Leaving the restaurant, Luo Rui hailed a taxi and arrived at the foot of Longding Mountain. A mountain gate, a secluded path, a plaque above the gate reading Su Mansion, the path winding its way up the mountain. Following the path for a while, he could see an old house hidden in the woods in the distance, presumably Su Wenwu's home. Approaching the old house, Luo Rui suddenly heard shouts and cries of battle coming from inside. Passing through the main gate, he saw a group of people attacking a woman. Luo Rui judged that they were most likely Su Wenwu's enemies. The woman moved gracefully through the crowd, seemingly impervious to any weapons. Ying Li, who could fight Su Wenwu to a standstill, was naturally no pushover, and quickly subdued the attackers one by one. Even with her superior martial arts skills, Ying Li was still just a mortal, and firearms could easily kill her. Just as Su Wenwu's enemy was about to shoot Ying Li, a hand suddenly rested on the gun. "Give me some face, okay?" Luo Rui's sudden appearance startled both sides in the fight. The one who wanted to fire but was stopped by Luo Rui pulled hard twice, only to find that Luo Rui was surprisingly strong and unable to retract his pistol. He then slapped Luo Rui with his other hand. "You little punk, get out of here." The slap was heavy, clearly delivered with full force, but Luo Rui seemed not to see it, flicking his finger lightly. "Sleep." Thump. 1 second he was arrogantly about to slap Luo Rui, the next he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The enemies who came seeking revenge were all taken down, but Ying Li didn't kill them. She released one of them, saying, "Go back and tell your men that if this happens again, they won't be lenient. Now get out of here." These people were clearly seeking revenge, yet Ying Li let them go. Wasn't she afraid they'd come back again? Watching the enemies help each other leave the mansion, Ying Li turned to Luo Rui, cupping her hands in thanks, and asked, "Thank you for your help, young master. May I ask what brings you here?" Ying Li was supposed to die today, killed by her enemies. Afterwards, Su Wenwu would rebuild the Ten Rings gang to take revenge and continue causing trouble around the world. Years later, he found the entrance to Taro village from the pendant necklaces of his son Su Shenki and daughter Su Xiling, desperately wanting to resurrect his wife Ying Li. However, his soul was devoured by the soul-eating beast. Su Wenwu was also a devoted man. And there's something interesting here, During the battle between Iron Man Tony Stark and Dr. Killian, who was developing the extremis virus, a man named Mandarin, the Mandarin, appeared. On the surface, Mandarin was an actor hired by Dr. Killian, but in reality, Mandarin was Su Wenwu's man. What was the relationship between Su Wenwu, who possessed 10 rings, and Dr. Killian, who created the extremis virus? These thoughts flashed through Luo Rui's mind. His gaze swept over Yingli and the 2 children running behind her, and he said, "I'm looking for Su Wenwu." "Sorry, Wenwu isn't home. You can come another day. I'll wait for him to come back." Luo Rui walked directly past Yingli into the house. The classical Chinese-style building had a very sophisticated layout and furnishings. After walking around for a while, Luo Rui stopped in front of a mural. The mural depicted Taro Village, with a guardian dragon carved below. The reason Su Shenki was able to find Taro Village when he grew up was because Yingli had told him many things about Taro Village when he was a child. Turning around, he noticed that Yingli was looking at him with a wary gaze. The 2 children huddled beside Yingli, their curious eyes tinged with a little fear. Luo Rui smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, I mean you no harm. Actually, you and I have a bit of a history." Yingli looked puzzled, and Luo Rui quickly explained, "I've been to Taro Village, and I've heard about your story with Su Wenwu." Mentioning Taro Village, Yingli's face immediately lit up with excitement. She hadn't returned to Taro Village since leaving. As the guardian of Taro Village, she had eloped with someone from outside, and now her child was 5 or 6 years old. To say she didn't miss home would be self-deception. It wasn't that Yingli didn't want to go back, but she felt ashamed to go back. Hearing Luo Rui say he had been to Taro Village, Yingli's cheeks flushed with excitement, and she stammered, "Really, you really went? They're all very kind. Uncle Guang took good care of me. Yingnan is your older sister, right? She even taught me some kung fu." Yingnan had never left Taro Village in her life. Luo Rui mentioning that name meant he had indeed been to Taro Village. This time, Yingli truly believed him and instantly let down her guard. They warmly boiled water and made tea for Luo Rui, chatting about the changes in Taro Village after Yingli left, as if Luo Rui were a relative visiting from the family. 2 hours passed unnoticed. When Su Wenwu returned from his outing and saw a stranger in his house, his brow furrowed slightly. "Wenwu, come quickly, let me introduce you." Perhaps it was a man's sixth sense, but Su Wenwu felt that Luo Rui's visitor was not friendly the moment he saw him. "Hello, welcome." Su Wenwu extended his arm to shake Luo Rui's hand, and the next second he saw the 10 rings on Luo Rui's wrist. The atmosphere instantly froze. Yingli followed Su Wenwu's gaze and also noticed the 10 rings. Luo Rui made no attempt to hide it, smiling faintly. "You should know why I'm here, right?" The origin of the 10 rings was mysterious, but it must be related to the Celestial clan. Su Wenwu gave Yingli a wink, and Yingli nodded, then got up and left the living room with the child, leaving Su Wenwu and Luo Rui to talk. Su Wenwu asked directly, "Where did you get the 10 rings?" "A friend gave them to me. Later I found out you had 10 more. I wonder if you could show them to me?" Luo Rui lied without even blushing. Su Wenwu couldn't be sure if Luo Rui was telling the truth. A few minutes later, Yingli returned and nodded to Su Wenwu at the door, most likely checking if the 10 rings Su Wenwu had put away were still there. Since his own 10 rings were still there, Su Wenwu became even more curious about the 4 rings on Luo Rui's wrist. Su Wenwu beckoned, and Yingli came in dragging an antique wooden box. She opened the box, revealing 10 neatly arranged bracelets inside. Luo Rui didn't touch the 10 rings in the box, but instead infused the 10 rings in his wrist with death power. Buzz 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 as Luo Rui infused energy into the 10 rings in his wrist, the 10 rings in the box resonated accordingly. Su Wenwu's 10 rings emitted a blue light, Su Shenki's were golden, but Luo Rui's turned black after using death power. It likely represents several different energy attributes. As Luo Rui continuously injected energy, the 10 rings in the box slowly floated up and rotated around him. Then, under Luo Rui's mental control, they slowly fell back into the box, withdrawing their death power, and the black mist emanating from the 10 rings disappeared. Luo Rui asked, "Mr. Su Wenwu, could you tell me about the 10 rings?" Su Wenwu could tell that Luo Rui was no ordinary person, and since the other party showed no hostility, he didn't mind talking more. He then briefly recounted his story of obtaining and using the 10 rings. Using the 10 rings increased Su Wenwu's lifespan, most likely because the 10 rings absorbed too much energy into Su Wenwu's body, leading to increased cell activity and thus altering his life cycle, not true immortality. Moreover, his method of using the 10 rings was very simple, controlling them as weapons, simple, brutal, but very effective. As Luo Rui pondered, Su Wenwu looked at Yingli with deep affection, then pushed the wooden box containing the 10 rings in front of Luo Rui, saying, "Although I don't know who you are, you saved Yingli, and I'm willing to give you the 10 rings as a gift to repay your life-saving grace." In his hundreds of years of life, Yingli was the only woman who made Su Wenwu put down the 10 rings and live a simple life in seclusion. Later, he rebuilt the 10 rings gang with the 10 rings, also with the aim of resurrecting Yingli. Giving the 10 rings to repay a life-saving grace might not be possible for others, but it was certainly possible for Yingli. Luo Rui would call Su Wenwu the second most affectionate person in the Marvel Universe. Luo Rui originally thought it would take some effort to obtain the 10 rings, but unexpectedly, Su Wenwu gave them to him simply for saving Yingli. 14 rings were a bit too many, and wearing them all on his wrists wasn't very comfortable. Just as Luo Rui was considering how to wear them more comfortably, the 10 rings automatically shrank and slipped onto Luo Rui's 10 fingers. Like marks, they didn't feel as restrictive as rings. After being away for several months, Rory returned home to find Frank had been kicked out of the Avengers. As a hero who participated in the Battle of New York, Frank shouldn't have received such treatment. Everyone else received flowers and applause, but Frank was met with endless abuse. The cause was a Daily Bugle article titled "Can a Killer Who Indiscriminately Slaughters Be a Hero?" Many gang members and their families came forward to confirm the article's authenticity. Coincidentally, during the Battle of New York, members of Hell's Kitchen defended Manhattan, fighting the Chitauri army to the death, leaving a very positive impression on the citizens. Frank, however, suffered. Instead of enjoying the glory of a hero, he became a pariah. Under pressure from public opinion, Peggy Carter had no choice but to dismiss Frank. Some believe it was because Frank had been too close to Rory, or because Frank and Captain America, Steve Rogers, were at odds, etc. In any case, Frank became the first superhero to be dismissed from the Avengers, and very likely the last. This incident was a huge blow to Frank, not because he was fired, but because he couldn't bear the shame. P.S. I will try my best to write every day from now on. I will update as much as I have enough chapters. Welcome all readers to supervise me. Chapter 148 Mr. Kingpin's Ambition. Too wild isn't good, let me find you an opponent. Looking at Frank, who was completely drunk, Rory picked up the newspaper on the coffee table that had published an article about Frank's indiscriminate killing of innocent people and began to read it. As expected of an established newspaper, the writing was indeed excellent, almost portraying Frank as a heinous serial killer. Anthony chimed in, "Boss, David sent me a message earlier, roughly saying that SHIELD hasn't given up on investigating you, just more covertly." Rory shook his head. "This matter has little to do with SHIELD. The Avengers certainly wouldn't accept an anti-hero who enjoys killing people. Firing him is just a convenient excuse." Then? Rory patted the newspaper. "It's Kingpin who's behind this. He wants to run for mayor of New York City, and to establish a gangster image and divert attention, he definitely needs to put forward a scapegoat for his crimes against humanity. Frank is the perfect candidate." Kingpin's ambition had never been hidden. Even as the emperor of the underworld, he was still not satisfied, even finding an idealistic excuse for his actions. He ran companies and charities, controlling the underground black market while simultaneously trying to clean up his identity to run for mayor. The mob's performance in the Battle of New York gave Kingpin an opportunity. If the mob business could be legalized, perhaps Kingpin could even run for president in the future. Kingpin's story is inspiring. Many people from humble backgrounds can see his shadow in them, but the road is not as easy as it seems. Rory threw down the newspaper and said, "Don't worry about Kingpin. Go investigate an organization called The Hand, the more detailed the better." Rory hadn't forgotten what The Hand had done to him. He hadn't had the time or opportunity before, but now that he had the time, he naturally wanted to settle old scores. "Yes, boss." Rory held grudges. Anyone who offended him would be punished. If the Ancient One didn't have the Time Stone, Rory might not have gone to her for answers, but to take her head. Kingpin was indeed getting a little cocky. He spent his days buying news, creating public opinion, and boasting that the mob had protected Manhattan, their achievements even comparable to the superheroes in the Avengers. Even the mob members mistakenly believed they had become heroes. Kingpin did all this for one purpose: to run for mayor of New York City. Wesley handed the latest financial statements to Wilson Fisk, saying, "Sir, the New York City government has awarded the alien remnant cleanup work to Stark Industries. We lost the bid. New York's post-war reconstruction is crucial, especially since the Chitauri's military equipment and technology have attracted the attention of many with ulterior motives. For example, Tony Stark, having obtained first-hand information, immediately began preparing to produce the latest model of the Mark suit. There were not only anti-Magneto suits, but also anti-Hulk and anti-Rory suits. Of these suit production plans, the anti-Hulk suit was actually the simplest and least technically demanding." Kingpin turned from the French windows, his face grim, and asked, "Why? Is it because I didn't offer enough money?" Kingpin is now incredibly terrifying. His ability to ignore bullets is beyond the realm of normal humans. Internally, he is the underground king of the underworld. Externally, he is a successful businessman, a philanthropist, and one of the heroes who saved the city. Furthermore, he explicitly stated his intention to run for the next mayor of New York City. Anyone with a brain knows not to offend him, yet he failed to obtain what he desired most. Wesley quickly replied, "Sir, the municipal order was personally signed by the mayor, and he has clearly stated his intention to run for re-election." This made perfect sense. Both the men wanted to be elected the next mayor, and the incumbent naturally wouldn't hand over a lucrative opportunity to his rival. Kingpin puffed out his cheeks, itching to order the incumbent mayor killed off, but thankfully he restrained himself, not ruining his promising future with a moment of impulsiveness. He couldn't compete with the Stark Industries' financial resources, and Iron Man Tony Stark was currently a rising star, far more popular than Captain America Steve Rogers. Find a way. Even if we can't get the permits for the alien remnant cleanup work, at least we should get some building repair contracts. Profiting from the government is the most lucrative business. The gangsters in Hell's Kitchen toil away selling guns and drugs, but even a year's hard work couldn't earn them as much as a single order for office construction. Kingpin climbed so hard to break free of these shackles. Ring ring, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Kingpin picked it up, glanced at the caller ID, and waved to Wesley. After Wesley left and closed the door, Kingpin answered the phone. "Hello. Mr. Wilson, has Rory contacted you recently?" Nick Fury's voice came from the other end of the line. Kingpin frowned, showing disgust. "No, I would contact you if I had any news." Kingpin was captured by Iron Man and Captain America during his second power-up. One of the conditions for his release was to become an informant for SHIELD. Part of the reason Kingpin led his gang to fight aliens in the streets was because Nick Fury called him when the battle reached a critical point. Fury persuaded Kingpin with reason and emotion, otherwise, given Kingpin's style, he might not have done something so righteous. Nick Fury didn't care about Kingpin's attitude, as long as he got what he wanted. "I've received reliable intelligence that Rory is likely to return to New York soon. I hope you can find some time to talk to him." Kingpin asked, utterly speechless, "What's there for me to talk to him about? Do you think I can kill him, or do you want to use him to kill me?" Originally, their relationship could be considered a partnership, but it had drifted further and further, becoming a simple transaction. Now, he was cooperating with SHIELD again, and hadn't fulfilled some of his promises to Rory. Already feeling guilty, Kingpin was even more hesitant to see Rory. Nick Fury didn't care about all that and said directly, "You must see him, and record all the changes that have occurred in him. It would be best to find out his current address." He then hung up the phone, giving Kingpin no chance to refuse. "FK bald bitch, I'll blow your head off sooner or later." Kingpin cursed a few times, but Nick Fury couldn't hear him. 2 days passed quickly. With the cooperation of Chip, David, Anthony, who had gone to investigate, soon obtained detailed information about the Hand. The Hand is controlled by 5 elders, with Alexandra as the supreme leader. The other 4 are Madame Goose, Sawanda, Bottom, and Murakami, each controlling their own territory. Their criminal businesses are spread throughout almost the entire city of New York. David has confirmed it. The Hand's headquarters are in Midtown. The 5 elders meet there almost every month. Directly beneath the Hand's headquarters building lies the Dragon Bone, which the Hand has been desperately searching for. Only a descendant of Kunlun can open the sealed Dragon Bone, and after years of searching, the Hand still hasn't found out who that descendant is. Unable to find the descendant, they can only wait, making money as they wait. In the end, They became one of the largest underground organizations in New York, and even established numerous cooperative relationships with Kingpin. Call Frank, let's go take a look. Frank's still half asleep. He's only awake for about half an hour each day, which he uses to drink. Frank's current state is comparable to when he first lost his wife and children. The murder of his wife and children caused him immense grief, but now Frank is completely devastated. Just as he finished speaking, Frank, his eyelids drooping and unsteady, walked out of the bedroom and headed straight for the liquor cabinet, unscrewing a bottle and about to gulp it down. Rory said speechlessly, "Actually, I really hate people who don't use their brains. They get tricked and then just wallow in self-pity." Frank, who was drinking, paused, turned his head, and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Anthony began, "The boss means." Anthony was interrupted by Rory before he could finish, who then looked at Frank and said, "We're not your babysitters, and you're not a baby. If you really want to know, go do me a favor." With that, Rory led Anthony out. Frank hesitated for a moment in front of the liquor cabinet, but finally put down the bottle and followed. Manhattan is divided into 3 boroughs, Upper, Middle, and Lower. Hell's Kitchen is located in the middle borough between 34th and 57th Streets, with 8th Avenue extending to the Hudson River. It's not a very large area, but it's the most crime-ridden area in all of New York. Even gangs from other neighborhoods prioritize this location for their deals, because there are very few surveillance cameras and no police ambush. Most importantly, transactions here are protected by Kingpin, the godfather of the underworld. For those who pay protection money, the protection is more reliable than a legally binding contract. Soon, the 3 arrived at the Hand's headquarters. Rory glanced at his watch and said to Frank, "This is the Hand's headquarters. The Hand is involved in almost every gangster industry. Arms and drugs are legitimate businesses in their eyes, as are organ trafficking, human trafficking, kidnapping, and extortion. If you firmly believe you're righteous, then go in and bring me the heads of the 5 Hand elders." Frank turned and asked, "You also need to tell me who framed me." "Of course, no problem." Rory agreed readily. Frank then entered the building without looking back, under the watchful eyes of Rory and Anthony. A minute later, sirens blared inside the Hand's headquarters building, occasionally punctuated by gunshots, and several unfortunate individuals were thrown from the upper floors after crashing through windows. Standing behind Rory, Anthony asked, "Boss, why send Frank alone?" Anthony had been handling the initial investigation and reconnaissance, but now Frank was suddenly being sent instead. Anthony wasn't resentful, just slightly puzzled. In terms of closeness, Anthony was undoubtedly Rory's top henchman. Aside from Kathy, no one could challenge his core position. Rory smiled slightly. Kingpin is just a minor character. Let Frank play with him. Kingpin wasn't worth Rory's personal attention, and both Kingpin and Frank were super soldiers created by Rory. Sending them to face off was perfect. P.S. I'm sick. I have a cold, fever, cough, runny nose, and a headache that feels like I've been hit by a hammer. Dear readers, please take care of yourselves. Also, please vote again. Chapter 149 Murakami's tragic desperate attempt to jump up and die. Superhero Frankie was labeled as an anti-human, while villain Kingpin was whitewashed and became the city's hero. These two coming together were bound to create something special. Frankie already possessed extremely high combat skills, and had been enhanced by Rory's serum, so dealing with a Hand shouldn't be a problem. Frankie fought his way from the first floor to the top, while Rory led Anthony deeper underground. The Hand headquarters building's underground was where the Dragonbone was buried. Anthony led the way through the winding tunnels, killing guards with a single blow without further ado. They quickly arrived at the place where the Dragonbone was sealed. Clang! An adamantium bone knife sparked against the sealed stone door, but it didn't affect the door at all. Anthony's eyes showed doubt. Rory patted Anthony's shoulder and explained, "This is energy reinforcement, it has nothing to do with hardness. The use of energy is ever-changing." Rory wasn't even a beginner in energy use, but through his contact with mages and his analysis of energy, he had developed his own theory of energy. Energy is a general term, encompassing many attributes. For example, the trinity of the guardian mages, the power of chaos, the power of the phoenix, and the cosmic energy of the celestials are all manifestations of energy. Energy may not be inherently strong or weak, but rather determined by the user's strength. However, the power of death within Rory is unique. Death, one of the 5 great creator gods, represents the rules, and like the 6 infinity stones, Within this universe, the rules are invincible. Rory walked to the sealed stone door, raised his hand, and slowly released his power of death. The power of death collided with the sealing power, instantly causing an energy fluctuation. The energy resonance caused the already unstable tunnel to shake, resulting in a large number of falling rocks. But this only lasted for a few breaths before the sealing power on the stone door was completely absorbed by the power of death. Alright, try again this time. Anthony extended his alloy bone knife and lightly sliced open the stone door as easily as cutting tofu. Breaking the seal is essentially about achieving energy resonance. Only energy of the same frequency can cause a synergy. This is why the hand is so determined to find the successor to Kunlun. Unfortunately, they encountered Rory, who also possesses a death power that shouldn't exist. Anthony drew an X on the stone door with his bone knife and easily pushed it open. Just as he was about to enter, applause suddenly came from behind him. Clap clap clap. Although I don't know who you two are, I am very grateful to you for helping the hands break the seal. The speaker was dressed in typical Japanese attire, a suit and tie, carrying a ninja sword, and walked towards Rory with a smile. Just as Anthony was about to move, Rory raised his hand and gently grabbed him, and black mist instantly rushed into his body. My name is Murakami, one of the elders of the hand. Next, Murakami had barely appeared, and before he could finish his sentence, his life force was completely drained by Rory. His skin withered, his eyes lifeless, and he fell to the ground with a thud, scattering a layer of light ash. Enough with the nonsense. Rory turned and entered the sealed stone door. Anthony dispatched the remaining ninjas with ease, then followed Rory through the door. While wiping the blade of his alloy bone sword, he kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. Rory asked speechlessly, do you waste a whole set of clothes and take a shower every time you fight? I suggest you wear a raincoat next time. Anthony ignored Rory's complaints, because a man should be baptized by blood and gore, only then could he become more of a tough, masculine man. Inside the sealed stone cave, a giant dragon skeleton appeared before Rory and Anthony. Rory had seen the living guardian dragon, so a skeleton didn't surprise him too much. He was just curious why a skeleton could grant immortality. Approaching the dragon's head, he slowly released death energy, attaching it to the dragon bones, and then was shocked. So that's it. No wonder a small bone could increase lifespan and even revive the dead Erica. It turned out the dragon bones contained immense life force. Turning to Anthony, he instructed, cut it open here. I'm taking this piece back for research. The most vital part was between the dragon's eyebrows. Following Rory's instructions, Anthony cut off the bone from between the dragon's eyebrows, tied it with a rope, and strapped it to his back. The remaining dragon bones couldn't be taken back, but they wouldn't be left to the hand either. Rory released his death energy, covering the entire ancient dragon. The immense life force quickly transformed into death energy and returned to Rory's body. Since wearing the 10-ring pendant, Rory found himself more adept at releasing and absorbing death energy, and he became increasingly curious about the origin of the 10 rings. After a short while, all the life force in the dragon skeleton had been absorbed by Rory. A sudden breeze came from outside the cave entrance, and the dragon skeleton, its life force absorbed, instantly dissipated into dust. Let's go. Rory walked ahead, with Anthony following behind carrying the dragon bones. They took the elevator back to the first floor of the building and happened to meet Frank coming down from above. Frank, his body stained crimson, glanced at the dragon bone on Anthony's back, and the three left the hand headquarters together. Back in the car, Frank, sitting in the passenger seat, turned and asked, now you can tell me, right? Many of the gangsters and businesses you took down were connected to Kingpin. You've long been a thorn in his side, so what's so strange about that? Simply put, Kingpin used the Battle of New York and the Avengers' popularity to whitewash his image and promote his candidacy for mayor of New York. However, his method was more sophisticated. He didn't directly piggyback on the hype, but instead used Frank, a superhero who didn't fit in with the Avengers, as a starting point. The Avengers, coincidentally, didn't want to take in the Punisher Frank, a problem child, so the two sides hit it off, and Frank became the victim of this political exchange. Rory didn't explain any of this. Even if he did, Frank might not understand. Are you kidding me? Isn't Kingpin one of yours? Frank looked completely bewildered. I never said he was one of my men. He was at most one of my test subjects. Not only Kingpin, but Frank was also one of the test subjects. Without the experimental data from Kingpin and Frank, It would probably have taken Rory at least 2 more years to complete the 3 gene augmentation enhancements. Bang! Frank angrily pulled open the car door and got out, disappearing into the night streets in no time. Rory patted the back of the seat. Ignore him, let's go back. Frank was strong enough, and Kingpin was no weak either. Both were enhanced humans who had participated in the Battle of New York and had serious problems. If they weren't handled properly, it would only cause headaches for SHIELD 2 days later. Rory returned to the West Coast laboratory base with Anthony and Dragonbone. Kathy, who was researching quantum domain signal receivers, saw Rory return and threw herself into his arms. So, did you find a way to control the power from the Ancient One? Rory complained. Even the Sorcerer Supreme isn't omnipotent, or maybe she just doesn't want to tell me. Why? Maybe she's afraid I'll kill her after I learn it. It wasn't impossible. The upper limit of the power of death was very high, so high that it seemed endless. If Rory were to master the power that originally belonged to the 5 creator gods, it would be a disaster for everyone. Everyone is strong, so why should you be the father? After spending a moment of tenderness with Kathy, Rory went to the basement. David was sitting in front of his computer, having a long phone conversation with his wife, Sarah Lieberman. Seeing Rory come in, David quickly said a few words and hung up. Boss, welcome home. Welcome home and have a safe journey have similar meanings, but with more of a blessing. David faked his death and lived in anonymity for a long time. Even after returning to his family, the influence remained. He didn't like socializing and preferred to hide in his room staring at the monitor screen. Even Kathy, who lived in the same laboratory building, might not say a word to him for 10 days unless there was something important. Has anything supernatural happened recently? David shook his head. No, there haven't been any mission logs on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal network lately. It's all just trivial stuff, like requesting budget increases or asking various departments for money. I didn't expect such a large intelligence organization to be short of funds. What about the mutants? Rory went to the monitor, and David immediately pulled up the surveillance footage of Professor Charles's manor. They're very well behaved. These people have never left the villa. The mutants in the footage were all busy passing the time, Logan drinking and smoking cigars, Cyclops and Jean Grey flirting, and Professor Charles lecturing young mutants. It all seemed normal, but the more normal it was, the more Rory felt something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Rory didn't dwell on it, he could always find out by taking a look sometime. Before leaving the basement, Rory patted David on the shoulder. Have Sarah bring the kids over for a get-together sometime. Yes, boss, I should be available this weekend. Rory only rested for 2 days before throwing himself into his new research project in the lab. On one hand, he wanted to solve the problem of the power of death. If he could completely control the power of death, he might be able to remove the suppression of the celestial genes and cosmic energy, thereby restoring the abilities of weapon transformation and illusion. On the other hand, he was conducting research from a biological perspective, looking for other possibilities to enhance gene sequences. During this time, he also conducted some related tests on the dragon bones. Rory discovered something very interesting on the dragon bones. They also contain traces of celestial experiments. If Rory thought that these ancient creatures were also modified by the Celestials, then it would mean that humans were not the first creatures to appear on Earth. One possibility is that humans or humanoid creatures had not yet evolved, and another possibility is that humans are not the original inhabitants of Earth. Of course, this conjecture was not very important to Rory, he just found it interesting. That night, Rory, who had just come out of the laboratory, happened to run into Kathy, who was returning from visiting her elderly father. Just as he was about to greet her, he saw Kathy's conflicted expression. "Honey, what's wrong?" Rory asked curiously. Kathy looked up, hesitated, and then shook her head. Chapter 150 Kathy's Dilemma, Little Wanda is Dead? Kathy was torn by a dilemma. Thanks to the help she had received, her father, Scott Lang, had gradually recovered from his despair, and his relationship with her mother, Maggie, was slowly warming up. This should have been a good thing. Her biological parents wouldn't have to divorce, and Kathy, as their daughter, should be happy. But the problem was, if Scott Lang and Maggie hadn't divorced, Scott wouldn't have resorted to his old ways to fight for custody of his daughter Kathy, and he wouldn't have become the second Ant-Man by stealing the Ant-Man suit. Of course, Kathy would also be happy if the Scott family could have a happy life. But there were too many risks behind that happiness. If Scott hadn't become Ant-Man, he wouldn't have gotten together with Hope, the second Wasp, and Dr. Pym's lover, Janet, wouldn't have been able to escape the quantum realm. The ultimate consequence would be the inability to detect time travel within the quantum realm. If Thanos came, and the Avengers failed again, wouldn't the universe be doomed? Going back in time couldn't change the existing future, but it could create a completely new one. Kathy wanted Scott and her alternate self to have a complete family, but she also didn't want the world she could have saved to be destroyed because of her selfishness. This is the dilemma of loyalty and righteousness, as the ancient Chinese saying goes. At this moment, Kathy seemed to understand a little of the Sorcerer Supreme's predicament. Kathy sat by the window, lost in thought until late at night, not even noticing when Rory came to her side. Only when Rory's hands rested on her shoulders did she turn her head, her face unconsciously filled with sorrow. Rory tenderly rubbed Kathy's stiff cheek, saying, "It's okay, no matter what happens, I'm here." Kathy hugged Rory's waist tightly, burying her head deeply in his chest. After an unknown amount of time, Kathy, head bowed, murmured, "Perhaps I really shouldn't be here." Rory knew immediately what Kathy had been through. From the first time he met Scott, Rory had noticed the changes in Kathy's emotional state. He thought this would alleviate Kathy's longing for her family, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Rory gently rubbed Kathy's head, comforting her, "Your worries are completely unnecessary. If you want Scott or another version of yourself to live a different life, you can absolutely do it without hesitation." But Kathy looked up, her eyes blurry with tears. Rory smiled slightly. "You mean saving the world, right?" The pitiful Kathy nodded. Thump. Rory flicked Kathy's forehead. Kathy, who had just been heartbroken, cried out in pain, clutching her forehead and glaring at Rory. Rory laughed. "You're overthinking it. Whether Scott becomes Ant-Man or not, this world no longer needs him to save it. Have you forgotten Wanda? What was Scarlet Witch's purpose in coming to this world? Was it to watch Vision die again? Of course not. Scarlet Witch went through countless hardships to come to this universe to change history and save Vision and her brother Quicksilver Pietro. If Thanos dared to come to Earth, the first person to tear him apart would definitely be Scarlet Witch Wanda." Kathy exclaimed, "Oh yeah. How could I forget about her?" Kathy had transported the scene to a future history that had already unfolded. But what she didn't know was that the future on the same timeline could actually be changed. Rory was the most qualified to speak on this. He'd manipulated timelines more than once. "If that's the case, do whatever you want. Even without Wanda, there's still me." Rory gave Kathy even more confidence. Thanos, in his words, seemed like a minor character he could easily manipulate. Kathy's mood immediately returned to normal, and she seemed to be fantasizing about another life. But the reality is that often, when you're happiest, fate slaps you in the face at the most inopportune moment. Like now. Ring ring. 80% of the time, a phone ringing in the middle of the night isn't good news. Rory casually answered the phone. "Hello? Sir, something terrible has happened. Wanda is dying." Ah. After handing the Mind Scepter to Baron Strucker, the leader of Hydra, he immediately initiated the relevance experiments according to Rory's instructions. According to the experimental data left by Dr. Zola, the weapon development was remarkably successful, and energy was quickly extracted from the Mind Stone for the manufacture of energy guns. Furthermore, Baron Strucker, inspired by mutants, conducted energy experiments on Pietro and Wanda, who already possessed special talents. Pietro successfully activated his mutant talent, gaining extraordinary movement speed, though he couldn't fully master the ability yet. However, problems arose when it was Wanda's turn. Using the same method to activate her talent, Wanda not only failed to exhibit any special abilities but also became extremely painful, clearly indicating a physical problem. Although Rory didn't explicitly say so, Baron Strucker knew how much Rory valued Wanda, and immediately called him when the problem occurred. Boom! A sonic boom suddenly exploded in the air, and Rory flew across the Atlantic at top speed. The straight-line distance from Los Angeles to Sokovia is over 9,000 kilometers, and Rory arrived at Hydra's castle base in just 3.5 hours. Boom! Rory withdrew his death power, his legs landing heavily on the castle's floor tiles. Several stone bricks, over 30 centimeters thick, were crushed by Rory's footsteps. "Sir, take me to Wanda." Rory's face was grim as he quickly arrived at the sealed laboratory where little Wanda was. Through the glass wall, he could see that Wanda's condition was dire. Others might not realize it, but Rory, who frequently used the power of death, recognized it immediately as a sign of life force depletion. He had brought various enhancement serums and inhibitors, but he hadn't expected this situation. Go get the experimental data, immediately. Rory dared not use any drugs indiscriminately. He first needed to know where the problem lay. The Hydra scientists quickly delivered the experimental data to Rory, including data from Pietro's lab mice. After comparing the data, Rory frowned slightly. The steps were the same. Pietro activated rapid power, but Wanda didn't. This was clearly illogical, as this step wasn't in the original timeline. If it had been, Scarlet Witch wouldn't have kept it from him. So where was the problem? Rory pondered deeply, guessing the problem must lie in something that had changed. Could it be the unique rule of chaos magic? The Scarlet Witch had discussed this with him before. It's impossible for two Scarlet Witches to awaken simultaneously in the multiverse unless they are the same person on the same timeline. In other words, different points in time within the same dimension and different dimensions within the same timeline are two completely different concepts. The former can be considered the same person, such as the Scarlet Witch of 2025 and 2026. Scarlet Witches appearing at different points in time within the same dimensional universe will never meet because time doesn't overlap. The latter is two different Wandas, like the Wanda of the Celestial Isle universe and the Wanda of this universe. Although they share the same name, their experiences and even their timelines are completely different. In the second case, the chaos magic would exhibit the uniqueness rule. Why was Rory unaffected? Because there's only one Rory in the entire multiverse, and in all universes, besides the goddess of death, he's the only one who can use the power of death. Therefore, the uniqueness rule wasn't triggered. Damn it, I'm a biologist, not a wizard. Rory desperately wanted the Scarlet Witch to return immediately, but unfortunately, the Scarlet Witch, busy saving another universe, couldn't receive his telepathic messages. Through the transparent glass, Rory looked heavily at the agonizing little Wanda inside. Little Wanda seemed to sense something, struggling to open her eyes and seeing Rory as well, a fleeting glint of joy in her eyes. Rory. Little Wanda seemed to want to reach out and grab Rory, but like a reflection in water, she couldn't touch him. Open the door, Rory said in a muffled voice. Baron Strucker quickly gave his subordinates a signal, and immediately opened the door to the sealed laboratory. Rory lifted the plastic partition and walked to the bedside. Hi, little Wanda, how are you? Rory tried to keep his tone gentle. Little Wanda forced a smile and asked, Rory, did you come to see me? Yes, I heard you were sick, so I brought some special medicine. You'll get better soon. Rory wasn't good at comforting people. These words were clearly inappropriate to say now, but little Wanda was still very happy to hear them. Little Wanda's current condition was terrible, her face was dull and lifeless, her skin had lost its luster and elasticity, and her hair was like dry straw, as if she were about to be transferred at any moment. Can you take me with you next time you leave? Little Wanda looked at Rory with hopeful eyes. At the age of 10, during the missile crisis, only she and her brother Pietro survived, and the siblings suffered greatly for their survival. From the age of 10, they lived in hatred, seeking revenge against the Stark organization was their only motivation to live. Some say Wanda is love-struck, that she can become obsessed with falling in love with a robot, turning to the dark side in her search for her family, and even slaughtering superheroes from another universe. That's because no one has experienced the suffering Wanda endured. All she did was want a home, to make up for her childhood without one. Natasha used a false childhood to heal her entire life, while Wanda spent her entire life healing her childhood. Even now, she hasn't even left Sokovia. Okay, I'll take you everywhere, but you need to get better quickly. I want to see the stars outside. The night the missile hit our house, the only light I could see was the stars in the sky. Little Wanda wanted to turn her head to look out a window, but there were no windows in the sealed laboratory. Without saying a word, Rory picked up little Wanda and walked outside. Clang! He kicked open the iron gate, and Rory carried Wanda to the outside of the castle. Lying in Rory's arms, Wanda looked up at the cloudy night sky and smiled bitterly. My last wish can't be fulfilled. I will help you. After saying that, Rory's legs turned into black mist, and he carried little Wanda straight into the sky. He wanted to break through the clouds and let little Wanda see the most beautiful starry sky. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.